我们准备了一些网友们的评价，
在今天的解说第一个环节就要上来，来，我们一起看一下兄弟们的评价是如何。昨天的一个比赛，最后一把又回到 NV 世界赛的味道了，记住这样的感觉，能推。
Hello boys, welcome to the stream journey.
As I said yesterday, we had a great day. We had 3 wins from Alpha 7. We also had Vampire. We had.
Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam. Ayan bro, kaise ho? Welcome to the stream journey.
Chicken dinners as well. And now we're gonna check a recap of everything that happened yesterday. If you didn't have the chance.
Stream का sound सही आ रहा है ना? मुझे बता देना एक दफा.
Pessoal que vai buscar no dia de hoje. Mas enquanto isso, vamos recapitular tudo que aconteceu. Bora lá.
Welcome to the 2024 PMGO Brazil.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, वालेकुम अस्सलाम. टोक्यो ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम जानी. कैसे हो? जो भी आ रहा है, बस एक सेकंड रुक जाओ. ये अभी के लिए तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जैसे इफ्तारी का टाइम होगा ना, मैं नीचे चले जाऊंगा. इफ्तारी करने देना इंशाल्लाह. ओके सेटमेंट. ये कलर्स को क्या हुआ है इसके स्ट्रीम पे? इवन 40 में नहीं जा रही. अपना वॉइस थोड़ा कम करके गेम वॉइस अप कर दे. ओके मैं करता हूँ. मैं गेम वॉइस अब अप किया. अब बताओ सही है? अपना साउंड तो बस जब मैं बोलूँगा तब भी आएगा ना, वैसे अदरवाइज नहीं आएगा आप लोगों को. वो भी थोड़ा सा कम कर देते हैं एटलीस्ट ना, आपको गेम साउंड के अंदर ना डिस्टर्बेंस. अब बताओ.
Is he gonna cook? He does cook. Well, no, that's actually Gonzalez from distance. Cooking that one up in just the 3-way fight now.
Death Wolves are trying to be able to get these nades off.
भाई आप लोगों को क्या लगता है? जी ठीक है, ओके. अस्सलाम वालेकुम जीरो, वालेकुम अस्सलाम. भाई आप लोगों को क्या लगता है, क्या आज फाल्कन कमबैक कर पाएगी? नहीं भाई, थैंक यू. कोई मसला ही नहीं आ रहा. आप लोगों के लिए बैठे हुए हैं यार. आप लोगों की नहीं सुननी तो किसकी सुननी?
And S2G, guess what? The high-fi players just chilling.
Okay, 15 likes हुए हैं अपने.
One less thing to worry about for Boom. And
मैं
Boom has
पैर
that high
उड़ा
ground.
रहा
They're gonna be pushing from the bottom. He's gonna be able to surprise some players there from S2G. He's gonna get the knock, and it's gonna come down here to a 1v1. Can he clutch this up? And he does.
यार आज भी गेस्ट आने हैं. आज भी उधर थोड़ा बिजी होना. कल के भी मैंने सही तरह से नहीं देख पाया था.
There, that's gonna be able to connect. He's gonna knock one player, switch it to the shotgun. Can he connect? He's missing some shots. He's gonna switch to his other gun, the Scar L, and he's able to connect there.
फाल्कन को करना चाहिए कमबैक इंशाल्लाह. बिल्कुल फाल्कन का दिन है इंशाल्लाह. वेटिंग बॉयज. हम खुद फाल्कन आईएससी को देखने बैठे हुए हैं नुमा को. यार कल ना फाल्कन लिटरली फाल्कन का वो चिकन हो जाना था, लेकिन ना वो जगह उनके पास व्हीकल्स ना होती ना, सीरियसली उनके पास व्हीकल्स होती ना. यार कल का दिन मुझे पता नहीं क्यों लग रहा था कि ना थोड़ा सा ना वो डर के खेल रहे हैं. लाइक जो जैसे वो खुद जोन लेते हैं ना, वो कल ऐसे खेल रहे थे जैसे जोन उनको मिले देन वो जोन ले. लाइक फाइट वगैरह इतना नहीं हो रहे थे, पैसिव थोड़ा सा गेम प्ले था, आउट ऑफ जोन खेल रहे थे. बाकी इंशाल्लाह यार अल्लाह खैर ही करे आज.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Global
अच्छा आई
take a
थिंक
look. Oh,
अस्सलाम वालेकुम ला फरारी ब्रो वालेकुम
oh,
अस्सलाम ब्रो वेलकम टू द
we're
स्ट्रीम
already
जानी
launching
कैसे
off.
हो
I think we're going straight into it
हाय
already.
हाय ओए मैच स्टार्ट
Match
ओहो
number one,
ओहो ओहो
Sandhawk.
इतनी
Well, talk
पंक्चुअल
about
इतनी
keeping it
फटाफट
fast, keeping it furious. Sandhawk, match
वालेकुम
number one, day number two,
अस्सलाम
already underway. Not
बारिश
even
हो रही
enough
है
time to talk about the points table, but a lot of these teams are going
6
to
2
be
बज गए बॉयज बस मैं आधे घंटे तक इधर रहूंगा आधे घंटे बाद
catch
अफ्तारी
up
करने
to
जाऊंगा
Sandhawk.
गेस्ट से मिलूंगा देन फिर इंशाल्लाह नमाज पढ़ के
They're
गेम
definitely
ज्वाइन
going to be
करेंगे
looking
ठीक
to
है ना
get those points
Let's
there
go,
from
Zero भाई, मैं
Alpha
तो ना
7 because
सकता।
Alpha 7 started off really hot
ISC
yesterday.
जीत
Now,
सकती हाँ
one
हाँ
hot
आई
drop that we
टुडे आई
did
एम
end up
वेरी
seeing
सैड
yesterday,
अल्लाह
Sute,
पाक खैर
was
करे
that fight
ISC जीत
between
सकती है यार
Nova
ISC
and
क्या
D
फाल्कन
plus
भी जीत
Kia
सकती है
in Pine
जीत
Ant.
तो
I wonder if that's
SMK
gonna
भी
happen again
सकती
because
है
D plus
RTV
Kia, when
7
they're
ब्रो
truly
वेलकम टू द
situated,
स्ट्रीम जानी
he
कैसे
should be
हो
taking hot drops, and I think we might actually end up getting a hot drop here on the north of
कैसे
Pine
हो
Ant.
साथ भाई
Yeah, it looks like we are seeing that. Same two
फड्डा हो
hot
गया
drops.
फड्डा हो
It's
गया
once again the rejects team and
फड्डा हो गया
I
भाई
do
फड्डा हो
believe
गया
that's Royals of War. Yeah, they're going at it.
ROW
This hot
वर्सेस
drop
रिजेक्ट
happened yesterday. The
पहला
only thing
बंदा
is
टाइसन
they were
है
a little bit too slow to
हटा
close it
ए
out and they
बाद
got
आ
third
जीरो
party by Vampire.
मेरे पे
So
डा
I
रहा है
think
मैंने
they're gonna
कुछ नहीं बोला
look
भाई
to pump up
शर्म
the
करो
aggression this time. Rejects finding the opening and you can
यार
tell
वो
this
सेम
time
सेम
around
नाम होते
they're
हैं ना
not
फिर
gonna
थोड़ा
slow down.
पहचानना
They're
है
gonna
मुश्किल
try
आई
and
डोंट
finish
नो
out this fight quick
यार
before that third party comes in.
लफराडी
And
ब्रो
D
आपका
plus
रियल
is
नेम
hot
क्या है पहले
dropping
मुझे वो
once
बताओ
again
यार देन
against
मैं आपको
Nova
थोड़ी
and
सी
Pyro.
मोटिवेशन देता हूँ
Yeah, and I'm so glad you mentioned there being able to finish it faster.
ऐसों को मैं
because
तलाक दे
Vampire
दूंगा
Esports,
दोबारा
if they
बोला
remember
नहीं नहीं
anything,
नहीं
once they
तलाक
hear
नहीं
this
देनी
gunshots,
यार
if
ना
they're able to
ना
just find a
3
gun that's
तलाक
gonna be
हेड पे नहीं
suitable
देनी भी
for
समझा
them
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
to
मैं
third
ठीक
party this,
आप
they're
बताओ
gonna be
कैसे
moving on
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
quickly,
साथ भाई
especially
फिट
with
फाट
us waiting for
अल्लाह
the
पाक का
circles to see
करम
what the first
गुजरी है
circle is
रोजे
gonna
फाल्कन
be like.
आईएससी
And
जो
right
बात है
now,
काशी
from what
ब्रो
I'm able to
अस्सलाम
tell,
वालेकुम ब्रो
it is
कैसे हो
gonna
वेलकम टू
be
द
a
स्ट्रीम
solid
जानी
E
टाइसनेट
circle, so we'll have to wait and see if they're gonna be third
जीरो
party.
तो
You can see
बाद
Tyson
आया
already
क्यों तो
getting
तंग
closer.
कर
He
रहा है
knows that he
ऐसे
was able to get 1 point
जान
yesterday.
के
We were
पंगे ले
mentioning
रहा है उसके साथ
Sute, he's gonna be looking for that extra point because look how close he's getting.
यार
So
जीरो ब्रो आप
rejects,
हीरो अपना नाम
Royals
रख लो
of War,
उसका नाम
you
फलक
better
की बच्ची
watch
थी
out.
पहले अच्छा
I'm
फलक की
surprised
बच्ची थी
neither
पहले
team decided on a fallback plan because
Yeah.
this is there's not much
Fallak ki
loot here,
bachchi.
to be honest. And not only that, they got third party yesterday. So
बॉयज
they're
कौन
fighting over
एक्साइटेड है
scrap loot.
पीएमएसएस सीएसए के
This
लिए
confusion
रह गए बस ये आज
in-
का
in
दिन
the
है
grand
कल का
scheme
दिन
of
है
things is
19
pretty
से
decent,
स्टार्ट
bro,
हो रहा है
because
जीएक्सआर
it's center
देन फिर
and
शुरू हो
controls
रहे
the
हैं
intersection between
पीएमएसएल
the
नॉर्थ
different
अमेरिका
islands.
देन शुरू हो रहा है
However,
पीएमएसएल
you're
सीएसए
dropping
फिर
here
तो
with another
मोजे
team
मोजे और
with the
साथ में
threat of
उससे
being
पहले
third
पीएमएसएल
party,
सीएसए
not
से
able
पहले
to close fights
रूथलेस
out
का
too
इवेंट
quickly
क्लैश ऑफ जायंट
based on the
सीजन 4
RNG
ओए
of
होए
loot.
होए क्या चार साल
Really
बैंस की
surprised
तो मैंने
to
उनसे
see
परमिशन
both
ली है
teams dropping,
मैं आपको मैसेज
especially
भी दिखा
Rejects.
देता
They
हूँ
had a
रूथलेस
great
वालों से
finish
रुको
yesterday
जरा
and it shot them up to 5th place.
That's the
मैंने
big
उनसे
one
पूछा
for
भाई
me
साहब
because
मुझे
Reject
बाच
did end
पार्टी
up with
करने
that
दो
chicken
बाच
dinner at the
पार्टी
end of the day, 9
तो नहीं
eliminations
करने
for
दी
this team, so maybe they're still feeling hot. Maybe they're like, you know what, it is Sandhawk. We're gonna just
कहते हैं
take our
भाई हम
chances.
बाच
If we're able
पार्टी
to
नहीं
beat
करके
Royals
दे
of War, it
ओ
is gonna be
नहीं
4
देने
points
सकते
going
रुको
our
जरा
way. And the
मैं
crazy
आपको
part
ना
right now is that
वो
they
चेक
do
भी
have the
करवा
upper
देता
hand,
हूँ
but you
चेक
can see
भी
a bit of
करवा
a
देता हूँ
stalemate
क्या आप
here,
लोग
and
भाई
we're getting the
इंडिया
same
की और
scenario
वो है
of what we
बैंस
saw
की तुम
yesterday
मानते ही नहीं है
between Nova
मानते ही नहीं है
and
यार
this is insane to me. D plus Kia, we have seen them being able to hot drop teams. IHC, I believe it was in
उनसे
Miramar
मैं
yesterday,
एटलीस्ट
and we
3
saw
दफ़ा
this
मैं
hot drop
ट्राई
as
कर
well, as we
चुका
were
हूँ
alluding to at the
कि
start of
वो
the
मुझे
game.
ना परमिशन
It
दे
is crazy that that team that needs the points decided not to
ए
back
कहाँ
off and
गया
instead just fully commit, and then it starts
ये
building
देखो
up
भाई
questions
अगर
for me as we get
रुको
later
जरा
into the day.
ये
Does
कहाँ
that
गया
mean we might
हाँ
end up
ये
seeing D plus
देखो
Kia again hot drop in the
रुको जरा
later
थोड़ा
stages?
फोकस
That'd
होने
be
दो
wild.
मैंने सीधा सीधा बोला भाई मुझे वाच पार्टी करने दो मैं
lost
कंटेंट
all of their
क्रिएटर हूँ
hot drop
कंटेंट
fights. They got
क्रिएटर हूँ
absolutely
मैं आपके
decimated
सोशल्स
against
को
Nova,
प्रमोट
right?
करेगा ये देख
Nova
सकते रूथलेस
just
का उसने
eliminating
बोला है
all four without a single
रुको
casualty.
उसने क्या
And
बोला है हाँ
once again, history repeats itself.
सॉरी बडी हम
Airboy
आपके
finds
इवेंट्स
the
के
opening
अपने
again
इवेंट्स की वाच
in that
पार्टी
fight
अलाउ नहीं
in
करते ऐसे
Python.
कुछ बोला उसने
We saw
यार
that
हम
pair
कहाँ
was
जाएं
able to
यार
yes,
हो
and
रहा
you
हम
can't
क्या
give
करें यार
that
ऑफिशियल
man
में
a
स्ट्रीम
single
भी आते हैं
pixel
ऐसे
because
थल
he was
पार्टी
able to
इवेंट्स
find
उठाने
them,
पड़ते
and
हैं
then he was able to
गाइब गायब हो जा, ग्रीन स्क्रीन गायब हो जा यार, ये बड़ा रोल है गायब हो गई ना ग्रीन स्क्रीन, भाई जादू है ये हमारे कैमरे का, जादू है यार ये। जब भी मैं वो कोई चीज़ उसके कैमरे के आगे रखूँ ना, वो उसके ना कलर्स कैप्चर करना शुरू हो जाता है। इसका नाम फलक की बची थी पहले हसीबो ओके हसीब भाई, सैड क्यों यार, नोवा का कमबैक देखना बस इंशाल्लाह। क्या लटाइसम भाई वीरू, मैं ठीक ठाक टोक्यो ब्रो, आप कैसे हो? चस्सा ही चस्सा, कोड वाला भी, हाँ कोड वाला भी है भाई, जलती है आवाम अगर अपना बंदा प्रोग्रेस करे तो आप उन्हें स्ट्रोक, आप उनके स्ट्रोक गिरवा दो। यार जो बात है यार, स्ट्रोक कैसे गिरवाऊं उनकी, मैच की नहीं यार इतना तो होना चाहिए, क्या हो इतने पैसे कहाँ लेके जाने हैं उन्होंने। और ये क्या कर रहा है, और ये कैसे उसने फिनिश किया, उसका स्कोप नीचे जमीन पे लग रहा था, जमीन के अंदर से बुलेट्स गई हैं। भाई स्ट्रीम की साउंड आ रही है ना आप लोगों को, मुझे एक दो बार कंफर्म कर देना, क्योंकि ये पहले ना नवीद भाई कह रहे थे स्ट्रीम की साउंड और ना आपकी साउंड थोड़ा डिफरेंस नहीं आ रहा, तो मुझे बता देना। और लाइक करते जाओ यार, लाइक करते जाओ यार। 20 लाइक्स हुए, 17 बंदे देख रहे हैं। व्हाट हैपेंड बट ऐसे भाई ASAG ट्राईआउट्स को जानते, आई नीड इंस्टा आईडी। ASAG ट्राईआउट्स वो कौन है, नहीं यार मैं देखता हूँ अगर।
This is how Rejects was able to get that elimination, and the knife too. He wanted to get that, to trying to send a bit of a message.
वो है, आपने कहाँ देखा था उससे?
Nothing has been going on between these two teams.
आपने उनको टिकटॉक वगैरह पे कहीं देखा? और ये बस सेटमेंट है। नोवा वेयर इज नोवा भी किल फिलहाल के लिए किसकी ड्रॉ फाइट चल रही है? नोवा का ड्रॉ फाइट हुआ था कि नहीं हुआ था उनके साथ?
The Rejects team is still here, but surely so.
Biblex किया के साथ
stuck here at the bridge, it's probably because there's something else impending them. And they got to be careful.
ये 4 की है कि नहीं? 4 की है, लेकिन मेरा ये I think light की वजह से हो रही है।
And keep in mind, Vampires is still actually Vampires has decided to rotate in, but IHC from the northwest could come in now and third party this instead.
So many teams that could end up third party and fourth party in this. Keep it going. That's what they want to see. As long as you're not able to end up losing any of your teammates. There you go. Colgo's going to be able to confirm that elimination for Royals of War. And meanwhile, Regnum Karya now finding themselves in a
कल खेल रहा था फलक की
spot
स्ट्रीम
here.
पे आइट के साथ। मैं देखूंगा, मैं देख के आपको बताऊंगा। यार वही होगा, क्या नेम है, उजम ने अपना नेम चेंज किया होगा शायद, या कोई और होगा। कल मैच एक रैंडम बंदा नेम चेंज करके आया था PRS वाला टूर्नामेंट में उजम की जगह। हाँ वो मिरामर के मैच के अंदर मैं भी देख रहा था। IQ की स्ट्रीम पे लास्ट मैच में घुस गया, वो स्ट्रीम में आ गया। ओ भाई साहब यार वो मेरा वाला मैम जब भी याद है, नंबर 3 पता नहीं कौन था, उसे कह रहे थे नंबर 3 लोकेशन दो। क्रिप्टो क्रिप्टो ने जब वो रैंडमली गलती से फायर हो गया था, क्रिप्टो को नॉक फिनिश पड़ गया था। यार जो गालियों के लिए केच रहे नहीं देना, अगर हो भी तो वो कल I8 के शुरू में खेल रहा था रैंडम। यार ये गालियों के लिए कह रहे नहीं देना, अरे गालियों के लिए कह रहे हैं नहीं देना, अगर हो भी तो कल आए। अच्छा गालियों के लिए कह रहे हैं, ओके ओए बात ओए, कोई फाइट नहीं ले रहा, सब होल्ड पे हैं, सीरियस हैं सब। जो बात है साद भाई, सब कह रहे हैं साद भाई की ना, वो साद भाई की बताई हुई बातों पर अमल दरामद किया जा रहा है, लेकिन इधर रिजेक्ट स्पोर्ट नहीं RCB ओए थर्ड पार्टी होगी, RCB भी अभी आगे, ROW भी है, इधर दूसरी भी है। नोवा वर्सेस डीप्लेक्स की अभी भी नहीं हो रही कोई फाइनल। अच्छा उनके पास कैसे पता, उनको उसको कैसे पता चला? अयान अफजाल क्या, किसको कैसे पता? जब नहीं था। ओके भाई I8 नहीं थी, I8 नहीं खेल रही यार, I8 के वीजा नहीं लगे जिसकी वजह से वो PMGO नहीं जा सके, उनकी स्लॉट कैंसिल। नहीं GCW की स्किन वाले एडमिन का यार था। आजकल लौंडेबाजी का ट्रेंड चल रहा है ना, तो एडमिन ने प्यारे बच्चे देख कर आने दिया से। यार जीरो बाद आया यार। मैंने ना स्कोच स्पोर्ट के ना ऑफिशियल इंस्टाग्राम पे ना वो मैंने रील एडिट की है। मैं ना आपको रील का वो दे रहा हूँ लिंक, जाके उनके कमेंट्स पे ना आपने लिखे है ना टाइसन ओपी, ठीक है ना, जाओ यार, मैंने बड़ी मुश्किल से वो रील एडिट की है, टाइसन ओपी लिखे है ना आपने। ये अभी जाना तकरीबन 5-6 कमेंट्स कर रहा हूँ, ज्यादा ना से, बस टाइसन ओपी कमेंट लग करके आने। 23 बंदे देख रहे हैं, जल्दी लाइक करो। ये ना मैंने रील एडिट की, लाइक मैं रील्स एडिट भी करता हूँ ना, पार्ट टाइम जॉब है मेरी। पार्ट टाइम जॉब तो नहीं है, लाइक कोई क्लाइंट मिल जाए तो फिर कर देना। यार जाओ यार, ये मैंने आप लोगों को दिया ना, स्पैम ना करके ना, एक आधा ही मैसेज चाहे लिखकर। अच्छा नहीं वो नहीं, अच्छा नहीं वो नहीं, तो वो फलक की स्ट्रीम पे था, IQ की स्ट्रीम पे। अच्छा IQ की स्ट्रीम नहीं मैंने देखी प्रॉपर्ली, मैं देखने वाला रिपीट देखने पता नहीं ये वैम्पायर PMW का सुनकर क्या खाने लगते हैं, फिर तबाही खेलते हैं। जो बात है नहीं जीरो ओनली गेमिंग वालों ने वो स्ट्रीम प्राइवेट कर दी, मैंने इंस्टा पर उनकी तारीफ भी की थी थोड़ी बहुत। ओनली गेमिंग वालों ने वो स्ट्रीम प्राइवेट कर दी और कौन सी स्ट्रीम उन्होंने प्राइवेट की है ओनली गेमिंग वालों ने जो मैंने मैच एडिट किया था अपडेट यार जाना यार बस 5-6 बंदे कमेंट करके आओ उनकी रील के नीचे कि टाइसन होगी ताकि अगला जो करे ना प्रोजेक्ट वो भी मुझे दें समझा करो ना पैसा नहीं कमाना फिर आपके भाई ने यूट्यूब वाले मुझे लाइव स्ट्रीम का 45 रुपए देते हैं 45 रुपए उसमें से भैंस के 10 से 12 मेरी वो होती हैं कॉपीराइट आ जाता है भैंस की तुम अभी तक कोई नहीं गया यार पार्किंग गन पावर कल की बहुत की से लो लगी हाँ कल थोड़ा सा ना डर के टाइप के रहते हैं चले यार छोड़ो ना क्या छोड़ो अपना देना होगा काम दे देंगे कोई मसला नहीं हम अपना मैच जाओ नाइस एंड एक नॉक और 2 नॉक रात वाली अच्छी रात
Now we do have Zebra Masters in the 1v2 situation.
Yeah, 2-3 no.
And by Kelsey being able to clutch up those 2 knocks right there, it's going to allow Hamsi to push up. And not only that, CO is going to be able to push up as well. It's not looking good here for Zebra Masters. And they're going to end up getting eliminated. Something that looks so good for Zebra Masters on their push. Kelsey just absolutely stop it, and it gives some more life to S2G. Even though it's only going to end up being 2 players. And just to keep everybody up to date with what's going on in the earlier fights, Reject did end up finding that last player from Royal.
यार फाल्कन कल बहुत डर के खेली थी मुझे खुद बड़ा हुआ लाइक आउट ऑफ जोन ऊपर से फाइट यार वो गेम प्ले नहीं था लाइक मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम कल ये क्या नाम फाल्कन का कुछ ना कुछ स्किल्स होते हैं कोई ना कोई फाइट में आई होती है पैसिवनेस बूस्ट थी कल बाकी होप फॉर द बेस्ट आज करती क्या फाल्कन अस्सलाम वालेकुम यार द ऑफिशियल्स ब्रो वालेकुम अस्सलाम ब्रो वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम जानी कैसे हो
navigate back west.
रमजान कैसा गुजरा आपका?
नोवा
का एक डेड हो गया ड्रीम
ड्रीम
फाल्कन चिकन जो बात है यार अल्लाह करे यार फाल्कन की एक चिकन की मारा है इसके तुम टॉप 3 में आगे बैठ जाओ
D+ is looking for those last players there from Nova Esports. I'm pretty sure they saw on the elimination feed one player getting eliminated as you were mentioning there earlier. And this split is just not looking good for Nova.
लेकिन कल ना पॉइंट डिवाइड हुए हैं लाइक किसी एक ने वो नहीं ले
eliminations.
Point अगर ऐसा लेके तो ISC की भी 51 points.
We didn't really see much of them. We didn't really see the Nova that we're used to seeing, and I'm hoping we'll be able to see it here at some point. But some team that is trying to make a stop to that.
अच्छा DK ने kill नहीं उठाया Nova
here.
I think किसी और ने
going to be making that push. I don't think they knew that D+ was going to be here.
आ गया ISC का.
They're going to get one of the
ओ भाई साहब ISC कर क्या रही है?
Recover from this. I don't think they're going to be able to. They're going to end up losing that.
ओ ये इतना गुस्सा D+ किया पे.
From D+
तुमको बंद रहा था यहाँ पे पुश करने का ISC डेमो भी नॉक रहा है
wow IHC definitely a little bit of a mishap right there. They assumed D+, other team in Python would have left and taken the hilltop, but they haven't. They are still here. And now IHC, well,
अपनी आवाज
said it multiple times yesterday.
अयाना जाल क्या क्या मुझे समझ नहीं लगी जैसे हमको मेरी हाई पार्किंग कितना स्प्लिट है मैं देखन मैं चैनल स्ट्रीम पे देखकर आया पार्किंग
still up
यार ना बताओ ना
IHC can pull off that magic they did yesterday with just their 2 members.
It would definitely be a tough one, and D+ needs to be careful too because that player.
Yeah, maybe
is still alive. That's what I was worried about right there. Long skirt being able to spot one player from D+. Yeah, he's gonna get the knock. He's not gonna be able to get the finish. But if there was a
कहाँ डिफरेंस है भैंस को तो एक किल का डिफरेंस है बस.
So many times. Not having their
7 सेकंड 3 सेकंड
we're still able to
कौन सी देखनी भाई इंग्लिश देखनी है चाइनीज देखनी जल्दी बोलो
but now at this point you need to be careful. You're going to possibly end up getting third party as we saw some of the Vampire Esports players there towards the north of them.
Wow, look at this zone shift.
एक सेकंड का डिफरेंस है ज्यादा 5-6 सेकंड मैच में फाल्कन कितना तगड़ा स्प्लिट लेके बैठी है यार ISC ने खच्चे मारी है यार
on an area where it can be from so many angles. D plus catches another player. And it's actually, that's not
Vampire के साथ prank हो गया कौन कह रहा था Vampire को मुझे और 1v3 क्लच हो गया यार 1v3 यार
gets one, gets two, does not get the third one, almost does.
मजाक कर रहा नहीं देखो यार बात आसिफ यार ऐसे ना कर यार इंग्लिश ओके फलक की बच्ची सारी चांस खत्म कर दी नहीं हुई भाई नहीं हुई जोड़ हो रहा कोई चिकन चुकन नहीं हुआ मैं अभी देखी है भैंस की तो इतना डिफरेंस नहीं है गलत बात है ना वो वी स्ट्रीम जो वीच ऐप है ना उनकी चाइनीज की जो ऐप है उसके अंदर थोड़ा सा होगा लेकिन जो चाइनीज की जो अभी स्ट्रीम देख के आ रहा हूँ उसके अंदर नहीं यार इतना कमाल का था यार पहले वालों के पास पैसा ही पैसा है यार पहले वाले अपने एक एक टीम की लदा स्ट्रीम करते हैं सोचो हर एक प्लेयर की डिफरेंट स्ट्रीम्स हो रही होती हैं लाइक अगर यहाँ आई8 ये पूरी स्ट्रीम हो रही है देन आई8 के प्लेयर्स की स्ट्रीम हो रही है देन आई8 के पीओवी की स्ट्रीम हो रही हो ये सीन हो दैट विल वर्सेस हाई फाइव्स यार सुपर चैट डिजी पैसा ऑन स्क्रीन क्यों नहीं करते आप लोग ये किस लिए मेरा नाइट बॉल थकता रहता है भैया आप लोगों के लिए आईएससी ने रिजेक्ट का एक डाला रिजेक्ट ने गोल्डलेस का एक डाला बहुत जल्दी लाइक करो यार 32 बंदे देख रहे हैं 29 लाइक्स हुए हैं क्या कर रहे हैं मॉडरेटर्स मेरे लाइक क्यों नहीं करवा रहे यही आईएससी
IHC finally get it taken out and reject, keeping true to their confidence-boosting ritual from yesterday. They're shooting every root box after every team wipe, and it is working out for them. Rejects with 7 elim points.
यार फिर SMK का comeback आ रहा है यार मैंने सुना.
And they're in a good spot in the zone. This Rejects team has been doing better and better match by match.
I'm loving the attitude that Reject is showing right now. You were able to call that out yesterday, how they were shooting those boxes maybe to keep that momentum going, keep the energy up. But you know what? Let's switch up.
Falcon third party करे एज जोन की एज के अंदर क्या कर रही है? वो नाइस वन कितना गंदा हका था वो वाले पैसा है ही नहीं भाई सुपर चैट कहाँ से करें? संभल जा जरा जीरो कोई बात नहीं जीरो मसला ही कोई जीरो ने अभी 85 रुपए मुझे सेंड किए थे अभी मेरे पास पड़े हुए हैं SMK 1 मैंने लाइव है डीप्लेक्स के और नोवा लेगी डीप्लेक्स को लेगी नोवा लास्ट प्लेयर भाई दैट विल अच्छी नोवा लो नोवा का ऑर्डर नो हो गया पैरा बॉय क्लच कर अपनी कुछ आए ना इस वन पैरा बॉय ओए हाई फाई इसने उनको कवर दिया अच्छा वो रैप हो जाएगा वो रैप हो जाएगा ओए फिनिश बैंस के तो उन्होंने उनका भी प्लेयर मार दिया नोवा A7 से भी फाइट ले रही किस से फाइट ले रही है नोवा यार फाल्कन क्यों इतनी खामोशी से बैठी है खामोशी के साथ उन्होंने एक बंदा अपना लुका लिया यार एक तो ईद आ गई मेरा यार नहीं आया
for Nova Esports I think it was the split that kind of forced them to stay in those two buildings for a little bit too long.
What happened to do bro
rotate towards the top of that mountain and gatekeep him, and that's exactly what's happening here with Deathwolf. Deathwolf is going to be able to spot him again, and he's going to be able to spot Paraboy. Can hit those shots. He is going to be able to knock him. There's still one more player alive there for Nova Esports. Nova Esports not starting the day like they wanted to. Meanwhile, Deathwolves with now 3 players, seeing if they can spoil
the start of the day
for Nova Esports even more by eliminating them, but they need to focus on themselves as well. They might not want to overextend on this. As you were mentioning, there's just so many teams here, and that Molotov is going to force Longster to back off that. Are they going to be able to find that angle? They are going to be able. Deathwolves with the elimination of Nova Esports there so far. Absolute madness. Now we switch over to Nextria and Next2G.
This is on the east side of the zone. Falcons was holding this with a 3-1 split, so they lost one player to S2G, who just crashed straight in with the vehicles. S2G now trying to mount a defense against 4
Nextria versus S2G.
Nextria looking good, frozen up close with that DBS. Same with Hamzi though. We saw how
मैंने वीडियो अपलोड किया किसी ने नहीं देखी जो मैंने आज वीडियो
अपलोड
किया
replicate what Kelsey did. No, they cannot. Frozen will find the opening. S2G just down to the 1.
यार फाल्कन कुछ कर जा जालिम के बच्चे कुछ कर जा हम तेरे इंतजार में बैठे हुए हैं मैं आज के तुम जिसको भी सपोर्ट करो ना वो छंकना कुछ करता ही नहीं ओ नाइस वन ओ दोनों ओ बहुत shit जाते ब्राजीलियन बच्चियां खुश हो रही नोवा के मरने पे जीरो तो बच्चियां देख रहा है यार मुझे तो बच्चियां शो नहीं होती मुझे मेरी साइड पे जहाँ पे कैमरा आता है ना वहाँ पे मेरी चैट है आपकी इसकी सीन की चैट है वहाँ पे मैं आपको ना इसके बाद खाता मैं स्क्रीनशॉट ले लिया फाल्कन ने फिर एक नॉक करवा लिया फाल्कन पहला किल मिल गया शुक्र है वैम्पायर वर्सेस फाल्कन आईसी किधर आईसी चौथे में लेके हूँ मैं आईसी को आरसीडी के लेफ्ट राइट इतना बिला बंदा पाकिस्तान में जीरो ब्रो कौन सी कंट्री में रहते हो लेफ्ट राइट इतना बंदा बिला बंदा पाकिस्तान
Rejects. I mean, Rejects is still going in hot from yesterday. We were doubting why they would want to drop well the momentum.
यार फाल्कन टॉप बैंस की तुम क्या गुस्सा आ रहा मुझे आवाज आ रही थी उनकी सीधी मेरे दिल पे लगी अल्लाह माफ
pushing on them, but Alpha 7 needs to be careful because they do have two teams nearby.
6-22 हो
One of the
गए
players is currently knocked as Kane from
oh nice
he's going to be making the push up. He's going to get knocked as well. But now Alpha 7 Carrillo barely alive.
Nice.
Mafioso hit those shots. Mafioso is able to hit those shots.
भाई ये 7 रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रही यार फाल्कन कितनी वो हुई है पैसिव टीम प्लेसमेंट पे यार रिलाई कर रही है सेंटर ऑफ द सर्कल थी यार वो सेंटर ऑफ सर्कल के बावजूद उन्होंने 2 प्लेयर लूज कर वो पारी किल किसी ने उठाया जब वैम्पायर भी उधर ही है
Probably the next team on the chopping block as they are the furthest away from the zone and they have to go.
Umpire Thailand की है ना I think.
I think they could go in from the north side because the Falcons
कितने likes में boys अभी
about
तक?
every other angle to really gatekeep them.
33 likes में 34 बंदे देख रहे हैं 33 कैसे likes हो गए 36 लाख का 35 लाख का थी हमारी इन्वेस्टमेंट थी 36 लाख का घाटा कैसे हो गया आईसी निर्जेट कुछ करो
It works out well for them. They are able to take care of their wolves, and now they can focus a little bit more towards the other teams, towards Falcons.
अफ्तारी का टाइम देख ले भाई हाँ हाँ
that I'm seeing here
बस एक आधा मिनट रह गया जा रहा हूँ नीचे जा रहा हूँ बॉयज मेरे आने से पहले वैंस की तुम 60 लाइक्स होने चाहिए
Rejects could still be able to make it within this circle, and right now they're doing exactly what they need to do. Just start inching up little by little, take advantage of
Falcon के पास
by Vampire and Alpha 7 because Reject could end up surprising some of the players.
Falcon ने पिंच हो जाना चारों तरफ से Falcon ने अगर किसी एक बंदे को भी नॉक किया ना डीके को क्या हो गया है डीके अगर कल बुराई कर दिया ना डीके अब पेल रही है यार डीके ना बैंस की तुम ना पिंच बड़ी गंदी हो गई थी वैसे ना उसने वैम्पायर के ऊपर 2 नॉक और तीसरे को फुल लो कर अंडर प्रेशर है फाल्कन शायद यार पता नहीं क्या कर रही है ओए हाय अब होगी फाइट अब होगी थर्ड पार्टी सबने भाई तीनों तरह से फाल्कन को पढ़नी है विटामिन की है वैम्पायर अब जिसने भी उठ के फायर करना ना फाल्कन ने रख रहा जाना देख लेना सबने ऐसे रैंडम फायर जमीन पे मारने वहां फाल्कन हेलो नेट्स वगैरह सारा कुछ फाल्कन भी लाइक यार ऐसी कंडीशन में मैच सबसे आगे क्यों आ जाता है
Go for it. Pull a 6-less. Lay down and start hoping that nobody spots you. As IC is still looking around, you can see Vampire Esports making a little bit of noise there by throwing that utility.
यार IC तेरे पास नेट है वैंस तुम करवा ना यार.
Everybody just crawling out, getting closer and closer here to Team Falcons, and at some point, somebody's gotta get knocked.
IC गया.
Here we go. Divine
पता ना मुझे यार हेलो ये ने जेट भी गया.
IC from Team Falcons, he's gonna get eliminated. Now it's just one player.
Oh yeah, nice one. यार.
Vampire Esports now gonna get spotted by Carrillo. He's gonna get eliminated.
Oh यार नहीं ना फाल्कन.
He's able to make up that switch. He's gonna switch over to Reject. Reject.
Oh man.
He's gonna be able to clutch this up. Oh my goodness, the switch there for Carrillo, but the last player from Reject is able to spot him.
1v1.
It's a 1v1. Divine versus Nuzi. This is for the chicken dinner. Schweppes able to call out Divine's position, but it doesn't matter. Divine
अगर ये
knows his
umpire का
enemy's
chicken
position.
बनाना umpire ने
DBS
हाथ
in
नहीं
hand.
आना.
It's the DBS 1v1 showdown. He confirms the point. Who's going to get this one? Right swing, left swing, shimmying back and forth, using what cover they can. And he catches him from the outside in the blue. Was not expecting that angle, and Vampire pops off there with that chicken. And you can see how much it meant to the Vampire Esports coming in hot. On the first match of the day,
भाई मैं ना आता
9
हूँ
eliminations.
लाइक कर दो जो जल्दी जल्दी से भाई मैं ना अफ्तारी के बाद आता हूँ ठीक है ना कहूँगा कैमरा हाइट मॉडरेटर जो भी हैं अंदर भाई लाइक करवा देना मेरे आने से 70 के करीब लाइक
clutching it up there for the team. But for Rejects, honestly, that was a well-played game. We saw the fights that they were getting to from early in the match. And for them to continue on the momentum, as we were saying, from that chicken dinner that they got yesterday, that's exactly what you want to see there out of Reject.
What a match right there. And I guess it really did come down to that man advantage. Everyone was getting traded left and right. So with Vampires with the one extra player, he does get it done. Here's that final blow, kill cam, Divine up close with that DBS. And honestly, this is where Japan shines. Close range, DBS fight, the mechanics come into play. But I think Newsy kind of outsmarted him by going out into the blue zone. So taking that angle, that was definitely unexpected right there, played in the favor of Vampire Esports.
You gotta risk it, and that's exactly what he did. I'm glad you called that on. You know what, Maximin, if you are watching, I'm gonna need you to go and back and just review that whole play, because so much madness happening. We went from having 4 teams to a blink of an eye, we only had 2 teams left, and that was quite a surprise for me. I think right now they're trying to figure out who wants to do the interview, who wants to do it, and look at that. I think it's gonna end up being Tony K. Hot Jukes. What do you think of that ending right there? That was ridiculous.
What more could you ask for right there? Some good old Sandhawk Snakes going at it back and forth. It was anyone's game. It really was. It was all about just like, hey, which 2 players decide to fight first? Carrillo stood up real early, got some nice eliminations, but with that comes some risk, right? I mean, you risk spotting yourself out, and that's what happened. I think all these teams should be pretty stoked with their performance in game 1.
They should be. They should be. And for Team Falcons, honestly, they were having such a great position. If they wouldn't have lost those players earlier by getting a little bit too confident and trying to hold down much angle and trying to take on so many fights, I feel like that team should have been able to win. It was theirs to win with the position that they have, but they were just worrying about way too much stuff with everything going on there, Sute.
Yeah, I gotta say, it wasn't really shown on camera, but they were holding that 3-1 split. They had one person at the compounds right down the hill. That was too greedy of a hold, so S2G came straight in with their vehicle rotation with just 2 players, and the Falcons lost a player down to a 3-man, and on top of that hill with 3, they were not able to hold off the multitude of teams and angles. I just want to throw out there, though, if it was IHC, though, with 3 up on that hill, I mean, they might have taken everyone down, but Falcons not able to do it there.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if IHC can maybe start clutching it up with not just 2, with not just the duo. I want to see what they can do with 4.
Talk about this last map. First, I want to ask you, because you had a great game in the prelim stage, now you're having a great game here, and also I want to ask you because you're playing more aggressive now. Do you feel like you were hiding something during the prelim stage?
เขาบอกว่าทำไมเกมนี้เราแบบว่าเหมือนกับเล่นและ aggressive มากขึ้นเนี่ยเรายังมีอะไรซ่อนอยู่อีกไหมก็ยังเหลือเตรียมไว้อีกเยอะครับรอดูได้เลยครับ We have something prepared for today and tomorrow, so let's see what we can do.
Perfect. And also, I want to ask you, how do you feel about the Brazilian crowd so far?
Sorry again.
How do you feel about the Brazilian crowd so far?
รู้สึกไงกับแฟนที่นี่ก็ทำให้พวกผมตื่นแบบว่าเหมือนบ้าขึ้นกว่าเดิมครับเพราะว่าเสียงดังผมจะได้ไม่หลับ So he say like it's make him more aggressive because the loud noise that him encouragement. Yeah.
That's really great. And last, I want to ask you the expectations not only for the next matches that we have today. We have 5 more matches, but also for tomorrow. The expectations for the next matches today. We still have 5 matches this day in our second day of 2024 PMGO Brazil, and tomorrow. What are your expectations for tomorrow as well?
ก็คือคาดหวังไงบ้างในวันนี้แล้วก็วันพรุ่งนี้ วันนี้ก็พยายามจี้ที่1ให้ไม่ห่างแล้วก็วันสุดท้ายก็จะเอาแชมป์ครับ
So we try our best today because the point is not too far, and we will try to become the first place on the last day.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your victory. Thank you so much. And we come back soon with more 2024 PMGO Brazil. See you soon.
Sertani and Tony K looking happy for a bit there, Sute. We thought that team wasn't going to be able to do much. I think it was D plus Kia that ended up surprising them at one point, but they were able to come back from it, and they were able to come back strong and get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, great rotation out of Vampire too, going across the bridge, up on the north side, and then just right into that side of the mountain. And they did lose one player to D+, like you mentioned, but with 3, it was enough because everyone in the war of attrition piling up that hill had less than 3, and that was the magic number they needed.
Talking about magic numbers, we got a chance to see there Hot Jukes, the push by IHC getting a little bit too much. We did end up with just a duo for IHC, but so far, first match, it's not the same as yesterday. IHC cannot clutch it up with just a duo. Hopefully Hot Jukes will be able to see more of actual 4 players alive from IHC and not just a duo.
I mean, we need to. I mean, you said it's not the same as yesterday for IHC, but guess what? It's the same as yesterday when it comes to Vampire because they are undefeated in Sandhawk, right? 2 chicken dinners already to start the day. I mean, what more could you ask for, especially 19 points? These guys, all they got to do is just show up in the rest of the maps, and we could see some shakeups in the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, and I think I know what you're thinking about, and I was thinking about it too. I was like, wait, is this their second chicken dinner? No, this is actually their first chicken dinner.
Oh, that's right.
Yesterday, it was Alpha 7. We're thinking about prelims when they ended up starting to get all those wins in Sandhawk. But hey, they'll be happy. They're going to be like, you know what? We'll mimic what we did in prelims here on the main event. We'll start showing up on day 2, and if for some reason, I mean, Vampire Esports can actually mimic that, that'll be amazing considering how their day 2 during prelims was. But it's a lot harder here. You can see IHC in second place was only able to get just 1 point. By the way, second place, when we're talking about the overall, they only got 1 point here in this last match. As we go over to Stone Sute, 3 eliminations, 685 damage.
Yeah, Stone, such a veteran player. I remember back in the days when I was competing when he was under the team of Mega. So this guy has been around the block. He's got that experience under his belt, and he's only been getting better and better. And of course, winning all that moolah with Vampire Esports in the past couple of years. I mean, that is just some more motivation for them to continue that upward trend. And Vampire, with that huge win, it does put them in contention for that first place where the $100,000 does wait for the victor.
I'm gonna need to talk to Stone's tattoo artist because that tattoo on his arm just looks so sick, man. Absolutely awesome looking. But you know what? I was teasing the overall standings, and guess who's no longer in second place after that match? Alpha 7 still in first place, being able to expand on their lead now within that second place. Reject jumping all the way up 3 places to second place, and on top of that, Vampire Esports jumping up 4 places as well to that 3rd place. Hot Jukes.
I mean, that's what I was trying to say is, you know, like when we saw Vampire, right, get that chicken dinner in Sandhawk during the prelims, they just started a tear, you know? So I think that all these teams that did their research, when they saw that, hey, Vampire wanted chicken dinner, especially with a sick 1v1 at the end, you know these guys are going to start heating up. So even though like Alpha 7, 3 chicken dinners yesterday, I think there's definitely a lot of pressure on their backs. So they can't let off the gas. They have to continue to get some serious points on the board and create a gap so big that nobody can even think about passing it up.
And luckily for Alpha 7, I feel like we got a bit of a question to answer for us, Sute. We're kind of talking about it during the cast too. We were saying how this team needed to start showing us more, not only just on their chicken dinners, but also how they would be able to do when they didn't get the chicken dinners. Well, guess what? In this one, they didn't get a chicken dinner. They got very, very close. But now we're starting to see a little bit some more elimination points and definitely more placement points when they don't get a chicken dinner.
I actually feel like this works in favor of Alpha 7 of not getting the chicken dinner by being delivered the zones, right? Yesterday on Sandhawk, they pretty much had free reign on top of the hill where the zone ended up just a little bit north of that, and it's such an easy win for them. I think today, with the day starting off as more of a challenge for Alpha 7, It gets them ready to fight for the zones, to fight their way in, and it is just looking really great for Alpha 7 because that was our big worry, right? Yesterday's points from them came from the 3 chicken dinners. The placement points and the elim points came from those zones that really just gifted it to them. So now, not gifted the zone, and they're already starting off hot. I think Alpha 7's going to maintain their lead today.
Yeah, I know in the players personally, I know how they end up working in regards to their mental state. If they don't end up performing well, they're going to be going in with the wrong thoughts tomorrow on the final day, and that's usually what ends up butting them in the butt. So for them to be able to start the day off like that is great. But I want to continue to see that, right? I want to, especially going to Erangel, if we go back to the Erangel that they did end up winning, it was the exact same, I feel like. One of the zones was gifted to them the whole time, and they were just picking and fighting who they wanted to fight with. I kind of want to see what they do if they don't continue to get the zone, Jukes, if they actually have to fight a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, they can definitely do it, especially since they were a team that loved to play edge for so long. You know, that was their whole play style, right? So it's not something they're unfamiliar with. But I think now, you know, we see them playing that more central kind of play style. And they got 3 chicken dinners yesterday. So I hope that, you know, their coach talked to them, said, hey, yeah, I know that we have had that edge play before, but center zone works for us. Let's try to move there a little bit earlier. And if we don't get the zone, heck, if any team can push into it, it's them.
Yeah, I mean, they can frag out. Anybody can frag out. We saw what Carrillo can do. We know what McGrillen's able to do as well. Mafioso, Revo. So that's the good thing, right? With this team, this is why a lot of the other teams tend to find Alpha 7 so scary. Going back to Reject, I kind of want to give more of their flowers too, because not only were they able to take the fight to Regnum Karya, the way Reiji, or I don't remember the player's name from Reject, but the way he was able to get that off angle, Royals of War was able to spot him, but he still committed to it. He kept going, and ultimately it ended up helping them on getting that win over Regnum Karya.
Yeah, Rejects, really, I do want to applaud them. Every single year, they have been just getting noticeably better. The first time they made it to the global stage, I believe they didn't even make it out of the group stages, right? They couldn't even get into the finals. And then the year after that, I think it was like they got into the finals, but they finished definitely second page of the leaderboards. And now we see them in second place. This is the best they have ever done, and I think it's that confidence. And just something to throw out there, like, you know, a little tidbit. When I used to play a little bit of the comps in Japan, I remember their leagues were really strict. Like, there was no BM or toxicity. You actually maybe get a fine, especially since they have their own league. They have an established rule set. So it's actually quite interesting to see, you know, where you could get fined for shooting a box and showing disrespect. Now on the global stage, Japan's like, they're letting it all out. They're not pulling any stops. You die to us, we are shooting your box, and we're continuing that aggression and building that confidence, and it is working out great for Rejects.
At global events, I'm pretty sure they're like, I wish we could stare at those admins from Japan, because look what we're doing now, Jukes. Look what we're doing now.
Just letting all that hatred that's been built up over time, right? Now maybe it's like a purge scenario here in PMGO. And you know what? That's the overall energy of this event. It's crazy there. I mean, you heard Sertanian during the interview. He could hardly even hear the questions because there was so much noise going on over there. So the hype is at an all-time high. I love it for sure. And I'll tell you what, in order to be a team that just like loves hot dropping and to have success, any success doing it, you have to be fearless, right? You have to have that just like, you know what, we're going to push everybody. If we go out in last place, we go out. And I think the fact that they started that and actually had some success is the reason why we see them just that aggression just start and just nonstop from whenever, you know, the time needs it.
Yeah, I mean, if they can continue to hot drop there tomorrow when we go to Sandhawk again, if Royals of War for some reason decides to land on them again, and it's going to be 4 easy points for Reject, I'm sure they're going to keep on taking those points. I'm sure they're going to continue to do it. Teams that definitely need the points, though, Royals of War. Do we expect them tomorrow to hot drop them again?
I don't think so. They're too low down on the leaderboards at this point. They don't have it like the way Rejects does, especially when it comes to like hot drop success. So yeah, I think you just gotta let them go.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Royals of War, if you're for some reason doing the VOD review and you're listening to this part of our segment, don't hot drop them. Okay, just try to do something completely different. We know how that ends up going for you guys now. That's 2 times in a row. Just stop it. Just stop it. Okay.
They speak Spanish, so I'll help them out. No.
Hey. I thought we were gonna get one of your famous translations here. I was like, I was getting ready for it. I was like, let's go, baby. Let's do this. But shout out to Realme 12 Pro Plus. Elevates your photography experience with 120 times super zoom and performance in games.
How to be a portrait master.
Welcome back to the PMGO Brazil 2024 Day 2 of the main event. Boy, we started off hot there in Sandhawk. We started off hot with Vampire Esports getting that chicken dinner, and we saw what they were able to do too on the overall leaderboard. I wonder if they're going to want to keep on climbing that up. Even though it's not a PMWI, even though it's not an invitational, I'm sure Hot Jukes, Vampire is looking to make it a little bit different here this year. They're looking to send a statement, not just a PMWI.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they want to start off. I mean, well, they didn't start off as strong as they wanted. That's for sure, right? But with this chicken dinner here, it's rocket launched them up the leaderboards. The big thing, though, is the prize pool, right? A huge difference between first and second. They got to get it done.
I think they might be able to get it done, boys. I think they might be able to get it done and end up with the top 3. We'll have to wait and see, though. It was just one match. Take it away, though, as we do get started here in Erangel.
Let's get it going here. Match number 2, the first Erangel of the day. I'm Hot Jukes here with Zute. Bro, are you ready for some Erangel action?
Oh, I am ready for all the action that's going to happen today. I mean, when I woke up this morning, the first thing on my mind was like, whew, wonder what we're going to see today in the PUBG Mobile Global Open. Because the action yesterday was just some of the best I've ever seen. And today, with the way that Sandhawk played out, with Rejects rising up, with Vampires rising up, with Alpha 7 still maintaining their foothold as like the top team in the lobby, it can only go up from here.
You are completely right. It's only going to get more crazy here as time goes on. Vampire dropping out early. They're going to be looting that, or split looting that Stalber area up north, so they'll have a good spot in there. Let's see where this first circle goes, right? Are we gonna get a crazy military circle? Nope. Good old tried and true. But it looks like we do have some things starting to heat up over here in Yasnaya. This is Hi-Fi's versus S2G. We saw this drop before.
Yeah, yesterday it was a really far distance plane path, so when they did both drop here, they both ended up a little more split, but the plane flying right overhead, I think Hi-Fi's got to do what they really want to do, which is drop right on top of S2G and take the fight straight to them. S2G really struggling here. One of the players already down and another down to 1 HP. Definitely probably doesn't have any first aids either, as they only just started looting.
Yeah, both these teams struggling big time on the leaderboards. S2G all the way down in 10th place. We got Hi-Fi's down in 14th place. You can see S2G's got that he's got that DBS. It's the first knock. Looking to get another. Trying to play it as safe as possible. 3 people right now in this hallway from S2G. Using all the util they got. Gonna get that nice thirst onto Snowix. That's huge. And now S2G, yeah, slowly picking apart Hi-Fi's bit by bit. Ooh, second knock's big.
Oh, into the back. Hi-Fi's definitely getting cut down here. They had the man advantage, but they ran into the shotgun. I think close range or off a hot drop. Hold up that. He's jumping back and forth, and there we go. Finally gets it done. SCG only loses 1 player, and in a hot drop scenario, I think the thing you want the most, it's not armor, it's not meds, it's not even util. I think it's the DBS. I think. True. Yeah, if you hot drop and you land and find the DBS, you tell your teams like, I got the DBS, and Frozen. Looks like he's gonna be unfrozen as he is being burnt alive right now. Next to Rio, one of their players getting caught.
He's melting. Oh, poor Frozen. Yeah, you know what? You know what the crazy part about that hot drop is? It's so unnecessary. You know, Yasnaya is so big. Such a big place to loot. I mean, you can literally land on either side of the street, loot up, and then just go their own separate ways. But nah, they just started to land at the same apartment buildings. S2G take them out. I think that, you know, especially where Hi-Fi's are out on the leaderboards, they're going to have to mix things up completely.
Yeah, I think from the way it looked like it was definitely Hi-Fi's initiating the hot drop, since all 4 landed in the same building, and S2G had to kind of reconvene, regroup, which is why they lost that player early. But S2G definitely rebounded right there and won the fight instead, only losing 1 for 4 points. So, like, hot drops, yeah, neither team, or not neither team, one team might not want to hot drop, but if you don't want a hot drop, it doesn't change the fact that you're going to be in a hot drop if another team, like Hi-Fi's, is still going to drop on you. So good job from S2G to recover that, though.
Yeah, I mean, you got to just deal with the, you know, you got to be able to adapt. And in that situation, S2G, even if they didn't want to, They had to be able to make something happen, and they did a great job. I mean, to be able to get 4 eliminations and
it was a 3v4.
Yeah, 3v4 was huge. You know, they only lost 1 player, but they're gonna definitely need a big game here because S2G has 36 total points. And remember, I mean, top 3 is where the money's at. So they definitely need a good game here to finish off strong. That first knock was crucial, but a good bounce back from S2G.
Yeah, the DBSs, or all the shotguns, you can see in that elimination feed as we're rushing this replay back, it was pretty much all shotguns right there up until the very end. So that's one team already out. Hi-Fi's eliminated, sitting in 14th place. We have Smoke Gaming here doing a rotation, and this position right here is actually pretty much dead center of the zone. This circle, if it does keep centering up, is going to allow for a lot of nice action, as you do see those dips right there. Call them the OP dips. So many teams play them. We've seen so many battles unfolding in this particular area, and it never disappoints.
Never does. And, you know, this is a really good place to hold, too, because, you know, no matter where the zone goes, you're going to have a pretty clear path out of there. Because in order to approach this building, you have to just straight up drive up and crash it. So that's why you see these players from Smoke Gaming just like looking around every single angle, just trying to avoid a crazy push. And Smoke Gaming, great team to be able to qualify here. This is their, you know, big shot to be able to compete against these big teams. And I think they're definitely learning something. I mean, they only have 14 points so far, but, you know, they have pretty much everything to gain, you know, as a new team coming in. And regardless of where they end up with the leaderboards, they're going to have a great experience here.
Oh, yeah. The global stage is just something that you have to go through and get beat down once or twice before you can, you know, start to rise up and really, you know, get the hang of things, and a lot of learning curves to be had. Like, speaking of learning curves, look at Reject. This is, I think, maybe their 4th time at the global stage. Actually, maybe even more, you know. And finally, you know, it is starting to work out for them. But, you know, it's not over yet. We're only 2 games, well, not even 2, just only 1 game finished into day number 2. Any of these teams could still realistically shoot up and take that top 3 position.
And you know what? It's so crazy. I love seeing teams that the more events they play at this level, the better and better they get. And Reject are doing a great job right now, sitting in 2nd place, 56 total points. The thing that it's on everyone's mind, though, is Alpha 7, right? I mean, 84 points on the board. That's a 28-point difference, folks. That's a big gap already. So Alpha 7 definitely not wanting to let up the gas, because not only is there a big gap in the leaderboards between 1st and 2nd, there's a huge gap in prize pool. $50,000 difference between 1st and 2nd place. So, you know, Alpha 7 doesn't want to give up even a dime of that, considering that they're in their hometown. But yeah, you know what? There's one big factor, Zute, and we've kind of mentioned this a little bit before. We haven't mentioned it yet. Is, you know, when you are such a top team that has dominated for so long, there becomes that presence that you have, right? If you're a team like Alpha 7, if you're a Vampire, you know, Nova, whenever you have such success in tournaments, all of a sudden, anytime you push that team and you realize it's them, sometimes you'll have players hesitate. They'll be like, oh, you know, it's Alpha 7, or oh, it's this. And that little hesitation, man, those teams take advantage of it and take you out so quickly. And I think Reject, especially a team that just hot drops constantly, have proven that they've kind of gotten over that, you know? Those nerves start to leave. And I think they're a lot more comfortable here in the PMGO.
Yeah, I do remember watching them before. If they got into a hot drop, if they don't find the opening within the first minute, you usually see them to, you know, back off. And especially when a third party comes in, they always almost back off. And that's for a lot of teams, not just Rejects at this stage. But Rejects instead, they have that confidence. They see a third party coming in, they're just like, more points for us to make right here. Yeah, and they just go head into 2 different teams, but they play it smart. So Rejects definitely showing a lot of experience, and they decided, you know, how they want to take certain situations, and they're going to take it straight on. New zone did shift out. We are pulling back west right onto Potato Hill. Potato Hill is now the new center of zone, so we won't see that nice area around Shelter with all those different divots come into play. But this area of the map could still make for some pretty entertaining situations.
Oh yeah, we could even maybe get a school finish. That'd be pretty fun to watch, no? We haven't seen one of those in a hot minute. Oh yeah, so let's see where these teams are gonna decide to go. Right now, outside of the circle, Royals of War are gonna be coming in through the Pachinki side there on the southwestern area. S2G are still up in Yasnaya, so they're going to be barely creeping up on the edge. But Team Falcons, look at that, hanging around in a shack, very, very close to Boom. Let's see who's going to be able to get that nade off. Oh, and yeah, that's the hard part about a shack is if you're in there, there's only one place you're going to go. I'm surprised they're even getting off of this now.
Yeah, I think with too many teams rotating by, look at the minimap, multitudes of colors coming in here as Boom will come back and finish off the other two Falcons player. Man, Falcons really struggling out here. They're just down to that solo player at the shack. And look, it's Rejects coming in here. They want some of the action. Definitely a team that's not scared to take on any type of fights. And they actually knock one player from Boom. Pmpl goes down. Sara still close range here. And they got to be a little bit wary here, because this is like center zone, so you have a lot of teams moving in and out here looking to see if they get third party, looking to see what positions are open. And I think teams are starting to finally settle down and disengage now.
And that is going to be it for Team Falcons right there. That nade just doing them in, not having a lot of success here at the start of the day. And yeah, you can just see Top. You saw him just kind of like, you know, just put his hands over his head and just say, oh, that's a tough one right there.
Getting some nice shots through the tree leaves right there. Boom has readjusted to a different position. Really good job out of Boom. That was a really sticky situation. You saw how many teams are moving in and out, and with those sight lines, they can get third party from distance very easily. So Boom finds a nice secondary position right here at this little divot. Nade comes in, does some damage, but it's fine. Flyboy driving in circles here, just trying to get as much info as possible. They don't want to stay too still right there, or else, yeah, those nades might just come in. And I think they spotted a new location to go to, as the new circle came up, actually. It goes up north, so that is why they're going to rotate right here.
Yeah, they're going to rotate this blue here. It's not a terrible location. It's kind of difficult to leave from because it's really weak from apartment side. So they can definitely get pinched. We'll just see how that ends up playing out. They're already down to 3, so we'll see like where that finishes. Meanwhile, Nova started to get into it. That's going to be against Nextria, so they get a couple, at least one elimination under their belts. And they're going to be holding this beautiful, beautiful little hill ridge right here below school. I know this is a spot you really like, Zoo.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, anytime this type of zone happens, this is my preferred position right here. You are in the open, but you have this nice ridge line. Not just one, you got 2 different ridge lines to work with. So you can take a lot of shots everywhere. You still have school as a backup, and you can monitor school too. You can see which school apartment building is unoccupied, because if the zone keeps closing in on school, you don't want to be, you know, the first team in there and stuck in there. And you also have a way of leaving this position too. So Nova, this is a team that I see, you know, frequent this spot quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a really good location. Like I said, even if the zone shifts, you have a great way to be able to get out of there. A lot of coverage with that tree line. The only place it's weak from is right in the opposite direction of Dream, that little shack right behind it. If a team rolls up there, it's going to be an all-out war. But you know Nova is not scared of a fight, that's for sure. So you can see teams trying to find their little stay location in Zone 3. But, oh, Smoke getting run over by Death Wolves. Man, that's not gonna feel too good.
Death Wolves out here getting more points. Death Wolves really turned it up today too, so far with their performance. Sandhawk did pretty decent for them, so it looks like they're going to keep that aggression up. Smoke Gaming just caught out on the east side, trying to make their way in. Smoke Gaming down to 3, looking to do whatever they can to get the points really before they get eliminated out here. Majority of the teams are all in the zone besides Smoke Gaming.
It's just Smoke that still hasn't made
second I mean, this is the first time competing.
Second
They are one of the qualifying
Falcon
teams.
Dead Bands ki tum kar kya rahi hai Falcon
I mean, they did do great during the prelims, but this is a whole nother monster here. So there's a whole thing, right? Sometimes you gotta pay to learn. And they're definitely learning a big lesson here. And I'll tell you what, I mean, we've seen plenty of times a team goes to a global event like this, and then when they come home to their region, they're like the best by far, you know? And we just see them just level up little by little. Well, they're gonna have to level up right now, because now look who's got their eyes set on them.
जोटे का नाम
It's
है
none other
ट्रॉफी
than Alpha 7.
नई ट्रॉफी पसंद आ गई है
Alpha
शायद
7
जोटे
is
को लाइव
here
देखते
for
हो
the
अच्छा
points here for the fight. New circle
भाई
pops
छोड़
up
दिया
though.
अच्छा अच्छा
Could Alpha 7 disengage here? I
अगर
think
सारे
Alpha 7 already knows what they
गिरफ्तार
want to do with this new zone, so they're going to take their time, maybe pick up a couple points. But the circle
चैट
goes
वाले
down
कहाँ मर
south.
गए जी
School
हाँ
could still be a
ये
potential
अच्छा
ending,
यार
but
ये
see, this
टीम
is the exact
से
situation.
ये मनीब
Don't want to
कौन
find
है
yourself
मनीब
in.
भाई
You
अच्छा
lock
ये
yourself
आई
in
एम बैक
school,
ओके
and
गो
the zone
बैक
shifts away.
मनीब
Nova,
भाई पाकिस्तान
meanwhile,
टीम
still
नहीं है
has
कैसा
all
फील हो
their
रहा है यार बहुत
options
बुरा
open.
फील हो रहा है
T+ still
ये मनीब
at
को
that
यार
point
मनीब
five
टाइसन है
now,
और
find
कौन है
themselves a nice
साद आसम में
central
कदर नेम
location
साद
in this
और
circle shift.
यूस काका
Yeah, I
करके
can see why
बुलाता हूँ
IHC
आपको
took
भी
school because
टाइसन
schools,
आए हैं
if the
टाइसन
zone
है
goes there and you are the team holding
ओके
it, it's
ओके
like you
ओके
win.
अरे टाइसन भाई
Pretty
काका
much.
है अच्छा
You know,
ठीक
but
है
if it
दादू
doesn't,
पास
yeah, it's
यार
gonna
ऊपर
be
लाइक मैं
pretty
रूम ऊपर
interesting
आना
to
तो
see
मैं
how
नीचे
IHC
नीचे था
takes this on.
अस्सलाम
They
वालेकुम
still have
टाइसन
their
भाई
whole squad.
अजमार
They're gonna
वालेकुम
probably have to
अस्सलाम
try
ब्रो
to
कैसे हो
sneak
बग्गी से मार
through
गई बूम
apartments, because at
फाल्कन्स
this
को
point, everything
देखते
has been
देखते देखते
taken.
कैसे मार गई हैं
And
यार
usually a lot of teams in a zone shift like this will try to go and wrap and try to hit the hard shift side. The problem is that the hard shift side is Potato Hill, so you know that's already taken. It's going to be interesting to see how Alpha 7 tries to creep into this next zone.
Potato Hill is being taken already by the reject team, and Royals of War could potentially find themselves in a fight right here. Both teams are on the edge of zone, so they might just share this, not exactly have to fight over that top position just yet. Rejects monitoring their west side, and they have Regiosa on the east, just maintaining info. And Alpha 7, yeah, they haven't stopped looking for fights, chasing them down, driving over here as Boom will.
And yeah, that's the hard part. Southwestern area. S2G are still up in Yasnaya, so they're going to be barely creeping up on the edge. But Team Falcons, look at that.
फाल्कन बहन के क्या शैक के अंदर लुक के बैठी हैं बहन बाहर निकलना
Let's see who's going to be able to get that nade.
अजीब फजूल हरकतें हैं
Yeah, that's the hard part about a shack.
हेलो
If you're in there, there's only one place you're going to go. I'm surprised they're even getting off of this now.
और अगेन मोली में और बगीचे नो
Too many teams rotating by. Look at the minimap. Multitudes of colors coming in here.
क्या यार
Couple smokes. I was gonna say maybe they can go back for the revive of Regioso. I love this play out of the reject team. Regioso so far away from his team, but they realize the opportunity that they have. He's branching out and looking for these long distances. They're going to Regioso. Picks up
रियल
the
नेम
team, padding
मोहम्मद
the point
मुनीब
even more right
अजीम
now. The 1v1 still going on between Rebels and
यार
Alpha.
क्या यार ये फाल्कन खेल गए थे
Onto Guiza with that nade, but he just wasn't able to find the range of
इनको
it.
खेलना ही नहीं आता पता नहीं क्या कर
Get
रहे
knocked
हैं
to return, and just like that, things are not looking too good for Alpha 7. But they have a great lead, so they can afford to, you know, maybe a rough game or two. But we don't want to see them have to stress out on the final day. Meanwhile, IHC gonna have to do the same thing as Alpha 7 do, right? Just push it from the edge and make their way in as another southern shift happens. This zone is hard locked south, and here comes Rogue right there with the
Brazilian teams Alpha 7 के सामने जाकर इतनी
इजीली मर जाती है तो कोई गर्मी नहीं लगती है I mean they're playing as a 3-man because we haven't seen them in the late game just yet with 4, but it looks like 3 is all they need. Rejects though, with newfound confidence, with newfound strength as a 4-man team, this might be too challenging for even the likes of IHC.
I'll tell you what, out of all the teams I've seen so far, a on-fire rejects could be extremely dangerous. That knock is going to be huge to help buy them some time, but they're not. I think they're getting shot from Nova down south as well. IHC, yeah, just trying to get in this next circle. Good on Nova to try to apply pressure here because they know that all these teams are very, very much under pressure with the zone coming on in. Godless going
look
in.
at this.
Oh, almost gets trying to get that run over. Jumps out the D. It tries to pull out that DBS, but Duello just too fast.
Yeah, Duello really heads up right there. I like that push, honestly, by IHC too. They know they're down to 3-man, and with so much pressure down south by Nova, that knock that they got earlier, that was their only potential chance of getting a good position in the zone. So he had to just go for it. It might have looked bad, right, pushing in by yourself, but it was a timing thing. He couldn't wait for his teammates. If he waited, it's back to a 3v4. So he took a risk. It didn't pay off, however, and Rejects will continue to hold the top position on Potato Hill with 4. Meanwhile, Nova close by, still with 4 players in a good spot too.
I really like that. Having that 2 pushed up, 2 in the back, but they were in a perfect position. They were throwing smokes on the right side so they could just stand out in the open. And then, I mean, even if they were covering him perfectly. So even if IHC was, you know, starting to apply pressure to those two teammates up there, they were going to get shot from behind so quickly. So a great job. Meanwhile, IHC is stuck in the blue zone, and they had to get out of there real quick because this blue zone is starting to chunk. IHC did sneak on in and trying to circumvent Nova, but Nova's pushing on up. Here we go. Who's going to win this one? Dream with the DBS trying to hold it down, but man, these reject squad are starting to get heated. Oh, actually, it's Regnum Karya. I saw RC. I thought it was reject. Nope, it's Regnum Karya on the push.
Yeah, Regnum Karya catching Nova right here. Nova down to 1. Long skirt gets a revive on 1, and that's about it. Zone closing in at the same time. Paraboy went down earlier trying to hold the inner side of the zone, but IHC catches him by surprise. And just like that, Nova was a 4-man team in a great position, but I think they tried to do a little bit too much, and Regnum Karya just really hindered what they wanted to achieve here. Now Nova down to 2-man, forced to go in to the zone. And we have the Zebra Masters here on the northeastern side still with 4, taking a fight with the likes of Vampire Esports.
Here they go. Zebra Masters have that high ground. If they're able to throw that util perfectly, Vampire's going to be in big trouble. Here comes Schweppes trying to push on up, apply some pressure with that M4, trying to buy some time for his teammates. And he's going to have to do it quickly because there's only 47 seconds left on the clock. Tony K trying to get this res off. Next zone does go on up, and oh my goodness, Reject are going to have to come down from Potato Hill.
Yeah, I think Rejects with 4 players though should have a decent chance at getting more points into this match. D+ sitting at the God Complex now. The zone really favoring them every circle so far. Vampire down to 2.
Zebra Master chicken
they just have to snake in for the rest of the match. Zebra Masters with 4 though can make a lot of noise and look for more and more points.
Yeah, it's Zebra Masters time to stand up and really just, I mean, not get passive at all. They got to get hyper aggressive here with their position, especially considering that they're only in 15th place right now. I'm surprised they even let up off of Nova at all. I thought that they were going to be able to get that push and finish them off. But, oh, you can see Order trying to just find a location dead center. As Nobu from D+ Kia, I thought he had an angle there, decides to give it up.
Yeah, this is where D+ needs to get somewhat aggressive. You know, if one of their players gets knocked, another team might full send them, and I'm mainly just looking at rejects, but with D+ that far down the leaderboards and with 4 players up, they need to look for some points now, because if they just sit at this compound, all the fighting is going to go 360 around them, and they have a great chance to third party a lot of things if they step out.
Yeah, let's see what ends up happening. Regnum Karya, going down there. Zebra Masters, they had to start getting aggressive, trying to be able to get that spray down that just little grass line. Oh, he does see someone pop up. Does he get the knock? Tony K, I can't tell.
Jukes.
It looks good. Yep, that's going to be enough. What happened?
Take a look at the elim numbers on the right-hand side from all of the teams. One number is not like the other numbers.
As soon as I looked over to the right, my literally jaw dropped. Are you kidding me? Reject with 11 eliminations and their entire squad up. Alpha 7, you better be careful because this Japanese team is coming in hot today.
And if they get the chicken, they could tie up, or maybe,
no
I don't
way.
know, like, I mean, it's a lot, but we'll
That's
see. Rejects with 4 players, 11, and running hot right now. Let's see what this team could do. The only team they have to really worry about is D+. It depends on the next zone, too. If the zone pulls up towards the south side, giving Rejects the circle, they could just sit pretty. And look at that. Even now, they're still finding knocks. They're still finding openings. This Rejects team is not the Rejects of the past couple of years. This is a completely new and transformed team.
Oh my goodness. Not to mention that they do have that hill advantage as well. And the zone has already shifted south so many times. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it continue going that direction. Yeah. So let's see what ends up happening is Yo gonna try to have to do it in the blue zone, and he does get that knock, but he's gonna run in. He does, hits that lay down real quick. He can't eat any more blue at all. And he's not gonna get the chance to as next Ruya shut him down.
Yeah, next Ruya with a nice little game sense play right there, spraying through the grass. and catches the last player. He's going to be able to get that revive too. And look at this, the zone does pull towards Rejects.
Wow.
Now, with the circle like this, I mean, this is only stage 6. We still have more circles to go. D+ is in a very vulnerable position now. D+ have to leave this compound, and even if they don't leave, Rejects can fire in on this from all different types of angles, and it's going to be so hard for the team of D+ to push out of it, even if they get a knock onto Rejects. Rejects needs to make sure, though, they don't get third party from their south or their eastern side.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, a lot of people would think that, nah, D+ Kia, they have the only cover. They're good. No, I mean, Rejects, you're going to know exactly where they're at. And if Sara up there is able to throw smokes on their windows and doors, they can't see anything out, right? Yeah. And then Rejects is going to be
कौन कह रहा था रिजेक्ट को क्यों इनवाइट देते हैं?
Yeah, good.
कौन कह रहा था कल की स्ट्रीम पे?
But that's going to be really the main team
कल
that
कौन कह रहा था
have to
मुझे?
get through. Oh,
कि रिजेक्ट को जो हर इवेंट में भी इनवाइट नहीं करता.
Oh, D+ Kia, good luck with this one.
Yeah, look how many elims D+ Kia has right now. A big old donut. That is just not good.
Let's go, boys, for a 60 likes, यार. जो भी stream देखें, like करो ना ज़ार.
Because they're not able to utilize their numbers whatsoever. They're getting pressured in hard. Rejects, one of their players does fall down to the likes of Zebra Master, but Zebra Masters is more focused on D+ Kia's position. Hopefully, Rejects can get that revive safely.
Zebra Master
come back again. Totally fine with this. So like, yeah, y'all battle it out. If you actually decide to go in that building, we'll come third party you. So Zebra Master needs to be careful here. Yeah, now they're starting to set their eyes on the big threat outside. Because yeah, D+
Zebra Master पागल ही ओपन में बैन से तो प्ले करी उनको पता D+ Kia सामने रहने वाली है.
But Zebra Master are very vulnerable from this position. One knock, Duello has that nade.
Look
if he hits it, it'll be huge.
Oh, nice one.
They're raining a whole entire red zone. I saw one player had
nice
6 nades in their hand, and they're throwing everything. They're throwing the kitchen sink, and Duello, with all that pressure, feels the need to rise up to push him back, and Duello does go down. A revive will come through. One of the players gets carried back, but Duello, I don't think will be able to be saved. Zebra Master fighting way more than they could chew, though. Yeah, they're pushing D+ and Rejects.
Zebra Master मर गई है.
Duello might be able to get revived here, and Zebra Masters are actually out.
Zebra Master bit off more than they could chew, focusing on too many teams at once. They had to hard commit on one or the other, or
यार भाई यार ना किसी का नाम लिया करो
hold the
यार.
hill, focus behind
अब
them.
जैसे
Didn't worry
किसी
about
टीम
the
का नाम
team.
लेते उसके लग
Yeah,
ये देखो एनालाइज को देखो दैट
critical,
उसके
and now
ऊपर नहीं
Reject
Yeah.
gonna just be able to get up there. Wolf takes down the Death Wolves. Only 3 teams remaining.
Reject on top, babies.
Rejects back up to 4. Duello somehow getting revived right there.
12.
Next Ruya with 2. D+
12 10
with
चलो 22 और 5 27
It's not a big shift,
चलो
but
25
that
25
may be the
24 लगा
biggest
लो.
shift you've ever seen.
24 पॉइंट लगा लो अभी को
I mean,
कितने
this is
पॉइंट
just south. The zone just keeps going in this direction, and this is the final zone, guys. This is the last place it's gonna go. This zone will go into nothing in a very, very short few moments. So you can see K trying to get a nade on this Wolf, doesn't get it done. Wolf gonna try to be able to get one knock here. He needs to time this nade. Honestly, there's no reason he should throw it right now. Yeah, he should hold on to all his util till at least there's like, 5 seconds left, or when the zone starts closing.
Look at Regioso, just working on his aim right now.
No, or no, maybe he was clearing his back.
He shot
seriously
3 trees with a DBS at that range. I
hey,
think
you never know. You never know, baby. Right? You gotta make sure that hey, if someone's behind these trees, I need to be sure. You know?
No. Here's the thing. I think they have Sara with a nice knock right there.
Why would you be?
D+ shouldn't even look at Rejects. They should just focus on the team behind them. Yeah, it's just D+ just really not playing correctly whatsoever. I just have to throw it up to that. Z-Wolf getting close with that nade now, and he does find Nobu. D+ down to 2. Can D+ get anything done right now? They only have 1 elimination to their name, and they are getting peppered down. D+ down to the 1 player. Next Ruya looking to get at least the 2nd place now.
Oh, Team Reject is licking their lips right now. Oh, Wolf with this spot though could be dangerous. For sure. He's gonna have to do it all by himself though. If he gets knocked, it's all over. Gotta hit the shot. Any other team that Reject's gonna win, it's up to him.
That's it.
Oh, never mind. Here comes Blue.
No more long range. Only the DBS. they never finish off the last player of D+, so I think that is a mistake out of the side of Z-Wolf right there. Rejects just sitting pretty now. One of them gets naded, but I think Rejects are still fine. Wait, Rejects only has 2? I thought they still had 4. Next Ryu could do this.
Okay, getting taken out. It almost looked like they were kind of working as a squad because they knew what the best thought was, but now it's just Kane. Last one up, Reiji, looking to have a monster performance here. One more elimination. That'll be 15 and a chicken dinner. That nade looks good. Oh, just a little bit too far. Gun switch. It's all over, baby. It is Team Reject with the monster chicken dinner.
कौन कह रहा था रिजेक्ट के बारे
में? I didn't even see how many elims they had after that.
कौन कह रहा था? बंदा लाओ मेरे सामने वो.
The biggest I've seen so far for this tournament. 15 eliminations in the grand finals, and Rejects are just starting to heat up. Earlier, we saw them shoot the trees, right? So I think that's another part of their rituals, right? First, you shoot the loot boxes, and then to display even more confidence, take the time to do some, aim training. With that DBS in hand, do some quick flicks on the 3 trees, like if these guys aren't going to come out and let me shoot them, I'm going to target practice elsewhere. That's their thought process right there.
Using PMGO to practice? Are you kidding me? Oh, 7! Hey, Alpha 7 and Reject had a 28-point gap before this game.
Definitely got close. It's definitely got it close. By the way, Reject, man, I'm so glad you guys highlighted this when it was happening during the match. The 2-2 splits, the splits that this team was able to actually have towards the south of the circle. Yes, they did end up getting blessed by the zone, but the way they were able to control that whole south is ultimately what ended up winning that match for them. We saw them being able to third party Alpha 7 with Death Wolves. Not only that, they also win in third party a different fight, which was between ISC and Royals of War. They were consistent. They were making sure that they were proactive. And ultimately, that's what ended up getting the win right there. By the way, Zebra Masters, I felt like they got a little bit too crazy without what they were thinking. They have players from D+ Kia knocked in the building, and then on top of that, they were taking the fight with Rejects, which they were able to knock some players. They switched their whole focus towards the Reject players, and they ended up backfiring because Zebra Masters could have definitely made a big surprise there if they would have just stick to one team only.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna give them a pass though. I'll actually give Zebra Master a pass because it is their and this is the reason why I say that, right? Is because this is their first time playing here. I guarantee you in their region and the tournaments that they played, that works, right? It's okay to do because you're so good that you could take on 2 squads at once. But when you're against the best teams in the world, it doesn't work, right? So the reason why I'll give them a pass this time is because I'll say that, hey, you know what? It's a lesson that they needed to learn. But this is the last time I give it. I mean, they have to just realize, hey, we can't do splits like this anymore. We have to take on one team at a time.
For a team that was in 15th place with only 16 points, they ain't getting no pass from me, Sute.
I mean, I think I share a lot of empathy for the team. Because I've been there as a competitive player. You're in like the final circle. You have so many different options, and you just make a huge play. The game-winning play for Death Wolves was to take out Rejects, right? But that was the play that was going to be the hardest. But when they hit those nades, all of a sudden, I'm pretty sure the IGL, a couple members on the team, switched gears. They saw the path to winning the match, not just taking out D+, going in the building, and then losing ultimately to Rejects. They saw a chance to sweep out the side and take everything, and in the heat and the adrenaline kicks in, the energy's up there. There's only like 5 teams left. You could probably win this with a lot of eliminations. All of that happening all at once for a inexperienced team like the Death Wolves. This is their first time at the LAN stage. I could see that happening 9 times out of 10, and it's just going to take more and more experience for them to navigate those types of situations. So I also give them the pass. I think they had the right idea. They just don't have the experience yet to kind of really, pull it off or know how to play it fully correctly from front to back.
Yeah, I definitely see where you guys are coming from. Hear me out. I'm not an ex-pro player, okay? I've never been in those situations. I only get a chance to see it from a different, completely perspective, and from my end. If Zebra Masters would have just focused a little bit more there on what we would have been able to see, imagine. But you know what? Let's go and interview with Reject.
back here with the winner chicken dinner in the hands of Reject Team. And I have here with me Sarah. Congratulations on this last victory. And I would like to know, how did you guys manage so well the late stages of the game, because it was really hard.
क्या लगता है CSC टाइम बेटर होगा पे? हाँ हाँ बहुत बेटर होगा.
The last safe zone.
बहुत बेहतर होगा.
Actually, it was good zone. We got a good circle all the time from the set. That's why we could make it chicken dinner, and we stay calm as well. Yeah, that's why.
Awesome. And you know what? Brazilian fans don't seem to like you guys' victory. How did you guys handle the pressure here?
No, I don't have any pressures here. Like the drums from the fans, like screaming, the whistles from the Brazilian fans makes us more power from actor. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. And what can we expect from you guys in the next match?
Maybe we are top 2 now, so we're gonna be a top 1 next match.
Okay, we will see how this game will reflect in the next match. And you guys, stay tuned, because we will come back with more action really soon. Oh.
He was left hanging. He wanted to say something more. He wanted to say, admins in Japan, we're going to continue to shoot boxes, baby. We're going to continue to go for that first place, because right now they're looking so good, man. Talk about how we were mentioning Alpha 7 yesterday being able to get 3 chicken dinners. With that win right there for Reject, that's another team now, Hot Jukes, with 3 chicken dinners.
Man, I'm so glad that we get to see the player cams and the audience cam. I mean, because obviously it's all Alpha 7 inside the audience, and I want to see their faces right now, and I also want to see their hands, because I can imagine that, you know what, the nails that they have got to be all bitten off right now.
Gone. Absolutely gone. I can't wait to see what the leaderboard is going to be looking like, Sute, because as Hotjux was mentioned earlier, Alpha 7 went into that last match with that 28-point gap from first to second place. And you know what, we're going to be getting to the match rankings, so we can do the math real quick. With Reject being able to get 25 points there, I'm not sure how many points Alpha 7 ended up winning, but the gap, it's pretty much going to be gone.
Can't believe it.
25 points for Rejects in one match. That is crazy, Hot Jukes.
It's unreal. It really is unreal. I mean, I thought that gap was going to hold all day long, and in just one match, poof, goodbye. I mean, anytime we've seen a 25-point game or a 20-point game, the leaderboard goes nuts. We see teams jump like 9 positions. So, oh man, I mean, Alpha 7 cannot let off the gas even a little bit today.
And this was the biggest worry all along. This is why I was personally starting to nitpick a little bit on Alpha 7 yesterday with their performances. Even though it was such a high, there was bound to be a teammate that was going to end up challenging. And look at this, Regioso. I mean, 8 eliminations, 1,000 damage. And so far, this player has just showcased so much great stuff today. Not only just from this MVP performance, but earlier, Sute, I mean, I was talking about this player when we went to Sandhawk. He was the one that was able to get those off angles early on in the fights.
Reggie just really confident right now, and you can tell just how well he's playing. He's the team's designated, like, you know, off angler too. Earlier when they had the Potato Hill, it was Regioso way off to the side by himself, looking to get some more points, and they got some points onto Alpha 7 actually, if you can recall, where he sniped down that one player and left Alpha 7 in a 1v1, which ultimately led to Alpha 7 only ending the match with 3 points.
And that's kind of the proactiveness we were talking about, right? With Rejects, what they were able to do there, just being so proactive. And look at this gap. 28-point gone. It's going to just come down to 6 points. Next, Ruya moves up 4 spots as well. But Alpha 7 is going to start feeling that pressure now.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, boy. I remember yesterday, 7, at the end of the day, you started to criticize Alpha 7 a little bit. And I remember I said, you know, 7, the only reason why you're saying this is because of what happened in PMGC. Because I remember you were like, hey, you know, Alpha 7, yeah, you got 3 chicken dinners, but that was almost all of your placement points, you know?
Yep.
And now, I mean, I think anybody watching could be like, you know what, 7 was right, because look, I mean, they got caught just like that.
And that's the thing, like the highs were very high, but besides that, if they weren't getting those chicken dinners, they weren't really obviously getting those placement points.
Look at them.
The whistles are gone. I was hearing drums earlier. I'm not seeing any drums now. You can see the energy definitely switching. And I mean, ultimately, this kind of stuff, not only does it end up affecting the fans right there that are from Alpha 7, the players are also going to start feeling it. And I was talking about this early on in the day too, because Alpha 7, knowing the players, being able to talk to them, being able to hang out with them, as we're going to be going here on the second match of Erangel of day 2, that's going to start affecting them. It could end up getting into their head. It could end up making themselves doubt even more on certain situations.
Oh boy, well, let's see what's going to happen as we get into match number 3. Zute, thank you so much. 7, let's get into it, man, because yeah, I remember when we were in Saudi Arabia, we were busting out the Google Translate. We were talking we're talking to these guys, you know, and it's so interesting to see just their whole mental factor when it goes into a tournament, you know, because they definitely didn't have a performance in that one that they were looking for. They start off strong here, and man, getting caught by, out of all the teams, reject just like that, it's definitely going to be a little bit nerve-wracking for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is with that, just talking in regards still to the previous match for Alpha 7, they had to make a tough rotation too from the circle. They didn't end up getting Zone Blessed, as Reject ultimately did end up getting Zone Blessed. They were doing the rotation, they got caught by Death Wolves, and then for Reject to be able to just kind of peek over their head and make it even harder for Alpha 7, that's like the cherry on top, because at the end of the day, oh my goodness. I was going to mention something, but we got to mention this circle right here, because that is absolutely filthy, Hot Jukes.
I haven't seen a zone like this in a hot minute, man. Oh, we're going to have to see some hardships immediately. The same fight, once again, back to back. Here goes S2G versus Hi-Fi's.
S2G gonna be looking to replicate what happened in the previous match. Hopefully not lose any players and end up eliminating Hi-Fi's. And Hi-Fi's, for a team that we got a chance to see what they did, you know, in the qualifier finals. We also got a chance to hear what they were saying in regards to the interviews, getting the very confident, which is ultimately what you want to see from teams like this, from teams that just haven't been here before, but maybe a little bit too confident, Hodgix, as this team is currently sitting in 15th place with 21 points, and they're continuing to hot drop S2G.
And that's where they're going to stay, to be honest, if they keep on doing this hot drop. Yeah, I think even S2G realizes this is bad. Yeah, S2G smart. Yep. Very, very smart. Even though they had the initial knock, they just know it's not worth it. They're so low on the leaderboards that they need every single point they can get. And yeah, you know, trying to get 4 eliminations is great, but the amount of time you lose looting, the amount of time, the chance you have of losing one player, it's just not worth it.
And currently with the circles, I think they definitely realize that circle. They're like, oh yeah, if we want to even make it inside this circle, we got to start rotating quick. Let's not worry about this fight. Let's loot, let's reset ourselves, and actually start focus about how we're going to be making it into that circle. Hopefully they can get some scouting done, because the thing that we were seeing a lot with this hot drops is teams just wouldn't have time. Yeah, you would end up winning the hot drop, but they wouldn't have time to scout. They would be going in super blind, and that would be the end of the match for them.
I mean, I guarantee you that was their comms. The second they saw that zone, like you mentioned, they just said, you know what, we're not going to fork around here, because we got to get out of here quick. Because with a circle like this, half of the zone is in water. That means that this might as well be circle 3.
That's ridiculous. And you're still going to have all the teams alive, too. Nobody has gotten knocked. All the players are going to be up and running. Hi-Fi's, I want to get a chance to talk about this team a little bit more. I was kind of nitpicking a little bit of what I got a chance to hear from the interviews, because they did sound so confident. This is kind of what I was talking about in regards to this team. That's what you want to see, Hodgix. You want to see a team being confident, but the thing is, you don't want that confidence to end up becoming a little bit too overconfident, because you're going to be disrespecting some of the teams that you might need to start taking serious. And at the moment, I feel like that's what Hi-Fi's is running into. And they could also be running into what Supermaster's running into earlier with what you were saying, that you were giving them a pass, because they just never been here before. This is the first time they're in this kind of situation.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing, is that, you know, I don't really give passes too often, and I only gave him that one specifically because, you know, like, it's so...
Falcon karna kya cha rahi, samajh se bahar
it's so much there's so much chaos going on towards the end.
Yep.
And if you're a team new to this, you may think that what your old strategies, you know, oh, let's do this split. You know, you focus that way, I'll focus this way, will work. And then they face the best teams in the world, and they got to realize and learn quick that, oh, you can't do that. But hold on, we'll get back to that as we talk about Worlds of War. Tonka catching out their IGL order. Man, Nova getting caught bad. That was a nice shot as well.
वो पैरा बॉय भी गया.
A team that's gonna be getting no passes.
वो भी गया.
From us as Royals of War is taking the fight here, and it's gonna be just dream.
कल last है.
Honestly, Nova Esports has been possibly the biggest disappointment for me. I was gonna say Team Falcons, but I feel like Nova Esports, two-time champions of PMGC. Yes, I know this team is a little bit different. Yes, I know Jimmy isn't in this squad anymore. But we were expecting a lot more of this team, and something that I'm starting to notice more and more is that Nova Esports, when we get to those close quarters, they're not like the Nova Esports.
Guys, Clash of Giants season 4 star for 15.
They're not able to actually excel in those close quarter fights.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, right? The close quarter combat has elevated unbelievably in just the past couple of years. Heck, I might as well say past couple of months, you know? So that's definitely going to be tough to navigate through.
मज़ा नहीं आ रहा था जब बोर हो रहा था इंसान थक जाता. पार्क में अपने जलवे दिखाए यार, नींद से उठे हम भी. I8 and X7 are invited. उसमें भाई मैंने वीडियो अपलोड कर दी है, बता दिया सारा कुछ ही ऑलरेडी. फाल्कन वालों को बच्चे मिल गई हैं क्या?
Play that same strategy.
Yeah,
as we see Smoke Gaming, a team that hasn't been able to pull out some of the upsets that I was personally expecting.
Reject फिर खा गया.
Ends up losing one player there, but going back to what you were saying there with Nova, they are
ऐसा ही होता.
A late team, right? A late team.
पता नहीं समझ से बाहर है यार. कुछ एक्शन ही नहीं हो रहा.
It's gonna be our halfway point of day 2. And the crazy part too is that Alpha 7 might not be putting up the consistency that we want to see whenever they don't
Reject versus Smoke Gaming.
But Reject is now starting to put up consistency. Reject is now starting to put up those wins. That Smoke Gaming is able to hit somebody there from
मैं इतना शौकी हो रहे भाई, पिछले मैच का चिकन निकाल लिया.
They're going to be full sending it here. Duelo is going to be able to spot a player there.
ओ हेलो फिट है, मुझे काम चेक किए.
Possibly end up losing more players here if they don't be careful. Smoke Gaming does end up sending the Molotov, and here comes the push from the two last players of Smoke Gaming.
Yeah, that was a little overconfidence there from Reject to be able to push that building in by themselves.
एक overconfidence मार दिया उनको.
With that DBS, gets the quick thirst, and I think Alpha 7 fans are cheering right now because they want to see Reject go out early.
वाड़ गए जी.
And they're gone.
कल और Reject. Strong PMG. वो द्रास है. अरे इफ्तारी के बाद नहीं यार, ये कुछ मजे के मैचेज ही नहीं हो रहे देख के बंदा.
This would be the match right here, or for any of the other teams. I mean, look at the gap between second place and third place. That is a 19-point gap. And they definitely want to close it because come tomorrow, these teams are going to be looking to. Now they're going to have.
आशी को पता नहीं है कौन सी टीम है. जो बात है यार यान भाई.
Situations here in the PMGO Brazil 2024 Main Event, and this is why I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Nova.
बहुत जल्दी से लाइक कर दो यार.
That fight there with Smoke Gaming and Reject. Because Nova Esports, yes, we know what you're capable of. We know that Paraboy can pop off. We know that Order can pop off as well. Sadly, I haven't gotten a chance to see the other two players and how they end up playing, how they can perform. But I mean, they're in Nova Esports for a reason.
यार 67 likes हुए हैं. Why?
I don't think the teams
जल्दी से 70 likes करो.
I don't think they're going to be slowing down, Hodges.
फाल्कन अब पानी से रोटेशन तो नहीं मार के आ रही.
Especially with such a home court advantage. I will say this has probably been one of my favorite events to watch. I wish I was there so bad, Seven, because the crowd in Brazil. Like, you've been doing this a long time, right? I mean, from whenever I first was in a tournament, this is 2018. Have you ever in your life seen such a home court advantage in a tournament like this?
ओए होए पुश कर रहे हैं अल्फा 7 पे. क्या बात है रोयल तो बार, क्या बात है.
When it came to STG, because the crowd was right there, they had drums, they were hyping up their squad. So that's the closest I can think of. But this arena, it's a lot smaller. I feel like the players can definitely fear a lot more. And you know what? As we're talking about the home crowd, Mafioso is going to be taking some shots there. So Royals of War. Royals of War now trying to punish Alpha 7 here, but it's starting to backfire as Rebels able to find some spots. Mafioso, even though he has low HP, going to be taking on some shots there to the last player. Cold Goat from Royals of War. McGrellan still alive. Rebel more than likely is going to end up getting revived here. And the player that they...
अस्सलामुअलैकुम कोको फ्रेम वालेकुम अस्सलाम ब्रो पीएमजी से अच्छा तो आईएड का एक प्लेयर लाइव आ जाए तो मजा यार मजा ही स्मोक गेमिंग भी आ गई ज़ेब्रा मास्टर भी आ गई है एसएमआर अग्री गई है
Alpha 7 going to have to try to get these reses off as soon as possible. Zebra Master's going the other way. They might even be able to get some time here to breathe. But nope, now that time is up. Here comes Zebra Master on the third party.
वो नेड है अभी तो
The thing is that Zebra Masters is also now pushing them, but they need to be careful with Alpha 7 because they also have Smoke Game, and Mafioso is going to be able to connect there with some players from Smoke.
Nice.
From Zebra Masters. Zebra Masters might be able to recover that player, but as I was mentioning earlier, Smoke Game...
उसने रैप पकड़ लिया एसएम के प्लेयर को और एसएम के प्लेयर ने रैप पकड़ लिया घुसो भैंस की दुमो अल्लाह पाक का शुक्र ब्रो आप कैसे हो नाइस वन
Zebra Masters is so good with those grenades.
Nice one.
Making the push. Rebel's gonna end up getting knocked, and it's just McGrellan, and McGrellan hasn't been. Actually, who is the ones that's still alive? It is gonna be Mafioso. Mafioso ended up backing all the way up. Can he get away from this fight alive? And that's, I think, what he's gonna be wanting to. They need to get this points. 3 points is not gonna be just enough. Yes, they are still in first place. Yes, Reject is dead, but if there was ever a chance, as I mentioned earlier, for Alpha 7 to start creating the gap, would be here. It's gonna be a lot tough though with just one player alive.
Where is Falcon यार अच्छा वो है चलो अच्छी बात हो रिजेक्ट के लिए भी कि A7 के प्लेयर भी मर गए हैं मर जाएंगे लास्ट प्लेयर रह गया इनका
It's not looking good at all. Smoke Gaming definitely hindered the position there of Alpha 7. Zebra Masters, you know what? They might have learned from that mistake that they did earlier.
भैंस की तुम घुसो ना लास्ट प्लेयर सोलो प्लेयर को छोड़ो
And we have more teams coming in as well. This is not looking good for Alpha 7 and Mafioso. He's just trying to
गया खत्म टाइसन जानी एक बात तो बोलो नोवा को नोवा XQF क्यों बोलते थे नोवा को SQF नोवा का पहले नहीं SQF था ना ब्रो एक और टीम आ गई हाँ ऐसा गेमर ड्यू अरीना
that's not going to be too bad, but you know what?
68 likes, yara.
Right, for teams like IHC, Vampire, next Ruya as well, and you know, kind of now that we have a little bit of a lull, I want to go back to what I was talking about Zebra Master. You know how I gave them a pass, right?
SQF पहले टीम थी ना
tournament that you're playing at this high level, first time you're
चाइना की टीम थी SQF
okay?
अच्छा SQF थी PUBG मोबाइल की टीम तो जब वो पीस ऑफ चाइना में गेम ऑफ पीस में कन्वर्ट हुए ना तो देन वो नोवा में चले गए थे ये 2020 की बात है 2020 के अंदर सब चले गए थे नोवा के अंदर और ये टीम ना 2020 के 7वें महीने में डिसबैन हो गई थी जो SQF है ना एक्स क्वेस्ट एफ ये PUBG मोबाइल की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थी लेकिन वो फिनिश आउट हो गई थी क्योंकि वो गेम ऑफ पीस बन गई थी तो जिसकी वजह वो नोवा हो गई थी तीन चार के पास हैं वो नेक्स्ट ईयर कहाँ पे आ गई है इसकी तो S3 पे लाइक कर दो यार
Silas there from Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya, a team that I expect to see a little bit more of too, especially with how they were able to start the day.
ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लहंगा क्या क्या बाकी हो जाती है लाइक माउंटेन ड्यू अरीना यार माउंटेन ड्यू अरीना के पीछे ना एक कहानी है उनके पीछे ये कहानी है लाइक ना आपको पता है इसराइल के प्रोडक्ट्स ना हुई है बैन तो ड्यू माउंटेन ड्यू भी उन्हीं की है तो अगर हो जाता है ना अगर वो करवाते हैं तो आवाम बहुत भड़की हुई है तो इसलिए उन्होंने डिले करवाया हुआ कहते अभी करवाया ना तो सब ने बाइकआउट कर देना टूर्नामेंट का तो इसलिए वो कह रहे हैं थोड़ा मामला ठंडा हो जाए देन जाके करवाएं ये सीन है सर
And if you just can't get the right zones, and if you pick a couple of bad fights, you're gonna be in 8th position just like that. Look at this next circle.
यार फाल्कन आउट ऑफ जोन कैसे है भाई इनका? ये क्या टाइसन, मुझे वो नींद आती है, कोई हल बता क्या करूं? दिन को सोता नहीं मैं, रात पूरी सोता हूं, वो भी जब आखिरी स्ट्रीम होती है तो नींद आती है। क्या कोई हल बता क्या करूं? दिन को सोता नहीं मैं, रात पूरी सोता हूं, वो भी जब आखिरी स्ट्रीम होती है तो। यार ये बस ऐसे ही है, मेरा भी ऐसे ही है फ्रैंक जॉनी। मुझे खुद नहीं यार, मज़ा ही नहीं आ रहा मैचेस। वो सस्पेंस अभी बस A7 की फाइट थोड़ी मज़े दिलचस्पी, थोड़ा सा उठा हूँ मैं भी, नहीं तो मैं भी सो रहा था।
We might finally end up getting the what if IHC has all 4 players alive towards the end.
That'd be amazing. But I will say something, Seven. I think that what you just said is the problem, right?
पता नहीं यार, समझ से बाहर। यार फाल्कन चिकन निकालने ना बैंस, तुम टॉप 3 में आ जाए, टॉप 3-4 में।
Ever an opening, you know, you have to get lucky. You have to hope on a third party. You have to hope that.
कितने मैच रहते हैं ये तीसरा मैच है, इसके बाद ये तीसरा मैच है ना 6। हाँ, इसके बाद 3 मैचेस हो रहते हैं और कल के 6 मैच रहते हैं, टोटल 9 मैच रहते हैं। सुमा कासिम खग्गा, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम जानी। जो स्ट्रीम पर नहीं आ रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करते जाना।
Yeah, like I said, it's all about timing, finding that opening if you do get lucky, and these openings are so slim. When they happen, you cannot hesitate.
Yeah, you definitely cannot hesitate, and I think that was why I was being a little bit tough there on Zebra Masters on the ending of that last match, because it felt like they were hesitating on which one they wanted to focus on.
नोवा चौक का मोमेंटम नहीं मिल रहा यार। ग्लोबल और गेम ऑफ पीस के ना बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंट है, बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंट है। अरे सेवन जैसी कोई टीम नहीं मान जो, फाल्कन को एक गेम चाहिए बस। यार फाल्कन वो गेम बना ही नहीं रही ना, मसला ये है। टाइसन भाई इफ्तारी का सेकंड राउंड लगा लो। नहीं यार, अभी दिल ही नहीं कर रहा कुछ खाने को। मैंने इफ्तारी में भी थोड़ा सा बस समोसा था वो खाए हैं, सैंडविच था, जमीशीरी थी और हाँ बस ये खाए, नगेट्स वगैरह भी नहीं खाए। वो सारा भाई स्टार टॉप पर है ना। जी जाहिद भाई स्टार टॉप पर अब जीरो इतना सच नहीं बोलना ना चलती है भाई। हर टीम का टाइम होता है, नोवा का गया यार। नोवा का वो प्लेयर्स भी नहीं है ना, मैं एकदम जिम्मी की रोटेशन जिम्मी ही करवा सकता था, हर कोई नहीं करवा सकता भाई। नोवा अभी भी फाल्कन को एक मैच चाहिए, नवाजरी को एक मौका। भाई साहब नाइस वन जोल चीता, बहुत प्यारा। ऐसी क्या खेल रही है यार। अस्सलाम वालेकुम टाइसन भाई, बाबा अपी वालेकुम अस्सलाम ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। जानी कैसे हो, रोजे कैसे गुजर रहे हैं आपके? अभी न्यू आए हो तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना यार।
They have one player alive here, and it's going to be against IHC, and IHC is going to be able to reset here. S2G trying to find a way into
यार वाई यार 70 लाइक्स हुए हैं बैंस की। तुम ये मुझे लगता है ये ना लाइक्स अटके हुए हैं, वेट करो।
gonna be able to worry about how they're gonna be rotating in, but they got
नहीं 70 हुए हैं बस।
What happened earlier? Regnum Karya is very close by, and as well as Vampire Esports. This
वाओ सैंडविच नवाज को नहीं, इमरान खान को भाई। इसमें जान है अपने भाई। एक जोक सुना दो। 4 AM की रोटेशन।
These guys in their interviews, you know, they were kind of talking about like, we're not worried about this team and that one, and this is what happens when you're so down on the leaderboards. That frustration's going to come out. But meanwhile, before we can get into that,
वैम्पायर भी रगड़ी गई भैंस की। तुम ISC छोड़ ही नहीं है।
at Vampire Esports, they have all 4 up. Vampire, you better be careful.
That's crazy considering that Vampire
वोट्स कितने हुए हैं? 90 वोट्स हुए 70 लाइक्स हुए, ये तो गलत बात है ना।
And they're going to try to find an opening here within this circle. Meanwhile, all the other teams, Zebra Masters are sitting pretty right now inside the circle. Here comes the shots from Sayol into Vampire Esports. He's not going to be able to connect. He is going to be able to connect.
nice joke Tyson, bas kar.
Confirmed that into elimination, and he's trying to hot jukes.
Oh, he blows up the vehicle, so that just leaves them pretty much out of the open.
nice
See
joke
the smoke
Tyson.
come out immediately.
कौन सा joke है?
We're gonna switch the fight on over to T-Falcons. They're actually gonna get the
शुक्र है, शुक्र खुदाया 4 किस
into the circle.
ISC और A7 दोनों मार रही हैं यार।
Of Quarry, so they're gonna have to creep in little by little. And yeah,
जाहिर भाई ठीक है, अगर ISC PMGO चैंपियन ना बनी ना, मेरे इधर आपने 100 रुपया सेंड करना है, ठीक है ना? तो ये जाहिर को याद रखना अब। तो भी उन्हें पटवारी में स्टाफ है जब बैच नहीं करने का। ओ भैया ISC ने एस्ट्रो जी को भी धो दिया।
Was wide open, but now Nextria, we saw what Nextria was able to do earlier too. Surprise boom, kind of made boom back off.
ISC वैसी एस्ट्रो जी।
This is the fight that I was waiting for. It's gonna be none other than IC versus H2G.
यार नहीं ना, कवर के अंदर रोटेशन करो ना।
He's gonna be able to knock a Hamsi. We saw what he was able to do yesterday.
वो H2G दो गए, लास्ट रह गए हैं। ISC 1v3, चल चल चल मार इसे, नाइस। ओए भैंस की तुम ISC गया ना किल्स। अगर बन गई तो कुछ नहीं आ रहा, फिर ना करना अगर बनेगी तो। शुरू होगी मंगोलिया जाइंट्स, जो बात है। 11 किस।
This is what we're talking about, Seven, right? If they can keep all four up, this team is dangerous.
And not only that, this is why I'm getting a little bit scared there for some of the other teams. Look at this circle as well. The thing is, IHC is not.
उन्होंने RCB पे पुश करना है अब। टाइसन वापस ले ले शर्त। कौन सी शर्त वापस ले लूं? भाई ग्लोबल चैंपियन, जो बात है। फाल्कन एक्शन जिंदाबाद, फाल्कन एक्शन जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद फाल्कन एक्शन। पैसे भाई मेरी शर्त याद है यार, ना कौन सी शर्त यार तेरी? गई।
Making it way too easy there for Nextria, as he was the last player alive from D+ Kia. And D+ Kia, even though they ended up getting that third place in the last match,
73 likes हुए हैं यार।
that's something that Sute was mentioning, just way too passive, and we got a chance to see.
आज वाम बड़ी ठंडी है यार, कोई आ रही नहीं है। कोई फाल्कन को च्यूंटी काट कर गया, काट कर जगा दो, वो जाग गई है। ओ यार
they're going for it. Zebra Masters now starting to third party.
Like you said, they're not carrying who's in front of them, but they gotta watch out who's behind them. Neil Zada just kind of.
ISC एक डेड हो गया, PMSS CS से डेड। कोड कासिम ब्रो अभी नहीं पता ब्रो। 7 अप्रैल को ये फिनिश आउट हो रहा है। देन आपके 19, 20 और 21 को 15 अप्रैल को शायद 15 अप्रैल को आपके रूथलेस का क्लैश ऑफ जायंट सीजन 4, 19, 20, 21 को गेमिंग गैलेक्सी। देन आपके तकरीबन 22, 23, 24 से PMSL CS और PMSL NA। देन आपके 28, 29, 30 से PMSL सेंट्रल एशिया। उसके बाद होगा PMSL CS से। ऑलमोस्ट कह लो कि मई की 12-13 तारीख को स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। Oh nice यार, ओपन में ना जाए, स्मोक कर ले भाई।
But who knows what's happening is they're going to be putting a lot of pressure onto Nextria here. They are at the edge of the circle, so they're still in
PMG ट्रॉफी टाइसन भाई आप भी डिजर्व करते हो, जो बात है।
Because of that crazy zone to start things off here. IHC with 14 having the run of their lives right here, and especially with how many players are still up,
फंस गया नेक्स्ट ईयर फंस गया फलक का बच्चा BTS फैन यार RCB का वाइल्ड कितनी देर से बैठा हुआ है कहाँ छुपा हुआ है फाल्कन चिकन बॉयज फाल्कन चिकन फाल्कन आउट हो जाएगी नहीं आ रहा है ऐसे ना करो यार नेक्स्ट ईयर को चांस ही क्यों दे रहे हैं ऊपर जाने के लिए यार एक्शन स्प्रे क्यों भाग रहा है समझ से बाहर है आए 6 नेड यार एक बंदा ऊपर हाँ एक बंदा ऊपर है मैं भी कहूँ यार ऊपर कोई भी नहीं है ऊपर है ठीक है यार ऊपर रिच तक चले जाओ ना बेसिक 14
what the next circle is gonna do because it's gonna start closing in. They got about a minute and 20 seconds of this circle before the new one pops up.
यार निर्जेद आ गया है ना थोड़ा सा उसमें बेबी का नहीं जीरो नोटी तो हो रहा है
I'm surprised they were able to even move out of that little warehouse right there because I was expecting at least one player to get knocked. They got very close, but luckily for them, it didn't end up happening.
Yeah, I said they definitely got lucky because of this circle, right? The fact that it hard shifted south gives them a lot more time to breathe here. And they were very fortunate that Z-Wolf was able to kind of just go up that hill at all. I'm surprised we didn't see Falcons push them a little bit harder.
Nice nade.
Pressed up and covered this hill. There's nothing next.
Knock.
And now he's gonna find himself still towards the bottom, hoping that his teammates at the top are gonna provide some cover for him if top can just connect with one. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! If he would have timed that perfectly to explode right when it went over his head, easier said than done. That would have been beautiful. That might have been the name for me of the day.
यार निर्जेश सबको आईसी नॉक कर सकता है यार फोनिक्स को फ्रोजन को सॉरी नाइस वन चल अब आईसी नेड करा निर्जेश को कवर दे नाइस दो नॉक लास्ट है तगड़े ये होता है कमबैक बैंस की तुम बताए यार मंगोलिया की टीम कोई आई हुई है सेंट्रल साउथ एशिया से फाकन नो इशू गालियां नहीं देनी चाहिए मैं भी नहीं देता किसी को नाइस वन यार 15 किल मंगोलिया जायंट्स ऑन फायर
but you know what, they're gonna have to get the chicken dinner if they want to match it, and that's gonna be tough because Team Falcons are finally starting to soar here with 9 eliminations and they have all 4 up.
That's the scary part. That is the scary part for me. Team Falcons having their 4 up, they're being aggressive, they're being mathematicians here, just taking their time, you know, trying to solve this puzzle, trying to see where everybody's currently at. I see being forced to back off with the way that the circle ended up working now, and now Zebra Masters just waiting. Honestly, this is what the only thing that you could do for Zebra Masters if you are within that building right there, because not only do you have to worry about Team Falcons, you also have to worry about IHC if you do end up pushing out from the back.
Let's see what ends up happening. Hey, Zebra Master, I know I told you I'd give you a pass on the last game. This is going to be hard. Good luck. I hope you learned your lesson quickly because now you're going to have to try to focus on one squad at a time when you were
मंगोल वैशी हो गया जो बात है अजान हो रही मैं कुछ चुप रह रहा हूं
just trying to make some noise. You can see them trying to focus on their backs as well. Smoke Gaming's definitely at a huge disadvantage, but they could definitely disrupt some of these big teams.
Yeah, Smoke Gaming, a team that hasn't been able to do so well here in this tournament, but they've been able to get some points. There you go, Team Falcons with the 4 that we were talking about. They are going to be able to spot them and eliminate some of them, as Icy with the grenade, just massive nades, but Icy overextends too much, and Zebra Masters find the opening on Team Falcons.
रैप हो जाएगा इससे
IHC is going to be critical, especially at this time. You can see IHC is going to definitely start pushing the action. If IHC is able to rotate all the way to that left side and crest that hill, Team Falcons is done for. So they got to be very, very careful here, because then Team Falcons going to be the one pinched between Zebra Master and IHC.
They're just taking their time for Zebra Masters, using that smoke to their advantage. You can see Action slowing down his gameplay as well. This is what you want to see out of an experienced team like Team Falcons. waiting to see what everybody else is going to be doing. And we are on the final circle, Hajux. Your favorite one, my favorite one, because everybody is going to be forced to fight here at some point. And guess who's going to be starting the fight there? It's going to be none other than Zebra Master somehow. What? Niselda, you got away with that? That was insane. I thought the player from Team Falcons wasn't going to be able to spot him as he jumped out. IHC is going to get spotted by Zebra Masters. Zebra Masters being forced here to take two different fights between two different teams, and it is going to be costly.
Zebra Master not going out without a fight, though. They're putting in work with all that they have. That knock on a rogue was critical. They've knocked both of these teams by themselves here. Meanwhile, Team Falcon
Falcon ने बस hold करना है.
when it comes to the circle, they have the most real estate. Action's trying to sneak his way up with that DBS. It's anyone's game here. Here come out the nades. It's going to be up to Demo to hold a 1v2 situation. Zebra Master
Nice one.
coming on out with a DBS, trying to pre-fire. People are
41 Falcon chicken.
And that is going to be it for IHC. It's only just going to be Neil Sada alive from Zebra Masters, and it's not looking good for him.
Nice kill उठाया. 14 15 kills 25 point Vans की दूम.
They're going to be looking to close this out, and here comes the push as Neil Sada is able to knock one, but it's not good enough as Team Falcons finally
यार हैशटैग Falcon कर दो यार चैट में जल्दी से.
Okay, I was a little bit confused there. We started showing their Zebra Masters. I was like, no. That ain't happening. Look at them, though. Look, this is the thing, though. They know that they need to do a lot better than this. They know that they need to close the gap. But I'm so glad, Hajux, that we finally are getting a response out of Team Falcons.
Boy, I see one of the finest con IGL. Nice one. ओए आईएससी ने इतने केस निकाल लिए तो चिकन के पॉइंट्स उनको मैटर ही नहीं करते. कम बैक तो है. चंगेज खान की रू आ गई है वीसी फॉर करो. बहुत तगड़ा यार, बहुत ही तगड़ा. वही लाइक कर दो यार सबके सब. 80 likes, let's go.
But it was a great game by IHC. The way that they had to push into every circle, all the fights that they took out.
मोटा ऐसी चीकू मिकू भाई साहब मंगोलियन फायर अपनी आवाज तो निकाल. भाई साहब मंगोलियन फायर अपनी आवाज तो निकाले ये. यार ये बहुत ठंडे हैं सारे. कम बैक तो है बैंस की तुम. यार वैसे ना एक बात है, पीएमजीओ में डिले नहीं करवा रहे. देखो ना जल्दी मैच बहुत अच्छी यार, बहुत अच्छी है यार ये बात. ओह हो डिब्लेक्स किया बैंस की दूं. ओए होए उसका आई थिंक उसका पाँव फ्रैक्चर हुआ फिर भी खेल रहा है. नो सेलिब्रेशन सिग्मा बॉय. जो बात है जीरो भाई. अब गेम्स का सीन ऑन है. अब गेम्स का सीन ऑन है. अब मजा आएगा यार. एक्शन फिट टेबल तो रहा. क्या बोल रहा टाइसन? मेरा माइक ऑफ है. मैं कह रहा हूँ लाइक करो यार, और तो मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा. फाइनली फाल्कन का कमबैक आ गया. इंशाल्लाह फाल्कन विल बी चैंपियंस.
Nova Esports, add Paraboy to your highlight. That will definitely get you some views.
Zoo, you saw the match. I saw you do that.
मजा एंड पे आके ना मैच देख लें.
I mean, it was a great game for a lot of these teams.
DK Falcon.
About time they start showing up, and I think this is probably the best time for them to show up. The halfway point, right?
Yep.
Really change the course of the game. Really change your mindset halfway. You still got a lot of games left to go. It's great. And Alpha 7, and also, I mean, you got to throw rejects in there now because they're both like contending for first. Them two both going out early did open up the gateway for a lot of the other teams to catch up. IHC in particular, I know you guys are saying, imagine if they had 4. Well, to be fair, they did have 4. They had 4 into the late game, as late as it has been so far for them. I don't think we've seen them with 4, that late into the game. And that last push was a difficult push where they pushed into Vampires.
Yeah.
And it was Zebra Masters, I think, right over the top of them at the same time. Them only losing one player there to breach that circle, I think that was as good as it could get. Sure, keeping 4 up would have been amazing. It would have been spectacular. But I think that would have had to like rely more on another team messing up rather than playing, you know.
वो 3 बंदों ने मैसेज किया जाके.
I'm with you. I think that's what was so impressive to me, that they were even able to make that crazy push, because we just saw that when we switched over to that fight.
मंगोलिया तो वैसी ही है.
Players just starting to pop out of everywhere, and only one player ended
भाई ग्लोबल चैंपियंस का ही चिकन का नहीं सेलिब्रेट करो जो. आईएससी ने भी अच्छे किया. ऐसा को कल की पोस्ट महंगी पड़ गई.
Right? They did not get any love when it comes to that circle at all. And I agree with you. We just said that because it's a meme at this point. I mean, the fact that they can't keep all 4 up, you know, like you're right. I mean, majority of teams wouldn't have even made it there, right? The fact that they made it with 3, only losing 1 in those fights is insane. So, I mean, IHC, I think they're probably one of the deadliest squads in this lobby if they have all 4 up.
पाकिस्तान के लिए नहीं अच्छी. यार मैसेज ना डिलीट किया करो भैंस कि तुम मैसेज पढ़ने भी नहीं देते.
They were having a lot of success. A team that was able to find a little bit of success again is going to be Zebra Masters. And
अब आईएससी को बेसिक पॉइंट निकालने चाहिए.
Probably going to start switching their mindset in regards to how they're thinking about this tournament. It's not only the possible not even hot dropping, just hunting down some of the top teams, right? Trying to stop their trajectory from reaching the top. But it's also stealing those points that those teams are going to need to close the gap. And I think
भाई आज की रात बरकत मकसूद वाली रात था. उस आसफ फरकन के लिए दुआ करी जा रहे हो. अपने लिए भी बचा के रखो यार. अल्लाह पाक ने कौन सा लिमिटेड दुआएं दी हुई हैं फ्रैंक ब्रो के भाई 5-6 ही मांगो वही कबूल होंगी. वो तो अनलिमिटेड दुआएं हैं ना, जिसके लिए मर्जी मांगो. बल्कि अल्लाह पाक कहते हैं 200 के लिए ज़्यादा मांगो. सो मच आई8 यार. हम भी आई8 को ही देख रहे हैं. PMGO PMPL मंगोलिया.
If I'm really thinking about it, I'm trying to get my IGL brain going, right? If I was a coach, if I was an IGL, what would I be doing if I was in that, let's just call it Nova. Nova's in 11th place or around that.
वो आज की रात बरकत वाली, सिर्फ आज की रात बरकत वाली नहीं है, सारी रातें ही रमज़ान की बरकत वाली है. और ये नहीं है कि भैया आज की रात लैलतुल कदर की रात है. आज की रात 27वीं की रात है कि आज कुरान पाक कंप्लीट होते हैं. ऐसे लैलतुल कदर की रात आखिरी अशरे में किसी भी रात को हो सकती है. ये वह बिद्दत बनी हुई है भाई 27वीं को ही लैलतुल कदर की रात है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, क्योंकि फरमाया जाता है कि लैलतुल कदर की रात जरूरी नहीं. हम कहते हैं भाई ओड जो 21, 23, 25, 27वीं, 29वीं आखिर भाई ये वाली, ये इसमें से कोई एक. ऐसा नहीं है भाई, जो सी मर्जी रात लैलतुल कदर की रात हो सकती है. A7 as always choke करेगा. Nice one. A7 की तरह बुरी वैसे बहुत हुई थी. हाँ, किसी को नहीं पता कुरान पाक नाजिल कब हुआ. ये हकीकत है. ये पता है रमज़ान में नाजिल हुआ. ये नहीं हम कह सकते भाई 27वीं वाले दिन नाजिल हुआ था. भाई टाइसन भाई के लिए दुआ करो, अल्लाह खैर करे. सब लोग ना 27वीं को देख के ना 27वीं को ज़्यादा फजीलत दे के ना बाकी रातों को फजीलत नहीं दे पाते. इस वजह से बिद्दत के तौर पे कह रहा हूँ. समझते हैं बस 27वीं को ही सारा कुछ होना, उससे पहले कुछ नहीं होना. तो ट्राई किया करो रमज़ान की सारी रातों को इबादत वगैरह, तरावियाँ वगैरह सारा कुछ किया. हम यू आर करेक्ट. यार मैसेज रीड ना किया कर यार. आप मैं तुझे पता मुझे चिढ़ चढ़ती है यार कसम. जितना मैं आई8 को मिस कर रहा हूँ, जितना मैं आप लोगों की सोच नहीं होगी. हम यू आर करेक्ट जो बात है.
Yeah, this match ranking, by the way, first place, we're giving props there to Team Falcons. We're giving props to IHC, and I gotta give even more props to IHC because
IHC without chicken 21 points. वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, IHC के बाद इतने किस पॉइंट थे कि वो चिकन ना भी निकालते ना उनके है थे. IC ओके मोटू छोटू गोलू. यार नाइस वन।
That's just ridiculous.
यार तो गालियाँ खाएगा मेरे से, गालियाँ। यार मैं तो टाइम आउट दे देना, मैं तो टाइम आउट दे रहा हूँ यार, रुक जा जरा। पुट यूजर इन टाइम आउट, 10 सेकंड का तुझे टाइम आउट दे देता हूँ मैं। ओहो 10 सेकंड का टाइम आउट दे दिया तुझे मैंने, चल भाग जा, मैसेज रीड ना कर। या अल्लाह टाइसन भाई की सारी इबादत कबूल फरमाए। यार अल्लाह पाक हर किसी की इबादत कबूल फरमाए। यार दुआ करनी है ना मेरे लिए, तो एक ज़रूर दुआ करना कि अल्लाह पाक टाइसन भाई की मुश्किलात आसान फरमाए। हाँ ये दुआ करना। मंगोलियंस के आइडिया सारे वैसी हैं। हाँ जो ये, हाँ ये है भाई, डॉग भी बड़ा वैसी है। जहाँ के बाद भूल मत जाना कि हम सब मुस्लिम हैं, जो बात है, जो बात है। यार 10 सेकंड का दिया, 10 सेकंड के अंदर तो वापस वो तेरा टाइम आउट भी खत्म हो गया, मैं जा रहा हूँ। नहीं भाई, अल्लाह पाक सबको नमाज पढ़ने की तौफीक अता फरमाए। बस यार ये जो अगले 3-4 मंथ्स हैं ना मेरे लिए बहुत ही ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा। कह लो कि बड़ी ईद, अभी से लेके बड़ी ईद तक का जो टाइम है ना, इतना टाइम है, बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है मेरे लिए। डोक आईजी, हाँ हाँ डोक आईजी। यार आप मैसेज डिलीट ना किया करो यार, द ऑफिशियल ब्रो, मुझे समझ लग जाती है आपकी बातों की, मुझे जवाब तो देने दिया को। क्या हाल है टाइसन, सॉरी थोड़ा लेट हो। वालेकुम अस्सलाम स्पार्टन ब्रो, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। जानी कैसे हो? मैं ठीक ठाक, मैं कोई मसला नहीं, कोई मसला नहीं। आई नो, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ आज बहुत सी आवाम मिसिंग है, बहुत सारी आवाम मिसिंग है। हाँ ना, बहुत सारी आवाम। जिसने लाइक नहीं किया लाइक कर दो, लीड तो बढ़ गई। डोक आईजी जी यार द ऑफिशियल ब्रो, डोक आईजी इज आईजीएल। भाई देखो मैंने बात करके इतनी दुआ करवाई आपके लिए, किसी और ने किसी और के लिए की। यार वैसे तुम भाई इस वीडियो में बताया तो है।
I'm with you. I'm with you. And don't forget everybody, the new RP-A6 is available now with price pool worth over 80,000 UC.
बॉयज बताओ वो ब्लेड के पीएमएसएल नॉर्थ अमेरिका की वाच पार्टी करनी है कि करें कि ना करें, जल्दी बताओ मुझे। हाँ जज़ाकल्लाह कोको फ्रैंक ब्रो, थैंक यू सो मच यार। हाई फाइव स्पोर्ट में टॉप 1 के किया था क्वालिफायर में, अब देखो एसएमके भी ऊपर है उससे। यार रुको, मैं ना आप लोगों को वो चीज़ दिखाने लगा था। हाँ रुको ज़रा यार, क्या मैं कुछ दिखाने लगा था यार। हाँ सबसे पहले मैं आपको ना रोड मैप समझा देता हूँ एक एक ना, सबसे जितने अब इस इवेंट में जितना कुछ भी हो रहा है ना, उसका रोड मैप बता देता हूँ। यार इसको कोई देखता है, मैं इसकी रील्स बहुत देखता हूँ ये बंदे की। और ये हमारे पीर साहब हैं, पीर साहब नहीं लाइक, ये हमारे उस्ताद साहब हैं, पीर साहब। अच्छा कहाँ गया है, कहाँ गया, ये है भाई। पहले गेमिंग गैलेक्सी का इवेंट होना है 19, 20 और 21 अप्रैल को, 3 दिन का इवेंट है। ये लाइव होगा गेमिंग गैलेक्सी की ऑफिशियल। मैंने परमिशन ली हुई है, अगर परमिशन मिल जाती तो इंशाल्लाह हम भी वॉच पार्टी करेंगे। देन है रूथलेस का, क्लैश ऑफ जायंट्स सीजन 2, ये हो रहा है 15 अप्रैल को। लाइक ये 15 अप्रैल को शुरू हो जाएगी, ये पहले शुरू हो जाएगा, ठीक है। इसके बाद शुरू होगा PMSL NA, ये होगा 19 अप्रैल को। लाइक इकट्ठे इवेंट है, और ये 28 को ख़त्म हो जाए। लाइक इन दोनों के बाद ये होगा, उसके बाद PMSL CS से स्टार्ट हो जाएगा जब तक ये ख़त्म होना है। भाई करनी है बट ठीक है, सेट करो भाई, कोई आया या ना आया आपको कि गपशे लगा लेंगे। ओके ओके यस प्लीज़ ओके। कोई स्पोर्ट वाली रील देखो जो आपने रेड की। हाँ हाँ मैंने मैंने हाँ मैं 2-3 सब बहुत से लोगों ने मैसेज और कमेंट किया हुआ था। मैं देखा पता नहीं जीरो ने भी मैसेज और कमेंट किया हुआ था। चार कमेंट है इसमें 3 एएस इसके अंदर टेस्ला 777 के ने मैसेज किया हुआ है। टाइसन ओपी आर्डा ऑफिसर ने और जीरो ने किया हुआ है टाइसन ओपी का। नॉर्थ अमेरिका कब है यार? नॉर्थ अमेरिका कब है बताया तो है यार, अभी वही तो उतार रहा था 28 यार। नॉर्थ अमेरिका 19 अप्रैल से स्टार्ट हो रहा है, लेकिन ना इनके जो फेस 1 है ना वो ब्रॉडकास्ट नहीं होंगे यार। मैंने आप लोगों ने वीडियो नहीं देखी है? कौन पूछ रहा है नॉर्थ अमेरिका कब है यार? मैंने वीडियो अपलोड किया है यार, लिटरली बड़ा दुख होता है मुझे भाई। वीडियो अपलोड करता फिर मुझे नीचे कमेंट्स में पूछ रहे थे टाइसन भाई ये कब है ये कब है। देखो 4 घंटे में से 396 आए हैं यार। मैं आपको एक चीज़ दिखाता हूँ, मैं ना आपको एक चीज़ दिखाता हूँ, सबर करो जरा। सेटिंग्स इसे कर लेते हैं पीके यार। आपको ना मैं हकीकत बताऊं, देखो ये देखो ये देखो ये उस दिन हमने जो पीएमजीओ प्रीलिम्स डे 1 की वॉच पार्टी की थी उसके अंदर तकरीबन मुझे मिले हैं 47 रुपीज़ मिले हैं 1000 व्यूज़ पे। लाइक मेरे इस पे ना 1000 व्यूज़ थे टोटल, ठीक है ना। इस पे 1000 व्यूज़ से 47 रुपीज़ मिले हैं, ये देख भी सकते हो इसके ऊपर। ये देखो 1000 कहाँ गई है 1033 व्यूज़ हैं। और जो कल मैंने वॉच पार्टी की ना, ये देखो ये वॉच पार्टी की एनालिटिक्स में आते हैं, ये देख सकते 1.2 के इसके ऊपर भी तकरीबन 45 रुपीज़ बनने हैं, 45 रुपीज़ बनने हैं पाकिस्तान, देख सकते हो। इधर भाई कॉपी राइट्स आए हुए हैं, मैं अब आपको कॉपी राइट्स भी लेके चलता हूँ। देखो इतने ज़्यादा कॉपी राइट्स आए हैं, 1 2 अभी मैंने 5-6 रिमूव किए, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 15 के करीब होंगे। फिर जाके भाई 45 रुपये मिलने हैं अगर ये हटेंगे तो। बहुत यार ना पूछो जो
To pass info along to the rest of the team in those spots, and he's kind of just going in and trying to make the play happen.
पीएमपीएल नहीं हो रहा तो कम्युनिटी डाउन हो गई यार। पीएमपीएल की जगह पीएमएसएल आ गया ना। दिखाओ जो आपने एडिट किया, मैं दिखाता हूँ। मुझे भी लिंक दो रील का, मैं देता हूँ रील देता हूँ, रील का लिंक देता हूँ। वेट को इकट्ठे भी देखते हैं, मैं आपको लिंक भी देता हूँ। इतना भाई बस 50 रुपये के लिए मैं तकरीबन 3-4 घंटे तक खपता रहता हूँ। 50 रुपये ज़्यादा तो मेरी बिजली ज़ाया हो जाती होगी। ओहो ये है कोको फ्रैंक, ये मैंने एडिट किया, लेकिन इसको ओपन कैसे करूँ यार? लाइक दूसरी तरह कैसे करूँ?
लेकिन बिल आखिर हमारे चैंपियंस आफ्टर द लास्ट मैच वो बनते हुए दिखाई दे जाएंगे। अनदर देन टीम 1 for 1।
ये देखो ये सारा कुछ मैंने एडिट किया हुआ है
इस ग्रैंड फिनाले के स्टेज में। और ग्रैंड फिनाले के स्टेज को जैसे ही इन्होंने ज्वाइन किया, सिर्फ एक मैच की देर थी।
जो नीचे नीचे ये चीजें आ रही है ना, ये 141 जेडी का 1v4 था।
तो भाई उसके सामने उनको अंदाजा हो जाना चाहिए कि यार निकल आई है, अब मुंह नहीं दिखाना। एंड ही जस्ट गॉट नॉक्ड। पूरी की पूरी टीम जो है वो नॉकनेशन हो जाती है। 1 for 1 के जेडी रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहे, सीरियस नॉक रहने वाले हैं, क्लोज आएंगे। व्हाट जेडी इज द किलिंग मशीन।
थोड़ी सी डीले करा जाएगा, बट ये क्या खुद के प्लेयर्स को डाउन निकाल दिए। बहुत बड़ी गलती थी किंग्स की साइड से, बट चले अब ओनली द लास्ट प्लेयर रिमेनिंग। हैकर एक 1v2 यहाँ पे कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा। ऑलरेडी एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पे डाउन निकाल चुके, ओनली द लास्ट सोलो प्लेयर रिमेनिंग। हैकर कंप्लीटली आप एक सिचुएशन में ऐसे जिसमें अपनी टीम के लिए आर या पार की लड़ाई है। डेफिनेटली हाथ में डीवीएस रहेगी, साउंड वहाँ पे आ चुका है, प्ले की लोकेशन पता है, कनेक्शन बनाएंगे। आईक्यू कभी भी हो चार्जिंग।
ये आई8 वर्सी 141 की फाइट थी, या ये फाइट आई8 को नहीं हारनी चाहिए थी।
कामयाब आखिरी प्लेयर सीरियस
Well, team A6 side, I think so situation थोड़ी सी अब खराब है जरूर फील होते हुए दिखाई देगी and team A6 side के player still fight back जरूर कर रहे हैं लेकिन सामने की तरफ जो team 1-1 में दिखाई दे रही है सीरियस he's low in SP now as well
उनके मैन पावर का
ये एलटी वर्सी 1 फुट मैंने चाह रहा था मैं रील को कुछ ऐसा करूं कि ना जो रील के अंदर हो रहा है ना वो भी पता लगे कि नीचे लाइक ऑडियंस को पता लग जाए एज सब टाइटल भाई किसकी फाइट हो रही है ऐसे फिर थोड़ा अंदाज़ा हो जाता है सीन। मैं पहले जाता पिक्स तस्वीरें वगैरह लगाऊं प्लेयर्स की एनिमीज़ की प्लेयर्स की टीम लोगो लगाऊं लेकिन वो हर किसी का टीम लोगो या टीम पिक्चर नहीं थी ना मेरे पास दो तो मैंने फिर लिखना ही अच्छा लगाया मैच लग गया वो लग गया बॉयज ये बाद में देखते हैं बॉयज बाद में देखते हैं छोड़ो मैंने आपको लिंक दिया ना जाके लिंक पे जाके देख लेना मैच स्टार्ट हो ओके हाशिम ब्रो लगा दिया ब्रो लगा दिया ब्रो मैंने फर्स्ट कहा था ना फाल्कन कम बैक करी हाँ फाल्कन तो हम खुद वो तो सबको पता है कि फाल्कन कम बैक करेगी कोई ना अल्लाह पाक बेहतर करे हाँ बेशक
15 plays now what they want to see but it's a bit of a bounce back and you know what SCG I was thinking they were going to back up from this they decide to jump up they want this fight
he's got a machete in hand
he has a knife on hand
TYSON भाई हार्ड वर्किंग जज़ाकल्लाह यार नाइस भाई तकरीबन 3 दिन की स्ट्रीम देखी है इनकी फिर जाके ये हाईलाइट एक्शन नॉक हो गया यार
getting some revenge for all the trouble Hi-Fi has really been giving them and they're going to forget about that one. And yeah, one of the Falcons players, no, one of the IHC players did go down. So one of the IHC players is out, and I think Falcons is kind of caught in a split loot drop fight with Royals of War. There's just a lot of stuff.
शुक्र है मुक्के कराट वो बैंस की दुम को नाइस वन कर दे जाती कर रहे हैं अकेले बंदे के साथ दो किल नाइस वन यार एक्शन या बस दवा करो अल्लाह पाक टाइसन की ना मुश्किलात आसान फरमाए ये 3-4 मंथ्स ना मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा कीमती हैं क्या पता आप लोगों की दुआएं लग जाएं टाइसन को यार आपस में फटा अच्छा रिप्ले अच्छा फाल्कन एक आईएससी का मना था रिप्ले था सॉरी
may as well use it. And I like how they bum rushed them with all three players, right? 3v1. The best part for me was when they hopped out of the vehicle, I immediately noticed one player hopped out holding that knife. He definitely didn't have a weapon, but he did not care. IHC getting some more points right there. IHC rotating out of Novo.
बाइक पे था एक्शन गिरा गया अच्छा
So Hi-Fi is just really not getting anything done here. Sitting in last place and did they spot I think they spotted Monkey.
I think they spotted him too.
I pass go Monkey.
Big Bush currently hiding and he got away with
देख लिया उन्होंने नहीं देखा
the only player alive right now for Hi-Fi's but look at IHC still wonder if they're going to be able to spot that player. Meanwhile Monkey, if I would recommend anything, stay still, don't move because here come IHC again and they're looking to find you. They're looking around. You can see them. Right now they're just locked in on that eye icon, seeing if they can possibly spot that player. They're working in one more vehicle for IHC and they're going to be backing off from this. Monkey getting away.
फिर बच गया.
Yeah, that Bush really coming in clutch. I thought for sure the first time
ISC still है S3 पे है. फाल्कन से बची मैंने रेड ले लिया परफॉर्मेंस चेक करना. #5 भाई टॉप 5 पे फाल्कन आ गया यार नाइस वन. ये देख नेड करके उसके ऊपर ही जंप कर रहा है ये बंदा. ओए भाई गाड़ी से आते आते उन्होंने एक बंदा नॉक किया.
have the advantage getting that opening.
नेक्स्ट री अच्छा खेल रही है यार गया उसे पता लग गया उधर ही बंदा है
If they could get 4 points here right off the bat without losing anybody, it would be absolutely
waiting for Nova comeback. हाँ यार ये बात
holding off great angles for this team is making the
ये फोर्थ मैच है
as obscure the not player from
वाइस कितने लाइक हुए अभी तक 82 लाइक्स 83 लाइक्स हुए ओके
just expecting a full-on push here by next Ruya.
I know Death Wolves is a more inexperienced team compared to some of the rosters here, but I love how they're not
Death Wolves ही ब्राजील से है ना
waiting. They want to establish maximum pressure on the
नाइस वन
first.
यार नेक्स्ट री क्या खेल रही है यार अच्छा खेल रही है प्रीलिम्स या उसमें इतना अच्छा नहीं खेला था जितना मेन स्टेज पे खेल रही है
Frozen rotating around, being able to get those angles, and here we go with the push from next Ruya. Now 2 players from Death Wolves are gone. It's gonna be
फाल्कन का अगर इस मैच में भी चिकन आ गया ना क्या चस्से आने हैं
from their team. Kai's gonna be on top of the roof. He's gonna try to get an angle here on this. Oh, is he gonna be able to? He's gonna be the last player alive too. Very low HP, and now
4 kill, nice one.
Gonna recognize that, and it's gonna be easy pickings there for next Ruya. 4 more points, helping them close the gap to first place. And next Ruya, this is a team that's been very quiet. I feel like I personally been focusing a little bit more towards the top teams that have been popping off here and there. But next Ruya, quiet and surely, they're climbing up that leaderboard. I mean, currently within the top 4, definitely what you want to be after the halfway point of this tournament.
Yeah. Quiet and consistent so far for next Ruya. And yeah, they have been establishing their presence just match after match with, not huge performances, but definitely getting the points when needed. Alpha 7 now, this is the top dog. They are not on military base. You can see that right there on the minimap. They are south of Milta Power, getting into engagement with Smoke Gaming here. I think they were looking for a boat rotation across, and they ended up running into a different team here. So now they're kind of forced into this fight. New circle pops, and it is going to military base.
And it could be a bit of an awkward fight here for Alpha 7 as they are currently split on a 2-1-1. There you go. One of the players is going to end up backing off. Carrillo still going to be staying there. Smoke Gaming trying to get an off angle. If Myth is able to get this spot, it's going to be tough for Alpha 7 as now they just have a lot more angles to worry about, and Smoke Gaming is putting the pressure here on Alpha 7. Alpha 7, we wanted to see what they were going to be able to
यार मुझे 1 मिनट दो मैं बस आ रहा हूँ
One of the players there from Smoke Gaming is going to get knocked. Nino is going to be making the push here on Carrillo. Carrillo is going to get knocked and eliminated. Not looking good here for Alpha 7 as they cannot afford to lose more players. They want to be able to keep on building the gap. Nino once again continuing to win those close quarter fights, not only against Carrillo, but also against Revo.
Yeah, I thought Alpha 7 was on the same page when he pushed right in, but his teammate hung back. It doesn't matter though, he finds a trade with a grenade. Now it's back down to a 2v2. This is like a straight up chess match. One player or one team reacting to what the other one's doing. 2v2, and it looks like Alpha 7 has the advantage. The other player lost his vehicle, I think, because he's running out in the wide open from that wizard tower, and he makes it across, which is great, but it's still a 2v1 close range. McGrellin not able to get the knock, and Myth finds the angle, finds the shot. Mafioso down to 1 HP, and it is the blue zone that is coming into play now.
And Mafioso trying to heal up as you mentioned, he's currently 1 HP. He's going to pump out that DBS. Can he connect here? Is he going to be able to hopefully pick up his teammate and win this fight? But guess what? It's 2 players now from Smoke Gaming. Mafioso trying to take on everybody, and he's not going to be able to. And you can see Alpha 7, even though the fans are clapping, the players are starting to feel a bit of a pressure. That gap is gone. They don't have the cushion of the points anymore. And this is when we need to see a response from Alpha 7. If they continue on this trend, they're not going to be in first place for much longer as Reject, IHC, and Next Ruya are looking to hunt them down. And talking about some of the other teams that need to continue on the consistency of points, Team Falcons trying to take a fight here with Nova Esports.
Falcons top, running straight in, clearing everything really quickly, pops that first aid, and here comes Paraboy close range with a nade, and he's not going to finish the first aid. Top solid opportunity when Paraboy was holding that nade. Unfortunately, he misses that first couple of shots with the DBS, and he will go down. Falcons down to just the solo of Nerzed. Nerzed on the bridge, probably looking to just bridge camp, maybe get one elimination there. But as far as I can tell, no other teams are coming in from that side. IHC go out too, I think, to D+ on that north side, right near the edge of blue zone. Maybe IHC still has one or two. We know they lost one very early on. So we'll see in a second who's still up. But everyone else pretty much on military base and looking to play the rest of the match out.
And the person with that whistle in the stand has some lungs because they've been going at it nonstop. And a team that's looking to take advantage here of the nonstop action is going to be Rejects. Rejects currently inside the circle. A team that's wanting to close that gap even more. They'll be happy if they can end up taking first place after this match. Regnum Karya now getting into a fight there with Royals of War. Royals of War was a bit handicapped. And Regnum Karya is going to end up winning this engagement. One player is still alive from Royals of War. We don't know where, though. And you were right. IHC does end up getting eliminated. And what could happen here if next Ruya continues on a good performance, Rejects 2, these point gaps that we were having earlier are starting to disappear, Sute, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm all for it as well. D+ will pick up the last player of Hi-Fi's. Hi-Fi's are eliminated. And yeah, looking at the right-hand side, Rejects with only 3, they could still get a big game. The big thing, though, is next Ruya, who have 4 players up and 4 eliminations already. Plus, they're already on the military base in a decent position. This could be the big one for them to really start catching up.
It could be the big one, and they need some big ones, too. I feel like they were in the position that Team Falcons was in that last match. Rejects now on the elimination feed, being able to knock some players from Boom. Can they convert that into points? Because they are wanting to get those points, especially with what's currently offering to them. Zebra Masters is going to be on that roof. They're going to be looking to see if Boom is going to be pushing them. Boom is going to try to reset themselves after Reject did end up knocking one of their players. For all of the teams from 10 to 15 that are currently alive, this is a great opportunity. And look at that. Boom Esports connecting with the grenade right there from Zebra Masters. And Zebra Masters trying to see if they can reset, but they need to be careful as Frenzy from Boom Esports is going to try to connect with some more grenades. Now they're going to have the high ground, but they're not going to be able to do much with it for Boom as Rejects is still up on that radar. They're still going to have so many angles on this fight that if Rejects can somehow third-party this, steal some eliminations without having to push down, they will be so happy.
Yeah, Rejects actually did already steal one of them as they got the member that got naded from Zebra Master. So Rejects, you can see up to 2 elim points now, looking to pick up probably a couple more. Now these two teams need to be careful of actually fully engaging, running out into the open, because Rejects are looking dead right at them. New zone is about to shift as well. We'll see very soon which way it will go.
Usually Zebra Masters are the ones that are good with that utility, but Boom is also trying to send a statement here. They're wanting to remember everybody that they have a chicken dinner for a reason, and here comes the push on Zebra Masters. Boom, Pumbit trying to find that player on the smoke. They're fully sending it, kind of leaving themselves a little bit too exposed. They're not able to find the player here. They're going to know where he's at. Can he connect with his shots? Very low HP, and they're able to find him through the smoke, but that is not the last one there for Zebra Masters. There's still one more player alive. We don't know where. He ran away with it, but Boom Esports should be happy here with being able to get this knocks. Now, can they convert into eliminations, or is Reject all the way from radar going to catch some of these players from Zebra Masters knocked?
If Rejects is looking this way, they could have caught one right there.
Falcon का team last player रह गया.
Did rotate
I see dead.
to the
भी dead.
the new center.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम हसीब ब्रो वालेकुम अस्सलाम ब्रो कैसे हो अब नोवा की बारी
tower there. Smoke Gaming coming in.
अच्छा टॉप पर है टॉप वाली टीम वो मार रही है.
D+ with one player knocked right
Day
now.
3 में ऐसे परफॉर्म नहीं करेगा जो बात है.
Smoke looking to try and reset a little bit, but look at that player on that minimap going to the high ground, catching that angle from the very top. And oh, it's actually 2 players. They're driving in. They're swooping in from the backside, and that is Myth going down, and Smoke Gaming eliminated.
Great play by D+, now putting their tally all the way up to 7 eliminations. They'll definitely be climbing up this leaderboard. They're going to be trying to pick up their teammate right there. Oh, that was a little bit sketchy. I was wondering what he was going to try to do. Maybe put him a little bit in the circle, but he's so low that you have to go for that pickup. Team Falcons did end up getting eliminated. Nova is still alive with all their 4 players. So many teams that need to take advantage of this game right here, as some of the top teams are being eliminated.
boys?
Anything can happen. One team that we really haven't gotten a chance to hear much about ever since they win in the first match, Vampire Esports. They have all their 4 player lives. I feel like Vampire Esports is playing very careful, but luckily for them, when they do end up showing the circle, they're sitting smack down the middle of it, so they could take full advantage of this.
Yeah, Vampire with 4 up in a great spot.
Falcon ही शायद अच्छा.
As D+ will continue on their
88 likes. Okay. Falcon dead हो गया.
Now, Boom rotating in after they finish that fight. It looks like they're trying to catch out the last member of Z.
Next Ria Kamal, वो bench
S2G with the Ray Z with the big nade, catching 2 of D+, 2 for 1 special. And surely S2G's going to pump the aggression up. And yeah, they're driving straight in. Evil Knievel up onto that hilltop with the bike. Gets the high ground, gets the high angle.
बहुत प्यारा.
D+ is absolutely.
S2G भी भाई comeback कर दिए. भाई मजे का competition है. Right cam करके, bridge cam करके.
Will take the fight. That grenade stopped them right in their tracks from Ray Z. Now Rejects has heard that fight happening. I wonder if Rejects is gonna be doing something here to this teams. As STG gonna try to back off in that smoking vehicle. Always such a sketchy thing to do, man. I feel like people get away with things so much sometimes. When I hop in a smoking vehicle, I feel like it gets blown up as I blink. Some people get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the timing. Boom has moved into the radio station. New zone pops up, and I think radio station is dead center now. Yep, radio station is. Vampire still in the zone. Rejects can still use that radio tower, and Rejects with 3 players up there can definitely nab a couple more elimination points.
We could end up seeing a new first place team. We haven't seen a change since the beginning of this tournament, of this event.
Boom
Alpha 7 that could be challenging now. Boom Esports being able to take control of this area right here. But you were mentioning Rejects with the position that they're
RCB का chicken आ जाना.
They're not really gonna have to rotate anytime soon. It comes down to what they're gonna be able to do to third party some of these fights. They know that Boom
Vampire है कहाँ पे?
Nova currently taking on some fights. Nova's gonna be able to take care of Ringnam Karya, and Boom is saying, okay, we hear those shots. Let's see if maybe we can third party as well, because we want to get some points too. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports still alive. I think Next Ruya has been able to spot them. And they need to be careful because Vampire Esports is in a particular position. It's a good position, but if some nades start
getting thrown their way,
low
होगी तब से आ गया टाइसन आपके लिए. बैटरी लो होगी तब से आ गया टाइसन आपके लिए. जज़ाकल्लाह हसीब ब्रो, थैंक यू सो मच. PMSL का बहुत वेट करवा रहे हैं पबजी, वेट करवा रहे हैं भाई. हाई भी बड़ी कमाल यार. PMSL लैन इवेंट है ना, इसलिए वेट हो रहा है. लैन इवेंट रहा होता था अभी तक तो PMSL CSA खत्म भी हो जाना था. और PMSL का असल वेट इसलिए हो रहा है. PMSL CSA का असल वेट इसलिए हो रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ PMSL का सेंट्रल एशिया की जो टीम्स है वो आई नहीं है, जो टॉप 4 क्वालिफाई हो गए PMSL CSA में जानी है.
Yeah, all of this team
that's why
trying to take advantage of what's given to them. Paraboy trying to find some more.
किसी ने सैंडविच खाना यार, मुझे भूख बहुत लगी हुई थी.
Between himself and Regnum Karya, he does not want this close range. Even though he was able to clutch it up earlier with Top wasn't low held. But now Regnum Karya having to do a little bit of shimmy, having to dance around, as now they're getting the attention of everybody. Vampire could end up being the ones to third party them as well if Next Ruya ends up disappearing. And on top of that, you have Rejects on top of that tower. Regnum Karya staying alive, and this is the fight that I wanted to see, and it does end up happening. Vampire Esports against Next Ruya. Players are going back and forth. They're trading them around. Next Ruya with the height advantage. It should be an easy cleanup here, as it is going to be a 3v1. Only Stone is the one alive. Now it's going to be actually only Tony K in the smoke, and that is an easy cleanup right there for Next Ruya against Vampire Esports.
Yeah, big pickup for Next Ruya. Vampire Esports, that position may look strong, but honestly they needed some other players, other teams from the high ground to kind of help out. But Next Ruya found a timing where it was an isolated fight. Now S2G's here looking over, but the fight's already done, and Next Ruya gets that full reset to Next Ruya back up to 4. S2G with 4. We have 3 teams with 4 players still up this late into the game, and we only have 5 teams left actually, and it is only going to stage 6.
And I think next Ria is going to end up learning from the mistakes there of Vampire. I agree with what you were saying there. I felt like they should have had a little bit more of a spread out situation there before Vampire Esports. They just got caught by surprise. And look at this circle. Okay, Reject, you are set. Boom, you're set. Regnum Karya trying to find a push here with what they're trying to do. And on top of that, you have S2G now trying to find some angles there towards the top of that radar, seeing if they could possibly surprise some of the players from Reject. I think Reject was able to spot him.
Yeah, Rejects should be fine here. No team can actually push up to the top here at this point, unless if they do some wild rotation where they go into the blue and then drive up to the top, but that's not going to happen. But hopefully for Rejects, they get the next zone, right?
Tablet,
zone shifts
NRX.
off of them,
Next
which
really,
there is
yaar
a
acha
high
khel
chance
liye,
it
9
will.
kills.
They have to pretty much drive off the mountaintop and just full send it down and hope they don't get blown up. But let's see if they can pick up more elimination points before being forced to do so.
Bhai, no
Next
kills
big
bans
team that
ki
needs
tum.
to make a play is next Rio. You can see there, they are not in this next circle, and they have a tough time right now to find a way in, even with
अच्छा खासा difference ban gaya boy jab
Seeing crazier thing happens, and I wouldn't be surprised if Reject at one point does end up sending a car over that mountain. It would be insane, but I'm all for it. You know what? I like insanity sometimes. Whenever it is
यार डेड इज नेपाली organization थी लेकिन ना वो disband हो गई थी इसलिए डेड इज की एक दूसरी लाइनअप है जो नॉर्थ अमेरिका खेलती है CSC वाली disband हो गई है ना
Boom. If you're Boom at this point, what do you end up doing? Do you just keep on doing what you're doing and hope that Rejects are going to be taking those shots onto the players that are going to be pushing towards them?
Yeah, exactly. I think Boom is relying on the fact that the teams on the hilltops will provide some help if they get crashed up straight. So that's why Boom is holding more of a spread still rather than condensing into one building. They know they have a opportunity here with other teams over the top to kind of rely on them for support. And Nextria knows that too, because Nextria has 4, but they're not full sending any compounds. They're trying to work the outside to see if they can find any openings, but I don't think they know that Regnum Karya on the outside has 4 players up.
I think they're going to be finding out here. Reject, there you go. This is what I was expecting to see Reject do, and this is what we were all expecting for Rejects to do, which is third party anybody, gatekeep anybody that's going to put themselves super exposed. And I'm glad that S2G did end up working that out. They were able to get close enough to the point that Reject, it's going to be super tough for Reject to find an angle on them. They're going to have to expose themselves a little bit too much. And now S2G is going to be able to possibly start picking up some of these fights too. Start possibly causing some damage on those teams pushing up. There you go. When you overextend a little bit too much, you will get spot. Duello. Oh, Duello, you're feeling risky? Are you going to want to push this out? I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to end up winning a little more.
Screams कैसे खेल सकते हैं?
We know that you guys are there. You know what? Let's make a peace treaty. Unless you guys don't want to, then we're going to have to send it to you.
Yeah, I love the way Rejects are playing this. They always leave Regioso to do his own thing, because I think Regioso does have, probably the most accurate shot, the most, mechanical long-range player on the team, because he's always in this long-range position by himself, while the rest of the team focus on, more immediate potential threats. So Rejects do have a great system going on. Each player really knows, what their role is at any given moment, and I think that's why we see Rejects, having so much success, as the tournament goes on. And after they pressured out S2G, they realized, okay, they can't come up. We're okay here. Now they're all going back up to the top and focusing elsewhere. And the best thing yet for them is that they do get some of the next circle.
They do get the circles. We know what Reject can do whenever they do end up getting blessed by that circle. Meanwhile, Regnum Karya, one of their players.
भाई बताओ 5 बजे किस टीम का चिकन डिनर होगा रिजेक्ट का होगा NRX का होगा RCB बूम या S2G जल्दी बताओ मैं बताऊं ना ज़्यादा चांसेस रहने वाले हैं बूम Esports के
currently within that smoke, and he knows that he cannot push up just yet, as Frozen is currently starting to get shots on himself as well. Meanwhile, Boom.
सही जवाब कभी ना दे यार कौन सी स्क्रीम्स कैसे खेल सकते हैं स्क्रीम्स तो पाकिस्तान में होती नहीं पेड स्क्रीम्स होती हैं पैसे दो स्क्रीम्स खेलो
Do not overextend, just wait for the right time. Let all these teams in the hilltop take care of things, and that's it. Oh, you know what? I'm saying maybe we'll get a little bit into that action. Maybe we'll knock some players as they start throwing grenades and hopefully try to stop Nextria from pushing closer and closer to them.
I love how Regiosa spotted that S2G player at the last thing. Like, wait a second, these are my points here, shooting at the distance. Get back down there. And there we go. Nexria not able to get much further. Will get taken out. And I love what Boom did right there. Use that vehicle, even if for just a couple of seconds. It's always faster than running on feet, and he has some hard cover now. And S2G,
50 rupees blood के screens. ये उसमें से पूछो जम था IW का है okay. Let's see.
Up and down. There's a team on their north, a team on their south, all getting really close by, but they should be okay from up here still.
Yeah, for Duello, you're trying to see if you don't want to end up sliding off. And S2G, I mean, right now this is what they want to do. They're willing to take some damage from the blue zone if they can get a little bit closer, get the angle even harder for Reject. And ultimately, the closer and closer that they do end up getting to Reject, the harder it is going to be able for Reject to get those shots on S2G. And I think that's why earlier they were able to spot some players from S2G, from Reject, but it was just going to be hard to take those.
Position किधर से करना? यार उसमें बताना यार इसको registration कैसे करवानी है?
If he can connect on these two players whenever they do end up picking, that'll be massive points for this.
यार ये RC पुराने वाले jokes का ये नहीं idea, इनका नहीं idea मुझे.
From Alpha 7 for the first time, could we have a leader change? We'll have to wait and see. It's looking good here for Rejects though with this circle, but once it starts closing in, it's gonna be a lot tougher, Sute.
Yeah, I think Sara right there really recognizes that there's two players that's going to be caught out of the next zone as it closes in, so he's going to get a little bit more over aggressive and risk getting knocked.
भाई बताओ चारों में से किस टीम का चिकन डिनर है?
Not let the two members in for free, but the smokes will be good. And that is
RCB, Boom Esports, S2G, DK. Oh, DK के reject है, हाँ reject है sorry.
Right, and that's where Rejects loses all of their advantage because they have the furthest to go to try and get to the center, and the blue will start pushing.
Boom एक knock, S2G भी एक knock, finish.
This four-way fight is getting more and more difficult now for every team involved.
Boom is in this, but they're gonna have to push out of those buildings that they were in. You can see they have to pay for it, as well as Reject. You mentioned Sara being
मेरे पास तो team ही नहीं है.
Guess what? There goes one knock, and he converted that into elimination, and he's gonna switch to the other player there from Regnum Karya, trying to see if he can get that knock. He's gonna be able to spot Wild 77K.
मैं पैसे कुछ भी नहीं लूँगा, बस साथ
great
करा.
angle right there by him, and confirming Silas into an elimination point.
जाने का फ्लैग की जरूरत हुई तुम्हें.
Right here, handling the entirety of Regnum Karya. He's not done with the last player, but Blue Zone is closing in. He's going to bide his time. And for Rejects, they can actually get... Actually, do they have control of the center? This mountain juts out quite a bit. Regioso might be near center, or more near center than all the other players right now. But hold that thought. S2G, Hamzi, right over the top. Regioso did hear the player. He's cooking the nade. Can he cook it to perfection? But Hamzi peeks out with that DBS. No longer is that nade in hand. He might have to just take the gunfight.
टेस्टिंग स्टार्ट करें क्या ब्रो इसमें क्या स्टार्ट रूल्स का फेवर हो गया हाँ मैंने अपलोड की है यार 3 प्लेयर्स हो गए अपनी आईडी बताओ टेस्टिंग स्टार्ट मुझे रख ले टीम में मैं यार अभी तो डिवाइस ही नहीं है मैं खुद नहीं खेल रहा अभी तो
And he might be able to, if he can connect there with the player from Boom, he's going to be able to switch his focus to some of the other players from STG that are making Regioso's life a little bit tougher.
2 player हैं आप और मैं बाकी मैं देखूंगा 2 player सही राह से तो नहीं अच्छा player हो ट्रैश अच्छा player हो ट्रैश
Sara getting low from that grenade and his teammate Regioso goes down. It is now a 3v1 situation. Rejects will not get the chicken dinner. It will be S2G instead. Finally showing up with their, I believe this is their first chicken dinner. 11 eliminations, almost 2,000
likes कितने हुए?
Big game for S2G, but I think
91 likes हुए. Let's go boys.
Have just now pretty sure taking that #1 spot.
मैं अच्छा player हूँ भाई यार आपको किसी ने कहा बुरे player हूँ.
That #1 spot, not just with the placement points, but also with the elimination points, and that man right there, Sarah. What a performance!
यार कोई लाहौर में रहता है कोई chat में बैठा लाहौर से.
With the risk that he was willing to take, But overall, what you want to see out of a team that's challenging for that first place, and more than likely we will end up seeing them there in that first place. And a team that everybody's been wondering what's been going on with them, S2G finally showing up as well. So they're getting that chicken dinner. The ultimate play was for them to get as close as possible to that mountain, make it so Reject wasn't able to shoot them. And boy, you couldn't ask for anything better from S2G.
Yeah, S2G played that pretty much as best as they could.
यार वही पैसों पे डिपेंड करता है यार फिलहाल के लिए डिवाइस नहीं लेनी फिलहाल के लिए ना पैसे इकट्ठे कर रहा हूँ घर पैसे देने हैं तो देखेंगे जब एक्स्ट्रा पैसे बचे
was crucial. If Gracioso won that peak, he gets the high ground over the two players at the bottom, and Sara and them could have pinched it. But the fight was decided right there. When Gracioso lost, I believe it was Hamzi that got the advantage peak and took that one out.
Yeah, I think in all the years that I've been doing PUBG Mobile Esports, which is quite a lot now, that might be the first time I've seen players towards the end of the match fighting within that mountain. So you know, there's always new scenarios here in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Usually the circle shifts just off of the mountaintop completely, and teams just have to go down. But there, it just kept centering right up, like right in the middle of the mountain, not on top of the radio tower, but like all the rocks that jet off it. And SCG played that really well. But, you know, all the teams played that well. Boom played that well towards the end. I feel like next Ruya could have done a little bit more with 4, but they didn't make a decisive play. Instead, they kind of tried to just creep in, and they just got taken out. But
यार बताओ लाहौर से कोई है कि नहीं है फिटे मुंह मैं कब से पूछ चुका हूं
for S2G Sports, and they got their first chicken dinner.
यार ये ब्राजील की S2G कौन सी कंट्री की बॉय
first chicken dinner. You guys were awesome in this last match, and also I would like to know
S2G कौन सी तुर्की की है ना
we want to know how you guys will keep
अयान ये तुर्की की है
to keep the similar performance for the next matches.
Sonraki maçlar için nasıl benzer performans sergileyeceğinizi merak ediyoruz. Bu sizin bugünkü ilk chicken dinner'ınızdı. Yani ilk zaferinizdi. Bununla ilgili ne hissediyorsunuz?
Aslında kendi oyunumuz bu ama ilk gün oynayamadık. Bugün başladık şu anda. İlk günden beri oynamamız gereken oyun bu ama oynayamadık. Şu anda devam edeceğiz böyle.
We couldn't performance as we want, but we managed it right now, so we will keep going like.
कह रहा गुजरात से बाकी बैटरी नहीं है बाद में देखता हूँ ओके हसीब ब्रो.
Today I would like to know which position do you guys think you will finish the day?
Yarınla ilgili hangi pozisyonda bitireceğinizi düşünüyorsunuz bugün
Ya कितनी मुश्किल लैंग्वेज है तुर्की.
Şampiyonluk.
They will be the champion.
Okay, they will manage to be on the top 1. Maybe tomorrow we'll see how this will reflect their game. Thanks so much for the interview. You guys are incredible here. And I will see you guys in the next match again.
यार कच्चे में बहुत अच्छी बात है थोड़ा सा ब्रेक देते हैं उसी टाइम लाइक वो मोमेंटम नहीं टूटने देते इससे ज़्यादा ब्रेक तो हमारी PMSL पाक क्वालिफायर्स में थी.
Yes, they did. And you know what? To be able to get a chicken dinner right there just at the start of the second half of this tournament, it was just so critical. It was a must-have. One thing I did notice in this game, and I think we're going to see going forward, is what we kind of talked about a little bit before, how these top teams are going to start having targets on their back. Out of all the squads to take down Alpha 7, it was Smoke Gaming. I think it was Yuzu that was talking about that, you know, you know, these teams at the bottom are going to have nothing to lose, right? They're just going to just start pushing no matter what. And I think teams, especially knowing what they need to do, if they do see a top squad and they realize it's them, they're going to do everything they can to take them out because they have to if they want to try to get some big money here.
Yeah, it's pretty much, you know, a must at this point. You need to get the points and you need to deny points. And what better way to do that than just taking the fight with the top team, especially if you're in that situation. That's what Smoke Gaming did. Alpha 7, you know, in my opinion, played that fight incorrectly. It looked like some of the players weren't really synced up together.
They for sure weren't synced up. I mean, we saw 2 players. I know one of them was Carrillo, and then he got left behind. And then he got super exposed whenever the smoke gaming player did end up getting the off angle. So yeah, Alpha 7 starting to look a little bit scary, but not in a good way. In a scary way that they might not be in first place once we do end up going to the overall. You can see them being able to get only 1 point. IHC as well, only 1 point. Vampire.
Boy, 5 likes left for the 100 likes, yara. Jaldi se like kar do.
It's kind of hard to say, okay, you know what? This is the team that's going to be able to take it from day one with that performance. Hamsi, S2G, 4 eliminations, MVP performance in that last match.
Oh my gosh, even the interview was crazy. The fans were not happy to see an interview with S2G, that's for sure. Because I remember you were talking, Seven, right? About how hyped the crowd was over there at PMGC. And I remember you kind of telling me a little bit about how you would talk about a team that they didn't like, and I heard the fans weren't too happy, huh?
Let's just say one of the Alpha 7 players, let me borrow a jersey, decided to show it on the broadcast. We had all of S2G fans in front of us. And boy, if we were to put the camera on them, there would have had to been a lot of blurry done because there were just certain fingers being pointed towards me, and I was loving it. I love when fans provide that passion behind their team. So I'm all for it, even if it was against me. I didn't take it personally. Keep it going. You can tell Alpha 7 fans, Brazilian fans, are used to be known to be very passionate as well. So love to see that out of them. And here we go. Oh! We do have that switch as Reject ends up taking the first place. 98 points. Alpha 7 drops down to second place with 91.
Check out for the Elix out of Reject though.
आरडी देख के नूब ना समझना. Okay, Ayan bhai, okay.
That's unreal.
Ayan bhai, batao yaar.
I mean, this is the first time Alpha 7 has been unseated from their first place.
Oh, reject leg. Yeah, man.
Considering that they had a 28-point lead from second going into day 7.
Nova kitne pe thi?
Some people were saying that I was being toxic. Some people were saying that we were trying to curse Alpha 7. We weren't. Okay, we just
20 unseated from their first place, and it's so crazy the fact that that happened. Alpha 7 has been unseated from their first place. It's so crazy.
Okay.
Some people were saying that I was being toxic. Some people were saying that we were trying to curse Alpha 7. We weren't, okay? We just know these things. We've been doing this for so long that we know what can happen when some of these other teams do end up waking up. And the scary part, and the thing that Sute, you just highlighted as well, Hajjus, is this team towards bottom. Smoke Gaming 26 points. They know. At this point, they have to know that they are too far away to even try to challenge for that first place. They know how the prize pool works. That mentality is going to start switching for some of these teams. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing more of the fights that we saw there towards the beginning of that match in regards to Smoke Gaming taking the fight to Alpha 7, eliminating them, stopping them from getting those big points that they need to maintain those positions at the top.
You know, one thing that we're going to start seeing here is unintentional teaming, right? And what I mean by that is, let's just say, you know, because these players and teams are smart, right? When they look at the elimination feed, they can hear the shots, right? So if they hear a fight going on behind them and they see the opportunity to gatekeep, and let's say there's multiple teams that are gatekeeping, they realize that, oh, all the teams say that's Alpha 7 over there. They know what they all need to do to be able to pass them up on the leaderboard. Suddenly, what's in the middle of the zone doesn't matter anymore. If all three of those teams turn around and gatekeep Alpha 7 together, no matter there's nothing they can do, right? So that's going to start coming into play here. Alpha 7's going to have to adapt to it.
Oh, they have to. I mean, they haven't really adapted, and they kind of continue on the trend of what that Sute and I were able to point out at the beginning of the day too. Whenever they don't get chicken dinners, they're not able to get the placement points that we're used to seeing them. Yeah, they were able to kind of save face a little bit with the first Sandhawk, but after that first Sandhawk, I was like,
भाई आलो क्या लगता है DRS अब DRS का जो रूल्स हो चुका है क्या वो ST को ज्वाइन कर रहा है?
Being able to do this in all the other maps that we're gonna be playing, and they're not gonna end up chicken dinners. And right now, yes, you can have the fan base right there. When everything's going great, awesome. When things start going south, Hot Jukes, oh man, that pressure's just gonna start building and building on their shoulders.
Yeah, and you can see it in the fans, you know, but at the same time, they're still hyping up their squad. You know, they're not turning against them at all. They're there to support them, and that's what I love to see, and that's what a home crowd should do. So it's good to be able to see that, you know what, even though they've had a few rough games, the crowd is just there for them no matter what.
They are going to be there for them no matter
Chalo, let's
what.
go.
For Alpha 7, they need to respond, and they need to respond in a big way.
ये बहुत important match है. Literally सारी teams के लिए बहुत important match है.
Of day 2, and who's gonna end up taking them? Yesterday we had Boom Esports getting a chicken dinner. We saw Rejects coming and finishing off the day with a great win. 9 eliminations. Reject now in first place.
नहीं भाई उजम बोल रहा था स्ट्रीम पे कि वो कोचिंग कर रहा है.
Oh yes, they are. One thing we didn't really get to talk about too is S2G, right? S2G moved up.
PMGO Qualifier. अच्छा टैसे भैया आप बताओ, मैं आपको लीक्स पता होती है, आपको क्या लगता है एसटी ज्वाइन करेगा? नहीं एसटी ज्वाइन कर ही नहीं सकता ना वो.
And we'll see them in that top 4.
यार एसटी एक आधा प्ले नहीं उठा रही. स्टारवर्ट ई-स्पोर्ट पूरी टीम को उठा रही है और उन्होंने प्लेयर्स को रख भी लिया है. बस जल्द आपको अनाउंसमेंट देखने को मिल जाएगी. मैं आपको दिखा भी देता हूँ यार. आपने ये बात कर दी कि टाइसन भैया आपको लीग का पता होता है तो बताओ. रुको ज़रा भाई, इनकी मैं रिसेंटली एसटी की स्क्रिम्स के ना आपको मैं स्क्रीनशॉट दिखाता हूँ. वेट करो.
Yeah, they want it. They want it bad, but you know, in order to do so, these top teams are going to have to get stopped.
भाई उन्होंने रख ली, बस अनाउंसमेंट होनी है. थोड़े दिनों तक रुक जाओ. मैं आपको ना मुझे बताना अगर स्क्रीन पे जब शो हो ये. Where is image?
S2G are going to be landing pretty much, you know, in a good position.
नजर आ रहा है कि नहीं?
How this all turns out at the end. You got
ये चेक करो.
Finally getting their nice.
ये एसटी के जो न्यू रोस्टर हैं उनके किल्स रहने वाले हैं. रिसेंटली जो इनकी वो हुई है ना मैचेज हुए हैं उधर 7 और 9 16 और 6 22. चेक करो रोस्टर न्यू आ रहा है तो भाई बहुत तगड़े वाला आ रहा है. और पूरा रोस्टर आ रहा है, एक आधा प्लेयर नहीं आ रहा. लीग्स तो पता होती लेकिन टाइसन में भी बताते नहीं है ना, मजा चिड़चिड़ा हो जाता है.
Are like super far down south, like Los Leones area, where there's a lot of mountains, not a lot of road access way.
PMGC की स्लॉट है ना, जी एसटी के पास स्लॉट है.
Miramar, so we'll see what these teams can do with a circle like this one. We see S2G right there in a great spot to rotate in from.
नहीं STR नहीं जा रही, STR नहीं जा रही boys.
Rotating into this first zone. Let's just see where it shifts though.
जहाँ तक मेरे वहमो गुमान में है ना, शायद ना वो स्लॉट ना किसी मंगोलिया टीम को तो नहीं जा रही, वो किसी ना अदर रीजन की टीम को जा रही, लेकिन वो सीएसए में ही खेलेगी. हाँ पता है मुझे. अब बताना नहीं है ना मुझे, फिर वो कंटेंट पूरा मेरा खराब हो जाता है. वो वीडियो में पहले मैं एकदम व्यूज नहीं आ रहे. बताऊंगा मैं कल, बताता हूँ कल बताऊंगा कल इंशाल्लाह, कल या परसों तक. क्यों कंफर्म तो नहीं पता, लेकिन फिर जहाँ तक मुझे आइडिया है कि क्या चीज़ हो सकती है वो बता दूंगा.
So let's see what happens. Another team that's in a really good position. It's going to be none other than Nova, right? We saw S2G wake up. Are we going to see Nova wake up? And if they want to, they
हो
can
सकता
do
है.
so
साथ भाई
right
हो
now,
सकता
right?
है.
I don't think it's any time they can wait any longer because they only have 45
like वो टीम सीएसए से ही खेलेगी और
That's a big
पीएमएसएल
difference
सीएसए ही
between,
खेलेगी वो टीम.
who's in 9th place right now. That's going to be Vampire with 61. So yeah, Nova literally needs a double-digit chicken dinner here. I think if we want to
आपको पता है ये सेफ में ना 4MV ने क्वालिफाई किया है मंगोलिया से शायद.
And there's like a point buffer in the rankings.
इसे बहाना कर.
Top 3 the points
सारा कुछ
are
पता है, इसे बहाना करता है. तो गई जाएगा स्लो डस्टी का. यार नहीं यार, यार इतना कुछ नहीं पता होता यार.
So to pass up, you know, 4th and 3rd.
नहीं बीटीआर नहीं भाई, बीटीआर अब नहीं जाती भाई, भूल जाओ. बीटीआर के बाद इतनी हैवी किस्म की स्पॉन्सर हैं भाई, बीटीआर जाती है इस टीम में. शायद आपको इतना बड़ा शौक मिले, क्या बताओ कोई पाकिस्तानी टीम हो सकता है. फिर आप लोगों ने खुश हो जाना वैज की तुम. अब तो मौजे ही मौजे, पाकिस्तानियों की मौजे ही मौजे. मुझे पता चल गया स्टार हेल्थ अपलोडिंग.
Just cash gap actually, because
first
place $100,000.
डीएम है ऊपर देखो.
Yeah. Second place 50,000. Third place 30,000, and then goes down to 15,000 for 4th place. And the
क्या
crazy
पता
part
वो
is that the
टीम
difference
गटसंग
between
ग्लोरी हो
4th
जाए,
and last
क्या पता वो
is
टीम
only
R3G हो जाए,
$3,000.
और क्या पता वो
So,
i8
I
भी हो
mean,
सकती है, i8
these
का थर्ड
teams
स्पॉन्सर,
have nothing to lose,
कुछ भी हो
right?
सकता है
And I
बॉयज,
kind of like that because it
ये
really
तो भी अल्लाह
pushes all these
जानते हैं
squads
क्या होगा।
to not settle for, you know, 7th or 6th place because there's no difference when it comes to prize pool.
भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है, कोच कह रहा पॉसिबल ही नहीं है अभी। अरे पॉसिबल क्यों नहीं है, लोगों के 5-5 6-6 स्पॉन्सर होते हैं, अभी तो i8 के पास सिर्फ 2 स्पॉन्सर आए हैं, पाकिस्तान नहीं है कंफर्म। हाँ ये भी हो सकता है, क्या पता बांग्लादेश से कोई हो टीम, क्या पता वो मंगोलिया से ही हो, क्या पता नेपाल की कोई टीम हो, लेकिन ये आपको बता रहा हूँ जो टीम रहने वाली है ना, एक आधा रोस्टर नहीं है, वो पूरी टीम ही है। और ये मैटर नहीं करता जानी, ये मैटर नहीं करता कि उनके पास स्लॉट है, ये है वो है, ज्वाइन किया है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता। ऐसे तो R9 के पास भी स्लॉट था, उन्होंने फिर भी R3G में कर दिया, वो स्लॉट सेल आउट कर देते हैं अपने वाला और दूसरे के स्लॉट पे खेल लेते हैं। नेपाल से हो सकता है DRS, नहीं DRS नहीं यार, वो देखो जिसकी अभी वर्थ नहीं है, जिस टीम की लाइक अच्छा खेलती, लेकिन DRS तो एक अपनी प्रॉपर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। आय हाय हाय, टोक्यो समझ गया भाई, टोक्यो ने गैस कर लिया, टोक्यो ने गैस कर लिया, अब मैं मजीद नहीं बताना चाहता, टोक्यो ने गैस कर लिया। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, वालेकुम अस्सलाम ब्रो, कैसे हो?
all these teams kind of realize what's at stake because you got to think about it, right? Because of how this prize pool is.
ऐसे वैसे रीजन ही था तो यार, रीजन ना जो ब्रो कमर ब्रो, अगर रीजन मुझे एग्जैक्ट पता होता ना मैं आपको बता देता, लेकिन मुझे ना जो आइडिया है ना वो है बांग्लादेश की टीम है वो जो रहने वाली है, कि लाइक मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि उन्होंने ज्वाइन कर लिया एसटी, लाइक जो चांसेस है ना एसटी के ज़्यादा के वो किस टीम को जाएगी, वो एक बांग्लादेश का रीजन है उसको शायद चले जाए, लेकिन वो स्लॉट रहेगी एसटी के पास। टाइसन भाई सारे कंट्रीज के ऑडियंस के व्यूज ले रहे यार, ऑडियंस के व्यूज तो ले रहा हूँ, लेकिन मसला ये है कि ना व्यूज आ कहाँ रहे हैं यार, व्यूज कोशिश कर रहा हूँ सारी कंट्रीज के व्यूज लें, लेकिन टाइसन भैया आपको पता है वो कौन सी टीम है? यार एग्जैक्ट नहीं पता, लेकिन मुझे इतना पता है कि है वो कौन सी टीम, लाइक होता है ना कि यार ये इसी के चांस हैं, लाइक आपको पता है भाई सामने दरिया में से कैसे गुजरना है, एक ही बंदा गुजर सकता है जिसके बाद वो है, तो लाइक वो पॉसिबिलिटी वही है कि वही टीम जाए, बाकी ऑलमोस्ट सारी रीजन्स की टीम, सारी टीम्स के पास सब कुछ है, बस वो एक टीम है जो रिसेंटली ना वो समझो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भी ढूंढ रही है। यार PMGC में कौन जाएगी, i8 या 7 या R3G? यार मेरी तो दुआ है तीनों ही जाएं, बल्कि गट्स ग्लोरी भी जाए, 4 भी जाए, मैं बता रहा, सी रीजन की टीम है, मैं बता रहा। CSM ओल्ड एसटी कौन से नाम से खेल रही है? ओल्ड एसटी फाल्कन के नाम से खेल रही है आदिल भाई, ये फाल्कन है 6 पे जो फाल्कन है ना वो ओल्ड एसटी खेल रही है, नहीं T2 के नहीं यार, द ऑफिशियल ब्रो T2 के नहीं है, ये तो मैं भी बता सकता हूँ, लाइक जिनका आप नेम्स ले रहे हो उनमें से अभी कोई टीम नहीं है, वो टीम आप लोगों को नहीं पता होगी बिकॉज वो इस रीजन में हमने बहुत कम देखी हुई है, मुझे तो पता है उस टीम का, मैंने तो बहुत दफा अच्छी खासी उसकी ऑडियंस भी है, लेकिन हमारे पाकिस्तान में नहीं कोई जानता उनको, भाई इससे अच्छा पाकिस्तान को मिल जाएगी किसी टीम को। किधर कह रहा है PMSL आएगा, मैं खुद ही ऑडियंस आएगा PMSL ही हाइप को कह रहा है, PMSL आएगा बहुत ज़्यादा होंगे क्योंकि अगले मंथ में जी अक्सर उतरे के व्यूज़ बार करके आएंगे इंशाल्लाह। टोक्यो ब्रो इसलिए तो यार मैं तो वो डिमोटिवेट तो नहीं, अल्लाह पाक ने करम किया और फिर भी जिस हालत में रखा मैं फिर भी हिम्मत नहीं छोड़ रहा, लाइक मैं करी जा रहा हूँ, व्यूज़ आ रहे नहीं आ रहे, मैं वीडियो अपलोड करी जा रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम करी जा रहा हूँ, लाइक ऑडियंस बन जाओ, एक सब्सक्राइबर भी मिल जाए ना काफ़ी है। इंडिया से ज़्यादा किसी और के नहीं आते, हाँ इंडिया से ज़्यादा किसी और के नहीं आते, ये बात है। TMT वाइस फेस कैम इज ब्लैक एंड वाइट, थैंक यू डी यार, ब्लैक एंड वाइट
in the feed, I think I saw Nova get a player of Alpha 7.
Black and white, रुको जरा.
Maybe it was just one of the players that just ended up getting finished. But yeah, look at that. Boom. Still holding on. 5 eliminations. Great start.
शायद ना ये green screen लगाता हूँ. अब सही हुआ है. शायद ना वो filter लगाता हूँ ना chroma key वाला, शायद इसलिए वो होता है black and white. रुको जरा मैं again लगाता हूँ, मुझे बताना होता है.
Third place, 82 points. That is easily doable. Well, I wouldn't say easily.
नहीं black and white नहीं, मेरा कुर्ता ही वैसा है boys. मेरा कुर्ता ना, रुको जरा मैं आपको ना दिखाता हूँ. रुको.
So they're on a good start.
ये ना मैं blackish type का कुछ है. टेक्स्ट है ना brown blackish. Means के black and brown का वो है. इसलिए आपको लग रहा है कि ये ऐसा सीन है. ऊपर से ना मेरे ना जो स्ट्रीम है ना 720 में हो रही है, वो मैं कल बहुत ट्राई की लेकिन नहीं हो सका. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 100 लाइक्स यार. थैंक यू सो मच. अच्छा थैंक यू आदिल अब्बासी ब्रो, कोई मसला ही नहीं है यार. डी डेड एज गाइस. नहीं यार मैं बताता हूँ, साउथ एशिया में ना, साउथ एशिया के अंदर ऐसे ओशन रीजन आता है, उसके अंदर ये अमेरिका एक सेपरेट रीजन है.
Their first world title at home. And man, reject.
Thank you. CMFC GSM है I guess. नहीं वो भी नहीं है, वो भी नहीं. टोक्यो दोनों नहीं है वो. कोई टीम नहीं, मेरी टीम है DE. A1NB है, A Astra Academy है, 752 क्या सीन है. 752 यार 7th एलिमेंट का स्पॉन्सर 52 है ना, वो 52 से खेलेगा. 52 KSX यार. साउथ एशिया में कितनी टीम जानी है? साउथ एशिया में क्या मतलब? साउथ एशिया में हमारे टोटल 4 टीम्स हैं. वो PMSL CSM में जा रही हैं I8, गट्सन ग्लोरी, R3G और 52 Esports, जो कि पहले 7th एलिमेंट थी. उनमें से आगे फिर टोटल 16 टीम में टॉप 5 टीम ने PMWC में जाना है. इंशाल्लाह जल्द ग्रो हो गए आपके चैनल. बस वीडियो हाँ मैं नहीं रुक रहा. कैमरे सेटिंग से सैचुरेशन फ्यूज ज़्यादा कर लो यार. मुझे ना इनकी सेटिंग्स आती नहीं है, इसलिए मैं ज़्यादा पंगे नहीं लेता. रुक जा मैं करके ट्राई करता हूँ.
We might see reject, fall to a similar fate, but we'll see where the circle shifts because it can still hard shift away from them, which I feel like might actually work out more for rejects rather than getting the zone.
Ooh, oh really? Why's that?
I mean, that way they have a reason to move out.
Yeah, इसके अंदर ना saturation वगैरह शायद है नहीं है. रुको जरा.
Right, like in that match, if you remember on Erangel, right? D+, they got every single circle to like
color correction. Okay. अच्छा क्या ज़्यादा नहीं, saturation और hue. ओहो क्या कर रहे हो मुझे? नहीं भाई नहीं. ड्रीड वो तो मेरी गुलाबी फोन कर रहे थे यार. नहीं कर दिया यार. क्या कुछ कर लूंगा इंशाल्लाह. TMT है ब्रो. नहीं यार आखिर TMT स्ट्राइक एडमिन 2 है पक्की बात. नहीं अहमद ये भी नहीं है. इंडियन लाइनअप नहीं हो सकती. इंडियन के साथ बड़ा फड्डा हुआ है ST वालों का. स्टार कंफर्म भी जो A1 TMT नहीं A1 TMT नहीं. क्या लगता है कौन सी टीम PMGC में जाएगी यार? इंशाल्लाह इस बार पाकिस्तान से एटलीस्ट 3 टीम जाएंगी, जिसके अंदर 52 यार. PMGC का जो है ना, PMGC का जो क्वालिफिकेशन है वो हो रही है PMSL CSA फाल से. तो अभी कुछ नहीं कह सकते. वो जो भी टीम PMSL CSA फाल में जाएगी वहां से हम बता सकते हैं कि कौन सी टीम जाएगी. जी
switch to passiveness, so I do understand why you said that for sure.
हाँ होगा PMSL पाक फाल होगा, देन PMSL CSA फाल होगा, वहां से आगे जाएगी. यार रिसेंटली टूर्नामेंट से स्क्रीन से कहीं नहीं दिख रही. जी यार अब नहीं आइडिया यार, नहीं आइडिया. मुझे खुद नहीं दिख रही. मैं आपको क्या बताऊं. मुझे R3G I8 और 52 दिख रही है. बाकी जी क्या पता दूसरे रीजन में ग्राइंड कर रही हो, कुछ नहीं कर सकते. ज़ैफा को देखा मैंने, लेकिन वो दूसरी टीम के साथ खेल रहा था. वाह यार थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 100 लाइक्स. अब जल्दी से लाइक करते जाओ. अब चुप करके ना मैच देखते हैं. फाल्कन लाइव आईएससी का एक नोवा. ओके
That's not going to be good. That's going to go ahead and bring it down to a 3v3. The fight is even. Let's see who's going to win it. Nova playing this really close together. Uh-oh, they're trying to show off some of that CQC action. Maybe they heard us, Zute, because Nova said, hey, you guys talking smack about our close quarters combat? How about some of that? How about some of that? How about some of that?
स्टार नहीं स्टार जा सकती है अगर स्टार पीएमएसएल पाक के नेक्स्ट लाइक फॉल सीजन के अंदर ना गेन से चांसेस होंगे सन ब्रो अगर टीम स्टार पीएमएसएल सीएसए में जा चलेगी तो स्टार पीएमजीसी के लिए क्वालिफाई हो सकती है लाइक पीएमएसएल सीएसए पीएमएसएल पाक फॉल होगा ना तब पीएमजीसी की क्वालिफिकेशंस होनी है
You don't win that. You don't just run straight at them.
देखो क्या होता है यार गोड्रेस मार गया इजी नोवा हाँ नाइस अच्छा कमाल मारा नोवा ने एनबी स्पोर्ट्स
their IGL order is gone and I just can't help
और फोर्थ में अच्छा यार फाल्कन एक हो चुका फोर्थ है कि फिफ्थ है ये
scouting position order did scout before even when Jimmy was IGL but
एक और चिकन कर देना
it's definitely harder.
That's definitely a mix-up for sure. You know, meanwhile, we're gonna watch next Korea getting.
यार आइए 52 R3 141 के अलावा कोई भी टीम सही से ग्राइंड करते हुए नजर नहीं आती फिर ये कैसे है पीएमजीसी के क्वालिफाई हाँ यार बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है
Not a good scenario for them at all. So Frozen's gonna probably end up having to do this.
ये सारी चीजें ना एसाम ब्रो पीएमएसएल फाल में होगा अभी तो ये स्प्रिंग सीजन है ना स्प्रिंग सीजन लाइक कह लो कि प्रैक्टिस थी लास्ट ये ना स्प्रिंग सीजन के अंदर 7th एलिमेंट है 16 पे आई थी और फॉल सीजन में वो क्वालिफाई हुई थी तो लगा लो दादा अच्छा फिर इंशाल्लाह स्टार 852 इंशाल्लाह जाएगी होप फॉर द बेस्ट इंशाल्लाह आई रिमेंबर स्प्रिंग सीजन में ना 2023 के अंदर जो 7th एलिमेंट थी ना वो है 16 पे थी और इसी तरह पीएम फॉल सीजन के अंदर टॉप 5 में आकर जीसी के लिए क्वालिफाई हुई थी 2023 के अंदर यार मैं तो चाहता हूँ जितनी भी टीम्स जाए ना मैक्सिमम जितनी भी स्लॉट्स हो ना साउथ एशिया की सारी पाकिस्तानी टीम जाए Falcon versus S2 nice.
But you know what? I'll tell you right now. Next Peru is getting lucky. The fact that D+P is getting punished so hard.
पीएमजीसी में इंडियन टीम्स को चांस है इनवाइट मिल जाएगा अगर यार इंडियन टीम्स को तब तक नहीं कुछ मिलेगा इनवाइट जब तक वो उनकी जो गेम रहने वाली है पबजी मोबाइल वो अनबैन नहीं हो जाती अगर यार पबजी मोबाइल इंडिया में अनबैन होगी ना लिटरली सारे टूर्नामेंट्स की वाचिंग बढ़ेगी चाहे वो इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान हो इंडिया वर्सेस नेपाल हो इंडिया की एक टीम भी हो ना पूरे टूर्नामेंट में लाइक जो अभी ये इसकी कितनी वाचिंग आ रही है 749 आ रही है ये देखो ये इंडिया की वाचिंग इंडिया की एक टीम भी होना है तकरीबन कह लो कि कम से कम भी ना 30,000 वाचिंग आ रही होनी है ये सीन है ये इंडिया को खुद चाहिए यार 360 जाएगी इंशाल्लाह 2025 में 360 जाएगी आईएट को डायरेक्ट इनवाइट होगा ना लास्ट टाइम की तरह पीएमजी नहीं घोस्ट बोर्ड नहीं होगा आईएट को तो इनवाइट मिलता ही नहीं है पीएमजीसी में आईएट के पीएमजीसी पॉइंट्स होते हैं जिसकी वजह से इनको इनवाइट मिलता है और इस बार पीएमजीसी पॉइंट्स खत्म हो गया और लास्ट ईयर 7th एलिमेंट के पॉइंट ज्यादा हो सकते थे लेकिन उनके स्प्रिंग में कम थे जिसकी वजह से आई8 को इनवाइट मिल गया नहीं तो आई8 का वो भी इनवाइट चले जाना था लाइक हर रीजन से एक इनवाइटेड टीम होती थी लेकिन इस बार थोड़ा सा क्राइटेरिया आपको डिफरेंट देखने को मिल सकता है बिकॉज इस टाइम पीएमजीसी पॉइंट्स नहीं है
at this point for their squad. Meanwhile, Nova fans are trying to hope
TYSON बनेगा PMGC MVP इंशाल्लाह आज लास्ट है नो फ्रैंक ब्रो अभी कल का दिन पड़ा हुआ है
so Nova's going to have to be careful
ऐसा में मर गई है
the CQC from Nova getting that knock finally got to hit this shot here Paraboy got to be able to pull off some close quarters my boy let's see if you can do it
Paraboy gets spotted. He couldn't.
मिसेस स्पाइक को देखो वो भी वाच पार्टी कर रहा है उसके व्यू देखो यार उसके बाद ऑडियंस होगी ना
Nova almost winning that 2v3
इंडियन ऑडियंस है ना
it was not enough meanwhile on the west side of the map things are starting to
subscribers
heat up as well Vampire Death
311
Rejects will be looking to
इंडियन टीम नहीं है ना कोई
इसलिए is still alive out there and they do have a working vehicle they might full send it into one of the teams out on the west side we'll see in a second where they go but Rejects still wary of their backside
Hey, one team, and we gotta give some
इंडियन
love to
टीम
is,
नहीं
hey,
है ना,
Zuti,
तो
look
लाइक
at
वो
Boom.
लोगों
10
इससे
eliminations
अच्छा
so
जो
far.
लोकल टूर्नामेंट हो
And
रहे हैं
they're in
इंडिया
fifth
का, उससे
place
ज्यादा
because they have
वाचिंग
the
वो
big
ले
team.
रहे हैं
Yeah,
PMGO की
yeah. So I mean, if a good performance here, they can
नहीं
finally
नहीं
close that
नवंबर
gap
में
and put
होगा
themselves in the
PMGC
running
नवंबर में होगा
for first
2024 में
place
मैं तो अपनी
tomorrow. So they
काश
need to finish
PMPL
off strong
से
here.
PMPL
Let's see, they
साउथ
couldn't have
एशिया
asked for a
फॉल
better
आइड
start,
जीत
though, that's
जाती
for sure. Meanwhile, Team Falcons are finally trying to get things started.
हम अपनी वाच पार्टी कर रहे हैं
S2G
भाई
just had a pop-off game, looking to have a little bit of a repeat. Actually, not just looking, needing to, but action is gonna say see you later to that player from S2G. Let's see what happens. Who's gonna get this next knock? Team Falcons. Oh, STG's in big
लोग
trouble
समझ
here.
रहे हैं
Here
कि
comes the
लाइक
red zone
PMPL
from
खत्म
Falcons.
हुआ था जिसकी वजह से ना वो e-sport थोड़ा सा ना कम हो रहा है फाल्कन नाइस वन से ज्यादा एक नेट फाल्कन एक नेट एक्शन एक नेट
They are getting fully surrounded.
Back
They did
side
return
से
fire.
Vance.
Not just
What a
one, but
shot.
two of Falcon. No, three from Falcons go
Yeah,
down. Actually,
yeah.
Royals of War. I just caught that kind of third parting from
Nice one.
distance. That's what's causing the downfall of the Falcons. And
Third
luckily
party, yeah.
for S2G,
नहीं, S2G
Royals of War managed to find some sidelines, and here's the next big fight. Vampire engaged with Deathwolves.
हाँ वही मैं कह रहा हूँ इंडिया की अपनी इंडिया की कोई टीम होता है नहीं फिर लोग देखते हैं वो स्ट्रगलिंग विदाउट जिमी आई थिंक जो बात है लेकिन भाई क्या है 2 साल बाद आया 200K हाँ डक्की भाई तो फिर यार इनके सब्सक्राइबर भी देखो ना मिलियन कुछ सब्सक्राइबर है 2 मिलियन के अंदर यार 2 मिलियन हो लाइक 200
another Brazilian squad, you know, the hometown team is
2000 के बंदे देख रहे हो 2000 में से 500-600 या 1000 के बंदा देख ही लेता है ना वीडियो
They saw Alpha 7 go out.
जैसे मेरे
and you know what?
4000
They've
कुछ
already
सब्सक्राइबर में
passed
से
up the
1000
Brazilian
बंदा
brothers
देख
of
ही लेता है वो
Alpha 7,
इसलिए
and they're looking to continue to make that lead even bigger.
इंडिया में PUBG
here.
अनबैन हो
And
इंडिया
they
वैसे
have the
पाकिस्तान
high
भाई
ground
वाचिंग का
to their
रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा
advantage.
जो
So all we gotta
बात
do
है
is play this smart, and these should be some easy elimination points.
यार
for them.
इंडिया
The
पता
next
नहीं
zone
क्यों
does
नहीं
center up,
इंडिया
so
रीजन
they're
इतना
still in the
पीछे
circle.
है लेकिन वो इसी में ही खुश है जितना वो अपनी इन चीजों में पैसा लगाते हैं ना भाई ये चीजों में लाइक लैंड इमर्स में या इन चीज़ों में उनको चाहिए भाई गवर्नमेंट के आगे थोड़ा अपील करे सारी कम्युनिटी इकट्ठी हो इतनी बड़ी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उनकी सोल गोल्डन भाई एक्शन ले थोड़ा लीगल एक्शन लेके PUBG को अनबैन करें यार कुछ करते ही नहीं है
especially when they have 4 up. I'm just worried that they slow it down too much and then the circle closes and the circle shifts and they have less time to work with. And oh man, Duelo runs up by himself.
यार फाल्कन ने अच्छा बड़ा कमबैक किया गेम से उसी जगह पे आ
Maybe
गया
being in first place is a curse. They're no longer
ब्लेड ने
the
हाईलाइट
kind of
अपलोड की इस
underdog.
मैच के बाद
The
देखते हैं
pressure's
बोल
getting to them and they're making some mistakes.
Well, like I said, you know, once you're
और
on
ब्लेड वो
top,
डी
all
वालों के
these
साथ खेल रहा ना
teams
उर्दू ही
literally
बोल
from
रहा
fourth
था
place on
ये लगा
down are
कि
gonna
वो
be
इंग्लिश
looking to
वगैरह
knock
बोलेगा
you out
प्रॉपर
as
उर्दू ही
fast
बोल
as
रहा
they
था
can.
लेकिन वो
And,
या बंगाली या उर्दू ना
Reject
आपस
cannot
में
let up the
मैच होती है
Meanwhile, we're gonna watch Smoke Gaming
बंगाली
take down the
नेपाली
high
हल्की
fives. I
हल्की
definitely
सी
want to stay on Reject though. Let's
हिंदी
see
भी हल्की
what they're
हल्की
gonna
सी
end up doing with this high ground, because like you said, Zute, you know, teams once they really get in a good position on top and they see Alpha 7 go down, they just think, okay, all we gotta do is stay alive, and they start going past it. But that is not the Rejects game. Their game is full-fledged non-stop violence, and they have to continue that.
And they need to keep shooting loot boxes too, because that's been
true.
working for them. They do catch out Tony K, and Divine wins a huge 1v1 up there, by the way. Nexria is still alive. I don't know how. Wait, how did Frozen even get here?
This man has been just sneaking his way through little by little by little. S2G is still alive. Boom has 11 eliminations, so they sneak up another point. You can just see the desperation from all these squads. They know what's at stake. They know they want to make it into the top 3, and they only have a few games left to do it.
Sara firing off shots.
रिजेक्ट अगेंस्ट है चिकन रिजेक्ट ने भाई लीड बना ली है भूल जाओ आप रिजेक्ट को करना
You can
also
see
Alpha
how
7 का
desperate everybody is for points.
downfall
Even when they're in first place, they really need to get more. Firing off shots left and right. Rejects with 3 eliminations and a great circle for Rejects. They get even more time to work up on this hilltop now, as the next circle does not hard shift away from them.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, they get this circle once again, which is so critical. Now they're just got to creep up and work together. I think they lost a player pretty unnecessarily there. They could have had all 4 up. but they're gonna have to get it done with 3. And you can see the crowd is going nuts as Smoke Gaming's at the bottom. This one's gonna go all the way down to the last circle with how this zone is.
This is going to be a huge game for Boom, because look at Boom's positioning. They have the center locked down.
इसका कोई नाम नहीं सुना, वो भी अच्छी टीम है। हाँ ये बात यार, हमने नहीं वो लाइक उस रीजन की टीम है ना, तो हमने नहीं देखा हुआ ज़्यादा।
For the Royal team coming down from the north, they're going to come into sidelines of S2G. Boom kind of has
इस एंगल का मैच था, मुझे याद है वो।
We did call it out. They're already up to 11.
वो नेक्स्ट यार, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, हमने नहीं देखी हुई टीम अच्छी होगी, हमने नहीं देखी हुई।
It could be more.
मैंने भी नहीं सुना, मैं खुद फर्स्ट टाइम सुन
their
रहा हूँ।
position, and if that zone locks onto them, this next circle, I mean, they are a shoe-in to win this match with a ton of eliminations.
Oh, nice one.
There goes Rivas from Royals of War. Here comes S2G trying to make it happen. IHC from the corner, now catching one of the players. But Boom, I'm telling you, Boom is going to just soak up so many eliminations. This is getting intense.
Oh, there's another one. Razy catches Rogue, yeah. That was
ने फिर रेड किया था, एक
point
कीपर देखा,
confirmation.
जी
Zio
देखा
last
ब्रो।
one up, 0 eliminations for the IHC team right now. Smoke with all 4 up, just trying to stay alive at this little divot. Zio, can he do anything? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Rejects, I really want to see what's going on there, because they're getting really close to Frozen. I think that should definitely be the fight to really look at. Rejects is getting that revive onto their 3rd player that got knocked by IHC. Zio crawling, slowly crawling. I think he's gonna, oh no, is that a nade?
Oh, that looks good!
Oh, that was a perfect nade.
Wow! What a nade there, throwing it up the mountain, and here comes Flyboy, ready to soak up some even more points. Will we see a PMGO Finals record right here? It is totally possible. Boom. And I'll tell you what, this couldn't have been at a better time, considering that they have such a point gap. Most of the teams are out, but Reject are still up. It's only down to the top 2. You can just see that, you can hear the fans starting to get excited because they need Reject to go out early if they want their favorite squad, Alpha 7, to have a chance at passing them up.
Divine realizes the opposition from the north side is too much from S2G, so he ran elsewhere looking to maybe steal a couple points away, maybe strike at the right opportune time. He's waiting. Divine, can he pull it off? Oh, he sees all 3. He has 1 grenade. Is he going to use the grenade first? He pulls it. It's cooking. He can get 1 here.
See ya.
He definitely gets 1. Oh, he doesn't even get 1. The Spidey senses out of S2G, too good. We are in a 4-way fight. S2G, Smoke Gaming, Rejects, and of course Boom.
Reject के बाद center
Boom
है
is just gonna eat up these points like crazy. So
सबने
Boom is gonna win this game. There's no doubt about it. It's just how many eliminations are they gonna get? Now they decide to strike onto S2G. Frenzy putting in some work. Divine still up from Reject though, just trying to get more placement points. Every single moment that they're alive is going to be worse and worse for Alpha 7. And then look at this. Here comes the blue zone. S2G is getting punished. It's only Razy up, and he has the blue to his back. And finally, there goes Reject. It's down to the top 3.
Yeah, Rejects out in 4th. Alpha 7 are happy about that, but still, Rejects nab up 4 points. Boom. Can they close this out? 2 of S2G, I believe, are down. The other player of Boom pretty much handling all of Smoke Gaming from their superior positioning. This is pretty much done for the side of Boom. Who's going to get 2nd, though? S2G or Smoke Gaming?
That is going to be the question, and this is Circle 9. The zone's going to go down to nothing, so it is starting to close. Here comes the aggression from Boom. Looking to soak up every single point. It's just Razy. Razy getting a nice knock, though. That was pretty huge. Actually, Boom's in trouble. Now Boom can lose.
Yeah, he
Razy
got
can't
both
go down.
of them.
1 HP.
A 1v2.
He's got to get this.
It's a 3-way 1v1 right now, but S2G's getting the revive.
S2G is getting the revive. We could have back-to-back chicken dinners. Razy takes down Smoke. 18 eliminations from Boom Esports. Can they finish it out, though? Can they get the chicken dinner? It's going to be up to their final player in a 1v2 situation. You can see the player cams. You can see the focus. Can he hit these shots? No utility at all. And look at his vest and helmet. completely busted. Oh, that one hurt. Here comes another.
It's
Hamzy.
done. It's done
for 3. Oh. Still alive. This is huge.
Popping those bandages. He needs every
can't
piece
peek.
of HP he can get. He peeks out, doesn't land his shots. He gets hurt and tagged instead. He's still got first aids, but they're circling him in. Razy down to that 1 HP, gets the first aid off. He needs a clean first knock. He can't get tagged at all. And that is exactly what he gets. He gets the clean knock, doesn't get tagged. Pretty much almost full HP. Gets the point confirmation too.
Oh, yeah, 5
bullets. His UMP was down to nothing too, I think. He's got a couple bullets of the M4 and a couple bullets of the UMP. Every shot has
That's
to
the
count.
question.
I want to see them switch back camps.
5 bullets?
Too risky.
He's out.
5 bullets.
He's out.
Gone. He has to loot the box. Did he get anything? No, he didn't.
I don't know.
He's just got the first aid.
He's
the
got
best he can do is deny points now.
He's got
He
nothing.
can't win this.
Go
He
off
can't
the
win
blue.
this.
He's got the
pan.
He's got the
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh! S2G
wins
back-to-back chicken dinners from S2G. But I'll tell you what, if you're a Boom Esports fan, you ain't too mad at that, baby, because some insane eliminations come from them. What a
भाई
finish!
देखो पूरी मैनेजमेंट की टीम उनके साथ आई हुई है खेलने.
Look at this. He's probably like, he ran at me with the pan. Did you see that? He's like, this madman ran at me with the pan.
Oh my god. If you would have gotten
वो
that
तसल्ली से
pan
लूट
finish,
करता ना ले
his
जाना
name
था.
would have been
तसल्ली से
etched
लूट
in
करता ना अच्छी वाली
esports,
स्मोक भी
PUBG
इसने
Mobile
अच्छी वो स्ट्रेटजी थी स्मोक
forever.
अपने
They
मुंह
would
की
have
बजाय
put
उनके मुंह पे की
a
थी तो तसल्ली से
monument
लूट
of
कर
this
लेता
man
ना
in the
ले जाता.
game. What a way to end the game, though, and honestly, a massive one for S2G and for Boom.
मजा आया यार मजा आया जो बात है. Let's go boys, likes कर दो यार जो भी स्ट्रीम पर नहीं आ रहे.
I was expecting. I was like, he's out of bullets. Blue's at his back. He's got to deny the point. But instead, he pulls out the pan and just runs at him.
इसलिए कहते हैं भाई पिस्टल जरूर रखो अपने पास. थर्ड वेपन जरूर रखो. पिस्टल होती है इसके पास इसलिए एटली यूज तो कर लेता है.
Grab some ammo. He couldn't get it done. And then running in with a pan. And the S2G player, I think
5 एमओ थी ले जाता वो. यार वो बस प्री फायर कर गया ना थोड़ा डरा रहा था कि बैक साइड जाए.
that out of S2G also. A man runs at you with the pan. The only way that goes wrong is if you run at him shooting and you miss and he hits you in the head with the pan.
I8 के क्यों कोई मैचेस हैं फिलहाल के लिए नहीं आइडिया ब्रो I8 के मैचेस का. हसीब भाई क्या
as much history would have been made if Boom won that with the pan. Imagine the history of losing a 1v1 when the tournament matters the most. After you guys won the last match, to a guy with the pan. You definitely don't want to be that guy.
You definitely don't want to be that guy.
भाई ये लिटरली ये स्पोर्ट्स की एक आपको इमेज
Jason
नजर आ रही लाइक
like,
पूरी
what?
टीम के
Like,
साथ
are you
उनका जो भी
serious? But you
कोच
know
है
what? That's what
मैनेजर
happens
है
is that, you
उनका
have
एनालिस्ट
to try
है
to reserve as
सामने
many
उनके प्लेयर्स हैं
resources as you
लिटरली
can,
ये
but that's the
एज
thing
अ
about
पूरी
Miramar. We
बिजनेस
talk
है
about it so
इट्स अ
often,
बिजनेस
how Miramar is the map
ये है
where you
लाइक
need to
दूसरे
store
रीजन्स में
as
स्पोर्ट
many-
हमारे रीजन में
many
स्पोर्ट
shots as
बहुत
you
जमीन
possibly
आसमान
can,
का फर्क
because
है
you need
ये
all
चीज
that
दुखती है
ammunition, you
लिटरली
need all that utility.
इधर हमारा
Yeah,
अगर
you
आई
never know
वो
how it's
जाती
gonna
है
end up, but
एक
you know
आधा
what?
मैनेजर
It's
होता है
time we
वो
bring
भी
back
मैनेजर वो उनके
the
प्लेयर की
7
टीम का होता है या उनका
WG.
कोच होता
Bro,
है या एज अ
what did you
6th
think
प्लेयर
about
होता है
that match?
इतने पैसे नहीं होते कि भाई हम अपनी टिकट से जो पबजी वालों ने दिए हैं 4 से 5 जो पैसे दिए 4-5 प्लेयर आप लेके आ सकते हैं जीसी में जो रजिस्टर प्लेयर वो यार उनके अलावा कोई इजाफी कोच के लिए मैनेजर के लिए एज अ स्पोर्टिव के लिए इतना नहीं होता पाकिस्तान स्पोर्ट की ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के पास कि वो अपने किसी एक प्लेयर को लेके जा सके जैसे PMGC होता कोई भी नहीं गया बस वही प्लेयर गए थे जो ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड थे एज अ 5th to एज अ 6th. ये चीज लिटरली यार देखना इतना वो चीज प्राउड मोमेंट भी होती है यार. स्पोर्ट बहुत आगे जा चुकी है और पाकिस्तान रीजन अभी स्टिल बहुत ही ज्यादा पीछे. ये बड़े बालों वाले नौयान के भाई हैं.
It could go to another team,
nice,
and that's
yeah.
exactly what happened. Regardless,
जितना उनका
the most eliminations we've seen.
Momentum boost up होता है ना इन्हीं चीजों से.
I believe so. I believe it is, and you know who's happy right now? S2G.
यार PMGC विनर ऐसे नहीं है ना लाइक PMGC विनर उन्होंने अपने आप को मनवाया है ना. लाइक उनके अंदर वो कैपेबल हैं इसके लिए, लाइक उन्होंने मनाया है अपने आप को। और इधर अभी तक पाकिस्तान की टीम PMGC के फाइनल्स तक नहीं पहुंची। लाइक मैं किसी को क्रिटिसाइज वगैरह नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन मैं बस एक बता रहा हूँ, अगर उनके पास ये सारी चीजें हैं तो वो उन चीजों को लेके बता रहे हैं। ऐसे तो हम ये भी कह सकते हैं नोवा के पास 5-6 कोचेज हैं, वो नीचे लग रहे हुए हैं, लेकिन उनको पता है यार उनको चीजें इतनी मिल रही हैं।
To point this out, one team that needs the points, one
टाइसन
team
फिर
that
भी
needs
हम
to respond
यार
when it
इतना
wasn't there in the
पैसा
first place.
छापती हैं
That's why.
esports में यार, मैं
Alpha
क्या
7,
बताऊं
a
यार,
team that
i8
got
के
those
बाद
chicken
इतना
dinners in
पैसा
the
है,
first 4 matches
मैं
of
क्या
day
बताऊं आप
one.
लोगों को।
They're currently not responding in the
उनको
way that
भाई
their fans
स्पॉन्सर्स
want to see, and
के
they're
मिल
not
रहे होते हैं,
responding
वो
in the way that
स्पॉन्सर
a
इनवाइटेड
champion would
स्लॉट्स
need to
मिल रही होती
respond
है,
as they end up with those
उनके
0
यूट्यूब
points.
से इतना पैसा बन रहा होता है, उनके इंस्टाग्राम पे इतना बन रहा होता है, टिकटॉक जो उनकी है वो भी आई थिंक मोनेटाइज होंगे, उनके टूर्नामेंट से आ रहे होते हैं स्पॉन्सर, अब तो 2-2 स्पॉन्सर आ गए, इतनी चीजों से उनको पैसे मिल रहे हैं। ऐसे ना करो यार, अंबानी क्या ये अंबानी है?
Names are now knocking at the door trying to hunt down first place, because we were talking about it in the game, right? There's no difference really between fourth and last
ना
place.
इन चीजों में लगाने भाई, इन चीजों में लगाने के लिए है, लेकिन भाई अपने जैसे खर्च करने के लिए कुछ नहीं है इनके पास।
Shute, if Alpha 7 doesn't respond here in this final
ये
match,
PMGO का भी यही सीन था भाई, हम अपने इतना ज्यादा पैसा लगाए हमें मिले ना, उनका मेन मकसद यही था कि भाई हमें पैसे कहाँ से मिलेंगे, और 2000 प्राइस, वो देखो फाल्कन लोग ये भी तो गए ना, पहले 2000 इन्होंने उसमें से जीता, $2000 क्वालिफाई फाइनल, PMGO प्रीलिम से $5000, $7000, अब इनमें से भी तकरीबन 10-12 तकरीबन पता नहीं क्या लगे 50-60 लाख की इन्होंने गेम खेल लिया, सिर्फ सबसे कम से कम। यही अगर टॉप 5-4 में आते तकरीबन कह लो कि 70-80 लाख की होगी। सबसे पहले ये बात आई के पास बूट कैंप, यार बूट कैंप को रोकते रहना, बूट कैंप से पहले कुछ परफॉर्मेंस, यार बूट कैंप मिल रहा है, बूट कैंप मैं अब क्या बोलूं यार, मैं जो चीज समझाना चाह रहा हूँ वो आप लोग समझ रहे नहीं हो।
They're finally first place, and I don't know if you caught it, but they made a crucial mistake. Is it because they're first place and they're feeling the pressure? Hotchix called it out. They lost one player unnecessarily. He was caught out in a 1v1 where they knew there could have been, people snaking or camping.
यार मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि वो मेहनत नहीं कर रहे, मेहनत कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस मजीद मेहनत करें ना।
First place pressure, it's definitely a real thing.
Oh, for sure.
मैं इतना नॉन सीरियस होते हैं लोकल और टूर्नामेंट्स में, इतने नॉन सीरियस होते हैं।
And the thing is that not only is it going to be a real thing, it's going to be more going into tomorrow, right? Because
इधर हम थकते रहते हैं भाई, i8 की परफॉर्मेंस देखनी, i8 के मैचेस देखने हैं, वो माशाल्लाह से सोए होते हैं। चीजें दुखती हैं ना यार, ठीक है वो उनकी अपनी मर्जी अपनी लाइफ है, लेकिन यार वो जिस रीजन को रिप्रेजेंट करें वो फ्लैग तो अपना है ना, उनके अकेले का तो फ्लैग नहीं है ना।
I kind of agree with Zute here. I think that it's a lot easier to be in, second or third, trying to hunt down a big, because teams aren't hard focused on you as opposed to when you're just in first place with such a huge lead. Because I mean, they had a massive gap going into today, and it was closed in match number 2.
Last match,
and I would usually agree with you 100% with what you were saying there, Sute, because we even brought it up yesterday. Whenever they got those 3 chickens, like this is a little bit scary for us, right? This would be the perfect scenario. But I feel like they need to find a break in this last match to the awful performance that they have been having so far today. I mean, besides the first game. After the first game, 12 plays, 3 eliminations. 13 plays, 3 eliminations. 15 plays, 1 elimination. So you can see no placement points still. And the elims, yes, you're being able to get elims, but not to the likes of what the other teams are getting. They need to find something to break that bad momentum currently going their way, and hopefully change their mentality to going into tomorrow, because these players, I mean, I seen them before, I seen it live, where I just look at Rebel, and he's just looking at it, he's like, man, how are we gonna be able to come back from this one? And even though I agree with you on that, I do think it benefits them not being in first place. They need to end up with a good game here, because if they have just a bad scratch here, as much as you have the audience there, as much as you have many family members looking at you, that pressure is going to keep building. And I just don't know how this players are going to be reacting to that kind of pressure on the final day in their own country.
कितने बंदे थे? 20 बंदे नहीं देख रहे। 20 में 10 बंदे तो मेरी गिनती से मुझे याद है 10 बंदे कौन से चैट में बैठे हुए। 5 बंदे वो हैं जिन्होंने अभी भी मैसेज किया। 5 बंदे जो अननोन बैठे हुए हैं जिनको मैं नहीं जानता। हाँ हाँ, टाइसन के न्यू लाइनर की लीक है। ये देखो मैं आपको स्क्रीन पे अभी दिखा देता हूँ। ये एसटी के न्यू लाइनअप्स के ना ये वो रहने वाले हैं, ये रिजल्ट्स रहने वाले हैं। ये देख सकते हो आप ऊपर। एसटी प्लेयर 3 6 किल 7 किल 0 किल 9 किल्स। बाकी इंशाल्लाह जैसे मुझे थोड़ा सा मजीद कंफर्मेशन मिल जाती है ना, मैं आप लोगों को ना दिखाता हूँ सीन। टीम्स का ना बता दूंगा। अभी फिलहाल के लिए ना जो ब्लेड ने मोन्टेज अपलोड किया ना वो देख। ये देखो पबजी हाइलाइट्स विद डेड आइज गाइस नेपाल। रुक जा, ठंडा ठंडा ठंडा मिठे ठंडा। कोई इंट्रो कह रहा तो डालो यार। मुझे ना वैसे ये बात लाइक देखो ना 43 हमारे पाकिस्तान का सबसे जाने माने प्लेयर्स हैं, इनकी सब्सक्राइबर बहुत कम है। थोड़े होने चाहिए यार। लाइक थंबनेल्स वगैरह थोड़े से बनाए हो, थोड़ी सी हाईलाइट वो चीज़ें की हो ना, बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है। अच्छा लेट्स गो। 2 मिनट की बस, चलो। नहीं नहीं, रूल्स कहीं नहीं जा रहा, रूल्स कहीं नहीं जा रहा बॉयज। पूरी पूरी लाइनअप उठा रहे हैं। रूल्स का फेवर मिल गया। व्हाट हैपेंड टू I8? DE ब्लेड। ओहो, अच्छा कौन कौन है इसमें? इनमें कौन कौन खेल रहा है? DE का ब्लेड है। ये कौन है? हिटमैन सर है। ये कौन है? फिनिश कौन हुआ है? ये 20 सर है। ये आई थिंक ये ओहो ओहो ओहो, एक नॉक। भाई मैच में पीक के तो हैं, पीक्स तो हैं। MS चेक करो भाई, 20 32 और एकदम से अच्छा शिफू सर हैं। अच्छा अच्छा, वो शिफू सर हैं, ठीक है। पहले वाले शिफू सर हैं, नीचे बीस्ट हैं, फिर ये बताएं कौन सा ब्लेड है, ठीक है। ब्लेड एज सपोर्टर आई थिंक खेल रहा है उनके साथ।
वो हील कर रहा है।
देखा एक ही है, वो हील कर रहा है, वो हील कर रहा है। देखा इसकी कोच सुनो।
वो हील कर रहा है। ए राइट। नाइस। इसका जो पता नहीं। थैंक यू। ओए ये तो कैसे भाग गए यार भाई। लोकेशन। रुक मैं भी आ रहा हूं। नाइस। पीछे पीछे पीछे मार देगा तू, मार देगा।
ब्लेड तो मैं ये फुल कैरी मैन बना हुआ है इस टाइम।
चलो बंदे घर में।
मसला ये है सिर्फ 2 ही स्लॉट्स हैं यार। नॉर्थ अमेरिका में सिर्फ 2 ही स्लॉट हैं अमेरिकन रीजन की।
हमें जाना पड़ेगा।
नीचे आ सकता है।
नाइस वन।
एक उधर
टॉप 5 में बहुत कंपटीशन हो गया। नहीं नहीं डीएलएस कहीं नहीं जाए डीएलएस तो आप एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है यार फाल्कन बैंड की तुम लॉस ल्यूज में क्या लेने आई है यार तीन डैडी यार
Look, and that should just prove to everybody watching just how
कर दी बस कर दी
important every single one of these matches are. And this is also goes back to why at the end of the day yesterday you were criticizing them just a little bit about, hey, like most of your placement points were only in the games you won. You know, you have to get consistent points even when you don't get those favorable zones, and they weren't able to do it here. So I mean, it just goes to show you, Seven, that I think without a shadow of a doubt, center zone is now the meta at this high level. I just don't think edge works anymore. It's just not consistent.
Yep, I'm with you in regards to that. I mean, we're talking about the splits too. We're talking now about center zone. We'll have to wait and see who ends up getting blessed by those circles too, because the teams that have been getting blessed by the circles, they've been able to do wonders with it. We saw what Reject was able to do earlier today too, and felt like that was definitely a spark up to their game.
स्टार का कैरियर है स्पोर्ट में यार कैरियर किसी फील्ड का नहीं होता कैरियर इंसान खुद बनाता है अगर स्टार मेहनत करेगी तो वो अपना कैरियर बना लेंगी
And I mean, in 7th place, I'm sure they wanted to finish off the day in a much better way where they could actually try to fight for some extra points. Yes, they do have that one.
Falcon loss लेने क्या है यार?
He's been playing. I mean, S2G in the past 2 matches, they have jumped up so much that S2G, I think before their last 2 chicken dinners, they were in 10th place with 41 points, and for this team to now be sitting with 84 points in 5th place. That's what can happen when you can spring up back-to-back chicken dinners here, especially in this format that's only 3 days long.
That is unbelievable. And I can't stress that enough, how unbelievable that is, okay? So, 10th place, 41 points.
भाई रिजेक्ट चाहे कुछ नहीं ज़्यादा चिकन नहीं निकाली फिर भी जाते जाते इतने पॉइंट निकाल लेते कि अपनी लीड को ना कवर अप करी जा रही साथ साथ ऐसा मैं मारी है तो 0 पॉइंट के साथ मेरी मारी रिजेक्ट कर मारी है तो फिर 5-6 पॉइंट्स लेके मारी है यार अगर आपने रिसेंटली मेरी चैनल पे वीडियो नहीं देखी तो काइंडली सारे देख लेना यार
Hey, they're looking at that prize pool a little bit different now. Remember what you were talking about? First place 100,000, second place 50,000, third 30,000, fourth 15,000. If they would have stayed in the position where they were earlier, it would have been 14,000. But now they can challenge for even more. Now they can possibly end up challenging for that championship. So we're hearing some of their players wanting to do. A team that definitely needs to snap out of it too. The bad streak that they've been on. It's Nova, because Nova is far away. But I mean, we know Nova can put up points as well. We know what Paraboy is able to do at times with being able to put up a lot of eliminations for his team. It just comes down, can this team do it? Because at the end of day 2, if there was ever a team that I thought was going to actually end up responding in a good way here on the second day, I thought it was going to be Nova, and it's been an absolute disappointment here on day 2.
I mean, yeah, straight up, if Nova doesn't get a chicken dinner here, I'm going to almost stop talking about them. That's how bad it is. Because, I mean, they're just not going to have enough breathing room to even get close to these teams, you know? I mean, they're only at 50 points. At first place, I mean, they have to double their score like we saw S2G do to even compete. And Reject, Alpha 7, these
अगर किसी ने इसको लाइक नहीं किया हुआ तो काइंडली लाइक कर देना यार
here, you know? So, yeah, Nova needs a double-digit chicken dinner here and now if they even want an opportunity tomorrow.
It's possible, but we need to see it.
Yeah.
We need to wait and see how this team is going to respond, because there's a lot of other teams started to respond. We saw Rejects, what they're able to do. Today, another team that we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about with all the what-ifs, and maybe they will be able to clutch this up. IHC, we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about them. We do see Vampire Esports taking on some shots there to Regnum Karya. They're going to be able to eliminate that player, turn him into a point. Vampire Esports looking to put themselves in a great position come tomorrow when they can possibly challenge for that championship. But going back to IHC, I mean, so far today, this team, Yes, they did end up with a great match earlier in the day. 3rd place, 16 eliminations, but besides that, they really haven't been able to do much. We've been seeing a lot of 13th place, 1 elim, 14th place, 1 elim, 5th place, 0 elims. So it's not the IHC and the fragging power that we've been used to seeing from yesterday. And right now, that's why everybody's starting to jump down over them, as we do have Vampire Esports there.
Vampire ne fight hard kari hai.
They're going to be taking the fight here to Regnum Karya.
Yeah, and that's
feeling
what they were able to catch Regnum Karya slipping. They took out Silas already. Or actually, no, they didn't take out Silas, but they took out 2 players from them. They need every single point
Kashi bhai last match
They're going to go and push this 4v2 all day long. But they know that they need to do it quickly because even though
जिसने अभी तक चैनल का बेल आइकन ऑल पे नहीं किया हो तो कंट्री बेल आइकन ऑल पे कर दें.
Yeah, they don't want to risk a third party. Luckily for them is Miramar. Usually a little bit harder to get these third parties in, especially this early in the circle, as you were mentioning. Look at Silas trying to spot any of the players. Silas has been so good for this team, and he's going to be the only one alive here in this building, throwing those nades, defensive nades, trying to make him back off. He's going to have to pre-fire. He doesn't have a shotgun to his name. Here comes the push, and it's just easy pickings right there for Vampire Esports, as they're going to be switching their focus towards trying to find Kiss You, and Kiss You does have a shotgun, so they need to be careful how they end up making this push.
Yeah.
Vampire Esports do not want to lose any players. They're going to hear that vehicle. Kiss You says, you know what? I'm not even going to leave it up to a chance to this shotgun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Gonna try to put up some points on the board. Regnum Karya, man, they were so consistent in day 1, but it just didn't have it, you know, in day 2. Especially when you have these crazy point sponges every game set.
और टीम फाल्कन ने क्या किया यार
इसमें?
अच्छी बड़ी लीड बना के फिर बैक आ गए.
10, last game 19. That is ridiculous. I can't even just stress how huge that was for a squad like Boom. The next circle does go on up. It does head on to the north side, so it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a water treatment zone here. And we're gonna see teams make that rotation nice and quick here, as they're on that hunt for that top 3. S2G Boom's already got 2 eliminations. Are you kidding me?
Alpha 7, a team that we're looking for that response out of them. There you go. This is more what we want to see out of Alpha 7. Royals of War. If you want to do the reject route, do it, Alpha 7. Shoot the boxes, because you guys need that confidence. You guys need that momentum. But this is great for this team. Now, they need to focus towards the end of the match. They need those also placement points. We know they can get the eliminations, Hot Jukes. We've seen them do it over and over again. But we need to start seeing also those placement points out of this team.
I'll tell you what they need, Seven. They need someone from the crowd to run up on and give them an eyebrow slit. That'll give them that buff they needed. Meanwhile, Boom is still soaking up some more points against IHC as well. So Boom is on the hunt here towards the end. Like I said, Seven, though, if that happens, if we see a couple eyebrow slits on the players of Alpha 7, these guys are going to be
dyeing their hair too. Tomorrow they're going to be showing up with completely different colors on their hair.
अच्छे प्लस पॉइंट यही तो मसला है ना गोश्त भाई. हमारे प्लेयर्स को ये कि भाई अच्छा स्पॉन्सर आए फिर मेहनत करें. पहले मेहनत करोगे तो आपके पास कोई स्पॉन्सर आएगा ना. स्पॉन्सर आएगा सबसे पहले आपकी अचीवमेंट पूछेगा, फिर पूछेगा भाई साहब आप जीसी के फाइनल्स तक नहीं गए ग्लोबल चैंपियंस की, तो आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो कि आपको इतनी सैलरी हम क्यों दें. स्पॉन्सरों को शो करो. जैसे फैमिली मेंबर्स या माँ बाप है, हम उनको कहते हैं भाई हमने ई स्पोर्ट बनाना, तो सबसे पहले पूछेंगे ना भैया आपने ई स्पोर्ट में किया क्या. अब ये कहोगे माँ बाप पहले आप हमें सपोर्ट करो, हमें मोबाइल लेके दो, फिर हम आप मेहनत करके बताएंगे हमने क्या किया. भाई पहले लोग रिजल्ट्स देखते हैं, आपका आउटपुट देखते हैं, फिर जाते हैं कि भाई हाँ ये बंदा कैपेबल है, इसको हम इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं इसके ऊपर.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. Imagine real quick if Alpha 7 coming tomorrow, like the way the Falcons did at PMWI.
I8 वाले मेहनत कर रहे हैं. मैंने कब कहा I8 वाले मेहनत नहीं कर रहे. दूसरी टीम्स I8 से ज़्यादा मेहनत कर रही.
Nah, that's not gonna happen though. You know what?
ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ.
Just for them to start off with 4 eliminations here, I think was just huge for their mental. They needed it. They needed just one good fight under their belt to kind of change the pace, you know. Like you mentioned, I think that they realize it, everybody realizes it, how important it is for them to be able to finish strong here. Boom had the same amount of eliminations. They're going to catch them if they're not careful. So Alpha 7, we do not want to even see them close to outside of top 3. Their fans don't. Everybody expected them to be continually on top of how after they performed.
जो बात है जीरो
But this team right here.
यार नेम चेंज करो नहीं पहचाने जाते
Honestly, I can't think of bigger rivals.
जीरो अपना नाम हीरो रखे हो यार क्या दूसरे को कॉपी कर रहे हो अपनी अलग पहचान बनाओ हीरो रखो हीरो
The last place team, a team that was confident coming into this, and I'm sure they're looking
ऑफिसर्स आने दो देख लेते क्या करते हो अल्लाह क्या करे यार दुआ इस बार पाकिस्तान की एटलीस्ट 2 से 3 टीम PMWC में जाए PMRC में जाए PMRC में 3 से ज़्यादा जाएं और PMW में से एटलीस्ट 2 तो जाएं
ना And who knows, we might end up seeing some of this player getting split up, but in different orgs. It always ends up happening, especially after global events. And with what you were talking about with Alpha 7, I kind of want to echo that a little bit more too. If they can just get some good points here, if they can still be within those top 3, right? That's going to be a big confidence booster for the team going to tomorrow. But if they do end up jumping out of those top 3 and they get jumped, oh man, that mental state is just going to be completely on the floor, and for that team I feel like it'll be just tough, man, to snap out of
it. भी कहाँ PMGC में अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं ये भी कहाँ वही तो मैं आपको कह रहा हूँ ब्रो गोस्ट ब्रो वही तो कह रहा हूँ
well, they're pretty much in the center of the circle. If the zone centers up again, they're going to be in a good spot, so we'll see where it ends up going. Boom is still on a tear though, man. That's the one squad I think is going to have that X factor. Monkey, what are you even doing shooting at that? You got no business. Honestly, like, that's something that I hope that this team learns. Like, shooting from that far distance, why? You're not going to get the knock. Even if you do get the knock,
controversy करो views
you're
पाओ
just wasting ammo, you're wasting
जो बात है थोड़ा पेपर बिकता
armor as well. So just focus on where you're going to go after this.
ओए यार ये किससे मैंने टाइम आउट दे दिया है
and giving out your position even more to some of the other players. Keep in mind, these players are pros for a reason. They'll be able to recognize what sound some of those guns are making. We're talking about they're going to be finding themselves in a good position here already within this circle.
मुझे लगा वो दूसरा है यार.
Talking about the meta is going to be towards the center of the circle, and a team. Let me just rub my eyes real quick. Is that right? Yeah, S2G is currently towards that center of the circle.
Mini जो उतार लिया Dream को.
Esports is losing players to none other than Zebra Masters. Man, everything is just going the wrong way here for Nova Esports.
And honestly, Nova in this like water treatment area, this is usually their circle. I've seen them dominate from positions like this so many times before. Long is just pushing. What is going on here? Long and Paraboy looking to just head straight into Vampire Esports. Yeah, Nova just, not really looking too hot here today or in this tournament so far at all.
I wouldn't be surprised if next time we end up seeing Nova, we're going to end up seeing some roster changes again with the way they've been playing this tournament so far. Because
I think Nova
right now it's not
prelims.
working out their way.
I think they really I think Nova needed some prelims under their belt, I think they needed a good little warm-up tournament just to kind of get a feel for this lobby, feel for this area, because I've said it before, LAN's a different story, folks. Try to listen to footsteps when you got whistles blowing at max volume right in front of your face. You know what I'm saying? It is not easy for sure. So, but we're seeing teams adapt, right? I mean, Reject all the way from Japan, putting in work. Boom has been really, really getting it done here, especially if they're able to take out next Rio right next to them.
Yeah, and the firepower Boom has been able to showcase too. I feel like that's what was impressive to me. We always talk about teams that can make those jumps, that can make those leaps. हाँ
10 सेकंड कर दिया था यार मुझे लगा कोई और है
gonna be just 2 players alive, and if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be none
सर में बहुत ज़्यादा ना दर्द हो रही है
alive for that team. And you can see, man, they usually don't give much emotion, but it's not looking good there for them as Falcons. Team Falcons, a team that definitely needs the points as well. We've been hoping that there will be a snap out of their bad streak here. Gets caught out in the open, and that's it for Team Falcons. They end up getting eliminated, and now Alpha 7 on the sides of Boom, and we know what Boom can do.
I can't. Dude, look at that laser shot. That's crazy. Even from that distance, Liveboy had to peek back. He was just kind of like wondering, like, okay, let me make sure these guys are still looking in this direction. Popped a couple shots, and you can see that even these top teams, they're not trying to take crazy shots. They're trying to gather intel. Maybe they'll shoot one bullet, just single tap, because they can afford to lose 5-10 bullets, but they're not spraying like crazy, just dumping resources.
And the thing is, you can't even give this teams like an inch, right? Earlier, when was it? I think it was in Erangel when we were casting too. We saw one player from SCG just standing down at the open.
Vampire का भी comeback match आ गया इस
And
match
as soon as somebody spotted him, okay, you're knocked.
Yep.
Zero breathing room for a lot of these teams with the skill that we have available here at PUBG Mobile Esports.
ब्रो एसट्री के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए। उनकी जो न्यू लाइनअप है ना वो आई थिंक ट्रायल बेसिस पे है, वो अभी टेस्ट हो रही हैं। तो देन जैसे अनाउंसमेंट होती है मैं आपको बता दूंगा। ये उनके स्क्रीम्स के रिजल्ट्स आप स्क्रीन पे चेकआउट कर सकते हो। अभी आई थिंक उनके ट्रायल्स हो रहे हैं, अभी नहीं कंफर्म। जैसे ही कंफर्म मिलेगा मैं आपको बता दूंगा उनकी न्यू लाइनअप। ट्राई करूंगा कल कुछ ना कुछ करूं, बताऊं। बाकी देखो
focus on seeing if they can maybe get another angle on a different player and harm their rotation.
बाकी जैसे थोड़ा सा फुल कंफर्मेशन मिलती है, ऐसे पूरा रोस्टर उठा रही है और पीएमएसएल सीएसए से पहले वो अनाउंसमेंट कर देगी लास्ट कह लो कि ऑलमोस्ट मई के स्टार्ट में। अगर उन्होंने अनाउंसमेंट ना की, अगर उनके ट्रायल्स की वजह से उनके वो पसंद ना आई पबजी की लाइनअप, तो जो स्लॉट रहने वाली है वो पीएमएसएल साउथ एशिया की है 6 वाले को दे दी जाएगी। और एसटी का जो पबजी का मोबाइल का इरा है ना वो फिनिश आउट हो जाएगा। नाइस वन वैम्पायर, नोवा को मार गया यार स्ट्रॉन्ग।
Right there, and something that I keep seeing more and more of Nova Esports, especially when we get into the close quarter fights. I don't know if they just don't like using them, or I don't know if they're just not running across them. But Nova Esports not really using those DBSs as much as we're used to seeing some of the other teams, and I feel like that could be a big meta difference between the global region and what they're used to seeing over there in China. Next, Ruya being very close here to Smoke Gaming. Next, Ruya currently in 4th place, trying to keep on challenging there for that championship.
बॉटम की चारों टीम से लाइव है यार।
And so far, they've been able to do everything that they need to do. High fives. A team that's in last place. We're wondering what we're going to be doing, and this is what I think they're going to be doing, especially
almost
right now.
24 पैर वो हाँ यार।
Tomorrow as well, they could be hindering some of the teams.
High five वर्सी Vampire के जो दो मैन बंदे रहे।
As we saw, they are not scared. They are not scared from a fight between those top teams, as you were able to see in the qualifier finals.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, they're not scared anymore. That's for sure. I mean, they got nothing to lose. They're at the bottom of the leaderboards here. If they go out, I mean, so what? So they have everything to gain here. And I think we're going to see teams like Hi-Fi's, you know, D plus Kia, or we should, right? See them just go all out, just push everybody, because that's the only thing you can do. Like, I want to see Smoke Gaming and all these teams just get unbelievably aggressive, because they need like chicken dinners every single game if they want to stand a chance. I mean, so what if you go out early? It just doesn't matter at this point. There's no real big difference in prize pool.
Yeah. And talking about that, is just starting to be a little bit more proactive here with the positioning. Great position by SCG. They're looking at everything. They're looking at see where they're going to be able to get some points. If this team can go back to back, not only like Drake, they're going to go one more, 3 chicken dinners in a row. That would be insane for this team, and we will see an even bigger jump up.
Finally, जो स्ट्रीम पे न्यू आ रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दें बॉयज। 108 likes.
Have to worry about Next Ria being able to spot one of the players there from Boom, and Razy gets knocked by none other than Swain. Swain's gonna be able to spot another player. Oh, he moves just in time. But this was the opening that Next Ria was looking for, and they're gonna be full sending it. They need to be careful though, because Pmpl from Boom Esports does have a DBC to his name, and we know what these teams are able to do with that DBS. Very close by. They're having to slow it down a little bit. Next, Ruya came with a shotgun to his name as well. Who's going to end up taking this fight, Jukes?
That's all he's trying to do. He's just trying to slow it down so that way they can get these reses off, but they're not going to be able to. They're forced to crawl way too far. So it is going to be a 2v3 versus Next Ruya. Oh, that knock from Frozen. So good. Boom, just getting picked apart. Next Ruya finally starting to wake up here. Great shot, though, from Frenzy. Wow.
Frenzy trying to secure as many points for his team as possible. Not only just being patient here within this building, he's going to possibly try to start being a little bit more aggressive. Meanwhile, if there was ever a time for Alpha 7 to third party a fight, this would be it, considering that Alpha 7 is outside of this circle, and I think that's what they might be doing. They just need to do it in unison, as Boom does end up getting eliminated. Good for Next Ria right there, being able to get rid of Boom, and I think they only ended up losing, just one player.
91
and then here comes Frozen, gonna go ahead and get that res or get that heal off as fast as he possibly can, as they are playing on the edge of the circle. There's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to push up here. But like I was talking about, when it comes to these teams that desperately need these points, right? Nextria are in a great position, so they have to still play this carefully. But the rest of the squads, there's still 4 teams at the bottom still alive. They got nothing to lose. They got to go crazy here. And here comes Smoke finally looking to make the push.
Yeah, somebody that's not scared to make this push is going to be Smoke Gaming. Nextria, though, they were able to heal off. They were able to get themselves set up now. Smoke Gaming, some of the players are currently low health. You can see there Kane with that shotgun, trying to see if anybody's going to be giving him an angle. And for some reason, Miyaki threw a grenade. I thought that was going to hit. It doesn't end up hitting. We're starting to get grenades as well from Alpha 7. Alpha 7 looking to see if they can get into this action, because if they, for some reason, are able to third party this would be massive for that team. Nextria trying to find those angles. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, somebody's stopped Neto, because that was a filthy 180.
And not to mention, with the pump shotgun of all things, he's going to start applying the pressure even more. Smoke need every point they can get, but Nextria need these so much more. And Seawolf gets knocked by a mini up close and personal. And then now here comes a 3v1 to finish off Nextria. And can he pull off a miracle? He needs every single point he can get. He's stuck in the corner, in the house. Crazy, but yeah, with the UMP, there's not much you could do. So there they go out in 9th place. No placement points.
No placement points whatsoever, but I mean, I thought we were gonna wait until tomorrow to start seeing this kind of stuff. We're starting to see it right now. At the end of day 2, teams that need those points are starting to get eliminated by those teams towards the bottom that aren't afraid of taking a fight, aren't afraid if they're gonna lose or not because of where they are currently positioned. Zebra Masters finally getting spotted there by Hi-Fi's, and that's gonna be massive for some of the other teams, because I think that Zebra Masters player was holding the angles there for Alpha 7. That's why Alpha 7 wasn't able to push up. And on top of that, I think I saw Hi-Fi's as well. Some of their players taking on some shots to Alpha 7. Alpha 7's not in a good position. S2G right now in a great position, as they are going to have a lot of angles towards everybody, and they're going to just pick and choose who they want to fight. They got to watch out though, Jukes, because I'm looking at this circle here. And depending on what the next circle is, oh yeah, they're gonna have to rotate out.
I was about to say they were in a great position for that second, and then the second the zone pops, see ya. They're starting to hop in their vehicles, and they're gonna have to find something up close. Now I think it's all wide open right down that hill in front of them, so they're gonna have to find some cover, make some cover if they need to. They only have a few vehicles. Yeah, there's nothing. They are gonna be wide out in the open after this one. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. They can obviously push Smoke Gaming here and try to soak up some points. We'll see what ends up happening. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 just trying to stay as quiet as possible. Dead center. An absolute war is happening, though, between Vampire and none other than Hi-Fi's. And it's D plus Kia with the third party taking out Vampire Esports. That one is going to hurt.
D plus Kia saying thank you very much, Hi-Fi's. We will definitely take that help there on making sure that Vampire Esports is next to us. And Hi-Fi's not scared to take on that fight. This is what we were talking about. This is what we expected. Look at all of the other rotations that the teams are going to have to do. S2G is going to be super exposed. D plus Kia making sure that they stay on everybody. They know that there's going to be a fight out there. And meanwhile, Hi-Fi's as well, trying to see if they can possibly get some angles on D plus Kia. The madness is about to ensue. Alpha 7 trying to get a little bit closer here within the circle and making sure that they lay down, because they know S2G is going to be up there, and S2G could start shooting down on them.
They need to be quiet. No, but instead they take the shots. I'm so shocked that they took that shot there. I think they needed to play it just as quiet as possible, not try to get any attention towards them. S2G had to hear those. I wonder what they're looking and even thinking about doing, because S2G in their position, I don't think they can crest that hill at all. So Alpha 7 are so safe and so sound for the time being. But yeah, Alpha 7 now finally looking in that direction, trying to take some shots. He needs to get this knock on Ray-Z. They have to shut down this angle. They finally do. What a clutch shot there onto S2G.
And luckily for Alpha 7, it was actually D plus Kia that was able to save him there. But now Alpha 7 is just in such an open spot that everybody's taking shots at them. It's not just S2G. Now it's D plus Kia. And on top of that, it's going to be Reject, and it's going to be so tough. Reject right now in a great position, and they're going to realize that that's Alpha 7, so they're going to make sure that they eliminate them and create a bigger gap. Reject with all the 4 players looking good. I feel like that's going to be it for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 only going to be able to get 5 points there in regards to eliminations, plus the placement points that they're going to be getting right now, though. D plus Kia in a great position here, but Reject You can never give up on Reject. All these teams are currently on a high momentum when we talk about Reject and S2G. Which one is the one that's going to come out on top?
That's going to be the question, and that's why I was so shocked that Alpha 7 took that shot. I mean, I think at the same time, he was hoping to get that initial knock so they could push on the D plus Kia, but at the same time, they weren't even looking in that direction. So I think Alpha 7 should have just tried right then and there to just go for the drive. You know, crash on the compound, you know, see if you could take it, because you're going to go out no matter what if you stay there. You know what? You still have Revel still alive, so he's outside of this zone. He's just trying to get as many points as he can. It really is up to S2G and to Reject to make it happen. But then now they're out of circle, so we could see a win from the two bottom teams here.
Oh, Rebel being able to get himself there within this zone. All these teams are distracted. There you go. S2G is not distracted. Kazi said, I see you, buddy. Slow down. Get back to the lobby, as you're only going to end up being in the top 5 situation. Now we're going to have Rejects here versus S2G. And meanwhile, S2G is going to have to be fully exposed to D plus Kia as well. All these teams, this is just such a tough fight here for S2G and for Reject. Meanwhile, Hi-Fi's 2 is going to be over there next to D plus Kia. Any of these teams can take it when it comes to Hi-Fi and D plus Kia. They're just letting this fight play out, as they're also trying third party. You can see there on the elimination feed, D plus Kia taking on some shots to players from Reject, being able to knock players from Reject as well, and making it easier for S2G.
Making it easier for everybody in the lobby, because all the teams 4th on down need to take out these teams of Reject and S2G. Reject's done for. It's just S2G up left. See you later gets the none other than the MG3. So he's going to be stacked. Finds an easy knock. What were you doing there? That off angle taken away. They should be able to get this res, because they have a little bit of an Alamo situation here with those broken walls. S2G, they got that initial knock. They're going to try to do that drive up, but they know they need at least one more in order to get there even somewhat safely.
CEO with the filthy angle there on that D plus player. And guess what? We are on your favorite circle, Hajux. Circle number 9. Everything's going to start closing in. These teams are going to be forced to fight. Hi-Fi's, meanwhile, with a bunch of smoke all over their place on their area, but they're not really going to be able to do much at the moment. I don't know who's going to end up winning this. I honestly, if I was to, if you were to ask me if my life was on the line, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be able to pick anybody.
If mine was, I'm betting Hi-Fi's. I think their position is just too strong considering how this zone is closing. S2G is hard focused on D plus Kia here. And with this zone starting to press, D plus Kia actually might push on the Hi-Fi's. If they do, S2G could be at a big advantage. But oh, that nade from Rob was just so brutal. Let's see what happens. Hi-Fi's now finally starting to get aggressive, doing what they need to do. And it's all theirs to win here in this final game of day number 2.
And it might not just be it, because S2G still has 3 players alive. We've seen what they've been able to do. There isn't what ifs. There isn't what could happen. This team has showcased it. Hi-Fi's, as you mentioned, does have the advantage in regards to positioning here. D plus Kia is going to be out. S2G, all they need to find is just an opening to knock a player. They're going to be running around. I don't think they're able to spot the player there on the roof. As Hi-Fi's being able to surprise all these teams, comes out with the win. Hajux gets to keep his life. Woo! And I'm over there up in the clouds, baby.
Let's go. Hi-Fi's, I think, are a little bit of a cloud right here. It's not going to be too high up in the air because they did win the game, but they are so far down on the leaderboard. Yep. Regardless, winning a chicken dinner in a global open like this is a major achievement if you're a team that came all the way from the qualifiers here, 7.
Yeah, and if I'm one of those teams like S2G, like Rejects, looking for those extra points, this is not what I want to see here. That's maybe the least thing I want to see here. The team that was in last place being able to get a chicken dinner, being able to get some eliminations as well, because that's just going to give them confidence. Yep. That's going to give them more confidence than they already came in with. And we've been saying it. They got nothing to lose. You got absolutely nothing to lose. So if you are going to be taking all those points away from the teams at the top, I'm kind of happy, because that means maybe at the top we'll get a bit closer and closer, and it'll come down to a scenario where possibly at the end of the day tomorrow, anybody that's within the top 5 could become a champion.
Yeah, I will say something that I really like from Hi-Fi's is what they did in the qualifiers, right? The last game of the day, they knew what the strategy was. We had to drop on Falcons and we have to put up some points. That's exactly what they did. You can see the excitement, the fact that they won this game in the finals. So the thing is you're right. This is worst case scenario for the teams above them, especially for this squad, because if they're confident and they say tomorrow, hey, you know what? We still got a chance, boys. We can do this, you know? All we got to do is hot drop the top squads, take them out, and then frag out. And if they do that, it's going to disrupt everything for these top teams.
I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. Let the madness begin tomorrow, because with the way today ended, I don't know what's going to be happening tomorrow. And I mean, Alpha 7 in a way, even though they didn't end up getting the points that we wanted them to, they did end up with some good eliminations. S2G as well, being able to play second place here, almost 3 chicken dinners in a row. That's what you want to see, 2 out of those challenging teams. And then not only that, we saw Boom being able to get some elims. We saw Reject being able to get some elims. Sute, I don't know who's going to end up winning tomorrow with the way everything is currently playing out.
I mean, every finals time, there's always so much going into the last day, and I love the way it plays out. It's always like day one, you have your leading superstar, right? And you think that's going to be the storyline, and there's like maybe 3 teams that you're like, oh, they're going to have a chance. It's probably going to be these 4 teams we watch out for, right? But no, day number 2. Everything just gets switched up, and going into day number 3, it's like everybody has a piece of the cake. And I love that you mentioned like Hi-Fi's, right? The last place team just got a chicken dinner. That just means anybody in this lobby could put out some hurt, do some pressure, go crazy, go wild. And the top team, the second team, third place, fourth, nobody is safe at this point, like you said.
Absolutely nobody's safe. And on top of that, I mean, teams towards the top, we're talking about Rejects, we're talking about next Ruya at 1.2, S2G. We're still living some big titans out of the conversation that they could insert themselves into the conversation. Look what happened with S2G. S2G insert themselves into the conversation with just 2 matches. And I was the one nitpicking at them. I was saying, where's this championship team? Where's the team that we saw, even though the roster's a little bit different? I know, everybody calm down. From PMGC when they ended up winning, they're starting to show up. And the crazy part is you're looking at them right now. One team that I was thinking about, Vampire Esports, Team Falcons as well. Those teams could definitely end up getting some chicken dinners and back it up with eliminations, because we know that they're capable of. We know that they have showed that in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we just saw a team double their points in 2 games, I'm talking about US2G, just shows what could still happen tomorrow, the potential, right? Because you're talking about these other squads, Team Falcons, Vampire, these are all the same caliber teams. These are global, level teams here. So, I mean, tomorrow's going to be absolute madness, especially considering that, I gotta stress it again, the prize pool, right? 4th place all the way down to 16th is only a $3,000 difference. So if any teams want to double it up and try to get top 3, which all of them do, I mean, anything can happen with leaderboards tomorrow.
And not even just the prize pool, too. The honor of saying, hey, we ended up placing this high in a global event for PUBG Mobile Esports, especially in the first ever PMGO for PUBG Mobile Esports. That would be some bragging rights. Hi-Fi's can at least now say, hey, we got a chicken dinner. We got a chicken dinner at a global event. Okay, put some respect on our names. S2G, you heard me talking about them. 15 points for them. Great back-to-back games. And there it is. I was mentioning, I know I keep mentioning them a lot, but it's because I wanted to see them snap out of it a little bit, Sute. I don't know if this is going to be enough, but it's a good start. Alpha 7 there with those 8 points.
I think, given the situation, of that last game and how they played it, I think that was pretty good. I think they played it well to a certain degree. I agree with the both of you when they started firing shots down there when they got down to that position. It was a little bit risky, but I feel like they would have gotten spotted out regardless if they shot or didn't. So, when you have 4 players up, try and do something with it. And they tried. Bad situation. I think they made the most out of it. It just all really comes down to tomorrow. And the MVP coming out from Hi-Fi's. It will be Rob Zopp with that 5 elimination streaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very good performance from them. And you know what? When it comes to Alpha 7, I'll just say this, right? That's what we need to see from them I mean, that's what we needed to see from them, right? Is when they didn't get zone and they get stuck in a bad position, they put up points. And that's been their problem, right? Is, yeah, when they get the zone, they get a chicken dinner and they go crazy. We know they could do that. But they haven't been able to get something on the board, right? They've had too many goose eggs here, and I think that's why we see them struggle. But so it's good to see them at least put something up 7.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they ended up getting their vehicles blown up. If they would have had maybe 2 vehicles there, I think we would have seen a completely different story when it came to Alpha 7 and the push that we were hoping. I know you were mentioning at one point, Hodges, maybe they'll end up just crashing those the vehicle into D plus Kia. It didn't end up working out for them. You know what? It is what it is. At least you finally break that bad streak that you had. You got some placement points. On top of that, you got some eliminations. Good to see a team that didn't get those placement points, a team that didn't get those elimination points. IHC, man, we were so hyped up on this team that today I felt like it was just a completely different IHC from what we saw yesterday.
I won't count them out, though. I won't count them out.
For sure.
The only reason why I'm not counting them out is, and I'm not saying that you even assume that. I mean, the thing is just they could not get a final circle. They weren't getting blessed at all today. So the fact that they were still putting up points and having some pop-off games without that happening makes me very, like, look at them like this, because it could happen like tomorrow. If they get circles tomorrow, they could soak up a ridiculous amount of points. Like, their ceiling is so high. It's just about getting in that good position.
Yeah. And the good thing, too, for IHC, I feel like Sute, and something that might go in their favor with how everything today went, too, that it wasn't Alpha 7 just getting the chicken dinners. It wasn't those teams that were closer to them. Now it was teams like S2G being able to soak up some of those points, stopping them from getting those points. And you mentioned it, too, Hodges, everything is going to be close. So with that said, do we possibly, I'm sorry, boys, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Okay,
do we think we'll see an IHC of what we saw in day 1 in regards to points, or do you think it might be we're not going to be seeing that out of them?
I think we are, and the reason why I say that is because I think 4th place on down is going to be so focused at reject the top 3 that it's going to give an opportunity for that teams right below there to sneak their way in, get a couple eliminations. Teams aren't going to worry about them, and then all of a sudden IHC has a 20 elimination chicken dinner and they're in 1st place.
All I gotta say is remember the IHC comeback last year, right?
True.
They've been in this position before. I'm pretty sure last year going into the final day for PMGC, IHC wasn't like top 3. They were like 6th, 7th, maybe like somewhere 5th, like just around there. And then just give them one more day, and then what do you know? They're the PMGC champs. This is almost the exact same situation that IHC was in before. So pressure-wise, they've been here.
Yep.
They're gonna have the right mindset. They're gonna have that championship mindset because they know they can do it because they have done it. But Boom and S2G today popped off so hard. Hey, who knows what can happen tomorrow? So many things could happen.
I agree with everything you guys said. I especially agree with what you say, Hodges, that today they weren't getting the circles, and I'm so happy that you pointed that out because we even saw it in Erangel at one point. Remember when they ended up crashing onto Vampire Esports and they only ended up losing just 1 player? That was a wild play for that team.
Yeah.
And they ended up with a lot of eliminations during that match, and they were taking their fights to everybody. It's not like they were willing to take it. They had to take those fights, and we know that they're able to take those fights. So I'm definitely not counting out IHC. I just want to start seeing more consistency out of team. And no surprise here, Regioso out of reject, getting that performer of the day with those 15 eliminations, 3,562 damage.
Dude, what a performance from Regioso here. I mean, these guys have just gone crazy so far. So let's take it to this main stage.
PMGO Brazil, and I'm here with PGO CEO, so we can talk a little bit of the fact that he's the best player of the day. He played really, really well. Congratulations, you played amazing. Congratulations. And I want to ask you, basically, if you're satisfied with your personal performance today.
一番いい選手だった今日と言ってたけど、自分のプログレスについてどう思いますか？
特に今日は運が良かったなっていう一日でした。
Hoje foi bom dia para ele. Ele está satisfeito com. He wanted to. He's satisfied with his day today and his progress. It was a nice day for him today.
Thank you. And also want to ask you, because Reject has been playing really, really well. You had a chicken dinner yesterday. Today you had two. So what's the key point so you can have such a consistent performance here?
昨日はチキンのディナーがあったけど、今日もよくしました。そのキーポイントはどうなりますか？何をしなきゃならないでしょう？
敵が見えたらただ倒すだけなんで、ムーブとか特に深く考えず、本当やりたいことをやるのが一番かなと。
They want to think better their strategy about the movement and how they're going to do the game later.
Perfect. And also I want to ask you, how do you plan to spend the rest of your day so you can come tomorrow in your best level?
今日の一日どうしますか？どのように休みます？その明日元気で来るようにどうしますか？
帰ったらすぐに寝て。たくさん寝て、とりあえず明日、遊びの気持ちでやれたらいいかなと思います。
They just want to come back to the hotel and sleep a lot, and they're sure they will come tomorrow full of energy.
Perfect. And last, I want to ask you, how do you feel about the possibility of winning the 2024 PMGO? Especially when it comes to the fact that it's the first international tournament of the PUBG Mobile scenario in this year.
今年の一番目の国際イベントで、そのイベントで勝つの可能性についてどう思いますか？
勝てるかどうかは明日になってみないと分かんないんで、ただ1位を取ってる姿を想像しながら。全員で楽しくやれたらいいかなって思ってます。
First of all, they enjoy their time here and they say that they are going to do everything they can to. They will see that tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow they will come and see how it is going on.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations on your performance, not only yours individually, but also to your whole team. You were amazing. Congratulations. And we continue with more content of 2024. PMGO Brazil. Thank you so much. See you soon and stay tuned in your stream.
Hi, Jukes. Chute. I've been inspired by that interview. I've been inspired by the performance. So you know what? Let me try my Japanese. Performance. So, arigato. That means thank you for your performance there, Reject. Because, boy, it was one for the books as they are currently in first place there with 111 points. And Alpha 7 at least closes up the gap a little bit in second place with 99 points. But look at S2G.
This is getting too scary. I love this, but I'm also look at that. Even boom, 91 total points. Any team literally on this first page could make a crazy run tomorrow after what I've seen today.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. After what S2G showed us, right? 6 games, heck, even 3 games can turn it around for any of these teams. And maybe not 11th downwards, around the 50-point mark, but still, 6 games is a lot of games, a lot of potential.
It is going to be a lot of potential, man. Anything can happen tomorrow, boys. Before we end the day, any final words, anything that surprised you on this day too?
Oh, obviously, S2G doubling their score of 40 points in 2 games. At this level, it's unbelievable. The fact that we're seeing such big point sponges is really making me scared tomorrow. All I know is that I am not envious of Alpha 7 at all. Tonight's sleep is going to be rough.
If they get any. How about you, Suit? Chance to see Team Falcons. We saw what they were able to do. Maybe we'll end up seeing them tomorrow, or who knows? Maybe we'll have another surprise on the final day of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil 2024. Make sure you guys tune in. Once again, my name is the Seven Worlds Gaming alongside Hot.